Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the blood-path true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Feng Yuan sighed. If I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Feng Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks. Only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfeng Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a Gu master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. The drizzle continued, hazy like smoke. A group of Gu immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it, don't let the drizzle fall on you. It has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move? Vanishing immortal essence scattering rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous vanishing immortal powder, it can't be this strange and powerful. Our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round, we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain Du Stain. Thus we came to this round. We were hit by the vanishing immortal powder but could not defend against it. We could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Subaiman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly he said. The immortals quickly conversed. After getting the answer, their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds, they were very difficult to deal with. This group of Gu immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the Blessed Land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary Gu immortals. It was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial, before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good. This battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence. Not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves, he even introduced the old and brought forth the new, creating his own original creation. This battlefield killer move is her original creation. There is no record of it in history. This battlefield killer move does not seem to have any offensive power, but it has a huge space inside. Together with immortal scattering primordial rain, it is simply exhausting us to death. What should we do? Almost all of their methods were used. The Gu immortals were panicking. The leader, Shark Demon, had an ashen expression. He stared at the Wisdom Path Gu immortal in the group and shouted, Budan, what are you doing? After so long, you still can't deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move. Budan was scolded and quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, saying anxiously, I am useless. This battlefield killer move is profound and profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer moves by a huge level. My wisdom path inheritance is already mostly incomplete. I cannot think of a way to decipher it. This Budan was actually a living person, a wisdom path Gu immortal. But he was scolded by the immortal zombie, shark demon, like an obedient child, obeying obediently. Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It was a huge force that surpassed ordinary super forces. Zombie Alliance's headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, there were also living Gu immortals. These living Gu immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies. Shark Demon's anger dissipated after scolding. He said in a dejected tone, "Budan is useless. We can only use Profound Ice House and forcefully blast it. See if we can create a path." The other Gu immortals were overjoyed. Some had shining eyes. To think that Lord Shark Demon would actually use Profound Ice House in this trip. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes were also shining brightly. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was extremely powerful. It was a dominating force. It was the leader of the super forces. Forget about others, it had 3 immortal Gu houses. Of course, only one was complete, the other 2 were damaged beyond repair. But even if it was an incomplete immortal Gu house, it could barely be activated. Its power was extraordinary. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert, ever since Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters took the mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. He had entered the Blessed Land many times and passed many rounds. The more rounds he passed, the more importance he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip to the Blessed Land, under the persuasion of his wife Su Baiman, he spent a lot of money to rent Profound Ice House from Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon immediately took out Profound Ice House. It was not big, it was round like a sphere. The outside seemed to be made of thick ice bricks. Once it was taken out, it gave off a cold aura, causing the surrounding Gu immortals to shiver. Shark Demon was silent. He opened the door of the ice house and entered. Next came his beloved wife, Su Baiman, and then the remaining 5 people entered in a single file. When they entered the house, it was a huge spherical space without any furnishings. The immortals floated inside. They were surrounded by a layer of cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. After a few breaths of time, the golden light stabilized. It was like golden threads were intertwining, forming a formation diagram. Shark Demon commanded the immortals to their positions. Standing on the formation core, he ordered, "Everyone, expend your immortal essence. Activate this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house will record how much immortal essence you expend." Everyone knew that activating this immortal Gu house expended a lot of immortal essence. Activating it this time would cause them to expend even more immortal essence than before. If not for this flaw, Shark Demon would have activated the immortal Gu house long ago. The immortals had entered Yulu Blessed Land this time. They had not killed any strong enemies or encountered any battles. They had already suffered huge losses. They had expended a lot of immortal essence. They were feeling stifled. But after hearing this, they put away their dark thoughts. They had to put in their best effort. 15 minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor suddenly shot out. The meteor had an extremely strong momentum. It broke through the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. In the sky, this meteor suddenly stopped. It turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness, revealing its true form. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu house, Profound Ice Incomplete House. "Come out!" Inside the house, Shark Demon had a defeated expression. He shouted. Shortly after, the door opened. The immortals flew out, floating in the sky. In the sky, the immortals looked down. Waves were surging on the surface of the sea, breaking the calm. It was caused by Profound Ice Incomplete House breaking through the surface of the sea. But the immortals' thoughts were focused on that Yulu Blessed Land at the bottom of the sea. The immortals had already attacked Yulu Blessed Land more than once. They had won and lost. This was not the first time he had suffered such a setback, but it was the most depressing one he had ever experienced. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, the key was not to force their way in. They had to consider a balance. This Yulu Blessed Land was already under the control of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Without competition from other forces, the proper way to attack it was to take it one step at a time. Facing such a profound battlefield killer move, Even if they used profound ice in complete house, the immortals could only charge out of the blessed land, they could not break it. In that case, how should he break through this stage next? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He put away profound ice in complete house, feeling dejected as he thought. This is a huge loss. Not only did we not gain anything from attacking Yulu Blessed Land, we even used profound ice in complete house. When we return to Zombie Alliance, we will have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. Thankfully, we had this profound ice in complete house, otherwise, we would still be trapped there. Gu Immortal Budan spoke, feeling some lingering fear. Shark Demon stared at him fiercely, the latter kept quiet. The other Gu Immortals nodded slightly. They felt very fortunate that Shark Demon had brought profound ice in complete house with him. This vanishing immortal scattered essence rain killer move is too powerful. Even the immortal Gu house could not defend against it, it landed on us directly. At the side, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had participated in this trip, suddenly spoke. Seeing that it was Tai Bai Yunsheng who spoke, Shark Demon's expression softened. He replied, "That is because this profound ice in complete house's greatest use is to help Ice Path Gu Immortals cultivate. Don't look at how it looks on the outside. The inside is very damaged, it was barely repaired to a usable state. If it was a complete immortal Gu house, even if we were hit by it, we would definitely be able to defend against it." So that's the case. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, not saying anything else. Alright, this exploration of Yulu Blessed Land is over. Everyone is dismissed. Shark Demon waved his hand as he announced. The immortals quickly dispersed. Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, was not in a hurry to leave. "Sir Tai Bai, what's the matter?" Su Baiman asked. This immortal zombie couple had a very good attitude towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. The reason was naturally because of the man as before immortal Gu in Tai Bai Yunsheng's possession. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. "Both of you know that I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have been in Eastern Sea for some time now." Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other, nodding. They had known this long ago. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have methods like Qinyang Laojun. He could not conceal his aura. It could not be faked. Thus, his identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was exposed long ago. But this was not strange. Because Eastern Sea had earth tides. Every once in a while, boundless earth force would surge from the depths of the trench. It was a grand and majestic force of nature. It was powerful and terrifying, far exceeding the limits of rank 8 Gu immortals. When the earth force surged and stirred the seawater, it formed an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful. It could easily create a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall. Chapter 826. When Gu immortals passed through the regional wall, it was extremely difficult and arduous. But every year at this time, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weak. There would be Gu immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border, who would take the chance to enter Eastern Sea. Of course, a small number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals would take the chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border. Thus, it was not strange for Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border Gu immortals to come to Eastern Sea. Only Western Desert Gu immortals were truly rare in Eastern Sea. Because Western Desert and Eastern Sea were not connected, they were separated by Central Continent. Once Western Desert Gu immortals appeared in Eastern Sea, they would definitely attract attention. There were 5 regions in the world: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the strongest overall strength with countless Gu master sections. Southern Border had a myriad of mountains and mountain ranges. Northern Plains grassland was flat and boundless. The tribes were the most mobile and battle-hungry. And Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. In the vast sea area, in the deep sea, there were countless fish, prawns and sea beasts, as well as countless minerals and precious stones. Gu immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border, came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources. It was a common situation. Especially in Northern Plains, it was a battlefield with the most scarce resources. There were many Northern Plains Gu immortals who came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to develop or to seek shelter. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. "Thanks to the two of you, I have developed well in Eastern Sea. Thus my immortal aperture is gradually becoming unstable. The earth tide is coming. I am going to use this chance to return to northern plains and place down my blessed land. I will stabilize my immortal aperture and face the earthly calamity. So that's it. Shark Demon nodded. We should have thought of it, Sir Tai-Bai. You need to be careful when you go. Maybe you can let us escort you? Su Bai-Man smiled and suggested. Tai-Bai Yunsheng waved his hand. No need, no need. Shark Demon and Su Bai-Man saw Tai-Bai Yunsheng's rejection and did not mention it, even though the earth tide would cause the regional walls. But weak points. There was also a formless tidal force entrenched, like countless submerged reefs and whirlpools. It was still very dangerous. To pass through there must be a correct route map. This route map was very precious. It was fine if there was a wisdom path Gu Immortal to deduce it, but if there was no wisdom path method, it would be useless. He could only rely on himself to continuously explore. If they were escorted by Shark Demon and his wife, wouldn't the route map in Tai-Bai Yunsheng's hands be leaked? Therefore, when the Shark Demon couple saw that Tai-Bai Yunsheng refused, they couldn't force him. Once Northern Plains is settled properly, I will take advantage of the next earth tide to return. Who knows, he might even persuade a few of his good friends to come here as well. Tai-Bai Yunsheng spoke again, laying the groundwork for Fang Yuan's appearance. Good. Tai-Bai Bro's friends are our friends, of course we welcome them. Shark Demon laughed. He was very forthright and enthusiastic. Only then did Tai-Bai Yunsheng leave. Looking at Tai-Bai Yunsheng's back that had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Bai-Man frowned, transmitting to Shark Demon. Even though the regional walls are weak, the earth tide is too terrifying. If one is careless and gets hit by the formless tidal force, it is a small matter to injure one's muscles and bones. One might even die on the spot. Look at how calm Tai-Bai Yunsheng is. He must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map, we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time. Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting. No need. The route map is not constant. After a few earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time, the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before Immortal Gu to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan. We cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits. Alright, I will listen to you. Su Bai-Man immediately dispelled her thoughts. She looked at her husband with a gentle gaze, but her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind. He affectionately embraced Su Bai-Man, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently. I know what my wife is worried about. That's right. We were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land. This time we used Profound Ice House. Our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter in this world. Who doesn't have setbacks and failures? We still have a foundation that can support us. Now we have hope of rebirth. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you. Husband. Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li. The sky was clear, the sea and the sky merged into one. Occasionally, white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai-Bai Yunsheng flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage. It was wrapped in clouds and mist. Mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War. There was still a gap between Gu Immortals and mortals. Most mortal Gu masters had only heard of immortals. They had never seen one. Many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai-Bai Yunsheng was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal after all. In Eastern Sea, he was only an outsider, thus he kept a low profile. First, he was guided by Fang Yuan. He took on the mission of healing the sea area in Haishur Blessed Land. After making some reputation, he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land, he was there. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well. They naturally wanted his man as before. Shark Demon had time anchor immortal goo. When used with man as before, it was the hope of rebirth. Of course, Shark Demon and his wife had thought of snatching the immortal goo man as before. But unless they had methods like thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to snatch the immortal goo. Dongfang Naganori was so weak, while Feng Yuan had such a huge advantage. In the end, Dongfang Naganori self-detonated at a thought, causing Feng Yuan to not even get a single immortal goo. The difficulty of snatching immortal goo. It was easy to see how important it was. Tai Bai Yunxing flew for a long time before he finally saw a gray spot on the sea surface. As the distance shortened, the gray spot gradually expanded in his vision. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring, there was little vegetation, it was basically barren gray-brown rocks. Even seabirds rarely visited it. In a place like Eastern Sea that was rich in resources, it was considered a barren land. But Tai Bai Yunxing was a goo immortal. He did not care, he only treated it as a temporary residence. A lone island. Barren land, naturally no one coveted it. There was less attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing slowly descended from the sky, entering the island. He first inspected the goo formation that he had set up, to see if there were any changes. There were still some goo formations on the island, but they were all his simple arrangements. Simple surveillance was one layer of meaning. If he encountered other goo immortals, the goo formation would indicate that this place was not ownerless. That was the second layer of meaning. After a round of inspection, Tai Bai Yunxing had close to 10 goo worms in his hands. These were all information path goo worms. They carried information. It turned out that even though Tai Bai Yunxing kept a low profile, as a time path healing goo immortal, the immortal goo he had were too outstanding. They were like needles in a bag, they could not be hidden for long. These information path goo worms came from all sorts of people. Some were super forces, some were demonic path people, some were immortal zombies, and some were righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them invited Tai Bai Yunxing to heal some things. A small portion did not invite Tai Bai Yunxing to heal them. They wanted to form good karma. What if something unexpected happened in the future? Wouldn't this good karma be useful then? Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person. He also had 2 time path immortal goo. He was very popular in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing took these information path goo worms and entered the cave. This cave was only created by him temporarily. He did not spend much effort on it. Thus it was very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunxing first replied to these information path goo worms one by one, rejecting their invitations before falling into deep thought. Even though I have a stargate, and can easily return to Hu immortal blessed land. But in this situation, I cannot directly open the stargate, that will ruin things. Tai Bai Yunxing could be considered a celebrity now. His actions were secretly watched by many people. Thus, returning to Hu immortal blessed land was more troublesome than before. He really had to first go to the regional wall, and use the stargate when no one was paying attention. Hu immortal blessed land. Feng Yuan studied the wisdom path inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were spent in his mind, but he gained a lot of insights. Dongfang Naganori is overflowing with talent. This wisdom path inheritance is mainly used for deduction. It is not good at fighting. But the immortal killer move Hataru that he came up with is unique. It uses the deduction advantage of the inheritance, and almost perfectly transforms it into an offensive attack. Looking at the entire inheritance, the myriad star fireflies is without a doubt the #1 offensive killing move. This was Feng Yuan's greatest emotion. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunxing. He had a strong sense of aggression. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods in the inheritance. Why did this Hataru make Feng Yuan feel so emotional? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought Goo. Each starlight firefly had a star thought wrapped around it. Using this move expended an astonishing amount of energy. Not only did it expend immortal essence, it also expended the wisdom path Dao marks on the Goo Immortal's body. Goo Immortals had Dao marks on their bodies. Feng Yuan had strength path Dao marks, while fire path Goo Immortals had fire path Dao marks. Dongfang Naganori naturally had wisdom path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, he would expend at least 16 wisdom path Dao marks. One had to know that Dao marks were extremely rare. If Gu immortals wanted to obtain Dao marks, other than rare and unique methods, the most orthodox and mainstream method was to undergo heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every time they underwent one, they would obtain Dao marks on their body. The number of Dao marks depended on the strength of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Chapter 827. Hotaru expended at least 16 Dao marks to use this move, and there was no upper limit. The wider Hotaru's range, the more powerful it was, and the more Dao marks it expended. But precisely because of this move was exceptionally powerful. Dao marks were embedded in the air, forming a special battlefield that was hard to destroy. When a Gu immortal enters it, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts and form Hotaru. The more time passed, the stronger Hotaru would become. This was to transform the enemy's power into one's own, and then attack the enemy. To the enemy Gu immortals, it would be extremely disgusting. It was like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot, or stabbing oneself with one's own blade. After understanding the secret behind Hotaru's usage, Feng Yuan understood something else. No wonder Dongfang Naganori in history had always been scheming. Only when he had no other choice would he make a move and use this 10,000 star fireflies. Because even Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, could not use Hotaru as a regular method. Its expenditure was too high. Once Dao marks were expended, they would not recover themselves. The source of Dao marks was also very narrow. Most Gu immortals could only obtain large numbers of Dao marks from tribulations. This Hotaru is almost on par with my current Myriad Self-Killer move. Of course, my Myriad Self-Killer move has a lot of potential. Hotaru cannot compare to it in this aspect. I have no Wisdom Path Dao marks. Unless I walk the Wisdom Path in the future, I might not be able to use this killer move in my entire life. Of course, other than that, there was another crucial factor. This Hotaru killer move needed 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the cores. Feng Yuan did not have any. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, all of the Immortal Gu were detonated. Not a single one was left for Feng Yuan. Among these 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, the one Feng Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought Immortal Gu. In this Wisdom Path inheritance, there were more than 10 Immortal Gu recipes. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought Immortal Gu. There were even the refinement experiences of the past inheritors, as well as many of their failures. Once he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan would not need to waste so much effort. Slowly accumulating Star Thought Mortal Gu. According to the records in the inheritance, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence was used to produce at least 100,000 star thoughts through the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Of course, if Feng Yuan used Star Thought Immortal Gu, he would obtain less than 100,000 star thoughts. Because the inheritors of Wisdom Path Gu immortals all had Wisdom Path Dao marks on them, which amplified the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Just like how Feng Yuan had the strength to use the Mahamudra, it could increase one's power by 20%. 20% was considered low. Ordinary Gu immortal experts had Dao marks that could increase the power of their Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves by several times. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, even 10 times. 100 times. Why was the difference between rank 8 and 7 so huge? Dao marks were one of the main reasons. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations and calamities. Once they passed, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Fortune came with misfortune, misfortune came with misfortune. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, it was also a good thing. It could be said that once he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan's deductions would be greatly reduced. He would no longer need to carefully plan and carefully expend star thoughts. And with Feng Yuan's current wealth, he could afford it. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan could afford to use Immortal Gu, but he did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Gu. Even if he made some money, he was still far from being able to refine Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. They were fragments of the laws of the Great Tao. Refining Immortal Gu required a lot of immortal materials and Immortal Yuan Stone. And most importantly, when refining immortal goo, one could not just prepare one set of materials, one had to prepare many sets, because the success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. Dongfang Naganori was a formidable person. He was the #1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains. He had been in charge of a superforce for many years, and had secretly transacted with Crane Gate, obtaining a lot of funding. Even so, he only had 8 immortal goo at his peak. Among the 8, there were side methods like Mince Blood Immortal Goo and Split Shadow Immortal Goo. There were more than 10 immortal goo recipes recorded in the Wisdom Path Inheritance, but he had only refined less than half of them. Like old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou. The former was the #1 rank 8 battle strength in Northern Plains, while the latter was one of the 4 great refinement path goo immortals. They could be considered to have a deep foundation and a large family business. But to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, even with Ma Hongyun, they could save a lot of time and resources. But to do so, they would need to expend almost all of their assets. It was a gamble. With Fang Yuan's current situation, there was no way he could refine an immortal goo. It was just wishful thinking. Other than Star Thought Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan had another immortal killer move that he wanted the most. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move allowed the goo immortal to be shrouded in a thin layer of starlight fog, concealing their appearance and body. Outsiders would not be able to see them clearly. Of course, this was only the effect on the surface. The real effect was that it could conceal heaven's secrets. When other wisdom path goo immortals tried to deduce the goo immortal, they would be able to get vague answers. This was almost the same effect as Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Dark Limit Immortal Goo was actually obscured, it could not be deduced. Star Fog Concealment was vague, it was difficult to deduce, the answer would not be accurate. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more obscure ones in the entire Wisdom Path Inheritance. Many inheritors did not have experience in using it. Thus there were very few records of it. Because Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path Goo Immortals had even fewer chances of scheming against each other. In most situations, even if they used it, they would not be able to get a deduction from the enemy. But for Fang Yuan, it was very suitable. One of the reasons why he obtained the Wisdom Path Inheritance was to resist other Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, and delay the truth of his crimes from being dug out. Unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo as the cores. Thus, the problem came down to one point. Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine immortal goo. Eventually, Fang Yuan looked at the entire Wisdom Path Inheritance. He could learn and use it. There was only one part that was suitable for him. That was how to deal with the enemy's will. There was a lot of content in this part. How to defend against the enemy's will, how to distinguish the type of will, how to control the enemy's will, how to counter-control the enemy's will if he is controlled by the enemy's will, how to use wills to attack, things to note in a battle of wills, how to investigate wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify wills, how to weaken wills, and so on. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this part? Because he still had a portion of Mo Yao's will locked up in his hands. Mo Yao had shocking refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman and knew many Inkman secrets. She also had a relationship with Bo Qing. She was the fairy of that generation in Spirit Affinity House. The historical secrets she knew were naturally very valuable. Among them, what moved Fang Yuan the most was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance that she had. Fang Yuan's first vital goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo. Thus, in this part of the inheritance, Fang Yuan focused on learning how to search wills. Soul searching and will searching had completely different levels of difficulty. The former was easy, it was like eating food, everyone had a mouth. Fang Yuan was not a soul path goo immortal, but he could still search Tai Bai Yunqing's soul. Even a layman could get involved. But searching wills was like a chef eating a dish. One needed to taste the main ingredients of the dish. Auxiliary ingredients, seasonings. One also needed to taste the steps of the dish. This was very difficult. In other words, this was a technical job, only a wisdom path professional could do it. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunqing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Danghun Palace, diligently practicing multiple search methods. He had just started learning. He did not have the experience of his previous life to help him. He was still a distance away from using them. Junior brother, how have you been? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. He was under a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea. Now that he was facing Fang Yuan, he could truly relax. A friend in need is a friend indeed, to him, who a mortal blessed land with Fang Yuan was like home. Fang Yuan gestured for him to sit down. Seeing his tattered clothes, he was surprised. You are injured? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He said with lingering fear. I am different now. I have just entered Eastern Sea. I am already attracting attention. I cannot return through the star door, so I went to the regional wall to pretend. To think that someone was actually following me. I have thoroughly witnessed the terrifying power of the earth tide in this trip. Although the regional wall is weak because of the earth tide, the formless tide force is entrenched near the regional wall. It is impossible to defend against it. I have only been at the periphery, but I have already suffered a few times. Only defensive immortal killer moves are effective. My 9-cloud hoop is like paper in front of the formless tide force. Let's not talk about this. I heard junior brother had great gains this time? Ha! Fang Yuan laughed. He naturally would not tell Tai Bai Yunxing that his fake junior brother had killed his real senior brother. But Fang Yuan only concealed some things. He told most of the truth to Tai Bai Yunxing. After Tai Bai Yunxing heard this, he also sighed towards a person like Dongfang Naganori. He also talked about his recent situation with Fang Yuan. All in all, Tai Bai Yunxing was very popular in Eastern Sea. His development was really good. At this rate, he would become another Fairy Li Shan. Tai Bai Yunxing then talked about Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon had attacked it many times. He had encountered countless difficulties, but until now he had not truly entered Yulu Blessed Land. He was obstructed by the outskirts. Fang Yuan sighed. Fairy Yulu was a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yulu Grotto Heaven fell to become Yulu Blessed Land, but its might is still there. It is probably one of the most difficult blessed lands to attack in this world. Actually, there are many factors that affect the defense of a blessed land. First, the source of the blessed land is the same. Second, whether there is a land spirit. Third, whether there is sufficient immortal essence. Fourth, whether there are desolate beasts and other guards. Fifth, whether there are immortal goo. Sixth, immortal killer moves. Seventh, whether there are immortal goo houses. Eighth, whether there are goo immortals, and so on. However, in my opinion, the attack and defense of a blessed land can only be determined by one thing, the quantity of Dao marks. Tai Bai Yunxing listened to Fang Yuan's words. He had only nodded, because the words were old news. But when he heard Fang Yuan's final sentence, which seemed to be the finishing touch, his heart jolted. He showed an interested expression as he said, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan did not answer. Instead he asked Tai Bai Yunxing, Old Bai, do you know the saying man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth? Chapter 828. Tai Bai Yunxing leaned back on his chair. His expression was blank before he scolded with a smile. Junior brother, you are making fun of me. I have heard these words so many times. They have filled my ears since I started cultivating as a Gu master. Even mortals are familiar with them. Fang Yuan nodded, his tone revealing a trace of pride as he spoke again. The origin of these words is the first rank 9 Gu immortal in human history, primordial origin immortal venerable. He was also the one who created the dominance of Central Continent's celestial court, which has stood until now. Even with the passage of time, it has not fallen. These words are extremely incisive and can be said to be the golden rule of Gu master cultivation. It has spread far and wide, even surpassing the legends of Renzu. But in my opinion, these words are not incisive. I will summarize them into one word, that is Dao. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and sat up straight, his gaze shining as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying again, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan spoke frankly. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings in nature, humans have the most intelligence and comprehension. They can sense heaven and earth and comprehend the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu are very unique among all living beings. Mortal Gu contain some tiny fragments of the great Tao, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they can be said to be the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards. Humans will starve to death if they do not eat. Green trees thrive because of rain and fertile soil. These are Tao. Gu masters use gu worms to start a fire, reverse the flow of water, create lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture gu, use gu, and refine gu. They use gu worms to use a portion of the might of heaven and earth to survive and reproduce, finally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a gu immortal, the aperture turns into an immortal aperture, and Tao marks are carved on the body. It could be said that gu masters nurturing gu were nurturing Tao. Gu masters using gu were using Tao. Gu masters refining gu were refining Tao. Gu masters have a myriad of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. They are all cultivation paths created by our predecessors in the vast and unknown world. Saying so, Feng Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. So in one sentence, gu master cultivation is the same as cultivating the Tao. A gu master's cultivation is to cultivate the Tao. Tai Bai Yunxing sat on the chair, frowning as he ruminated over Feng Yuan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Feng Yuan's conclusion was extremely incisive. To him, it was as if the clouds and mist had parted and he could see the clear sky. At this time, Feng Yuan spoke again. Let's talk about the foundation of a gu immortal's cultivation. The immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a blessed land, a grotto heaven, a small world that contained the Tao. Of course, this Tao cannot be compared to the 5 regions heavens and earth. It only has Tao marks at most. Take my hu immortal blessed land for example. It has the most basic time path Tao marks. That is why it can draw in a tributary of the river of time. The blessed land has the concept of time. It has the flow of time. It also has a lot of space path Tao marks, so the blessed land has a large area. Even if it loses the northern area, it can still hold a lot of resources. Little hu immortal land spirit can teleport at will. A blessed land with few space path Tao marks usually has a small area. But the land spirit cannot teleport. It has the most enslavement path Tao marks. It is because of these Tao marks that it is easier to raise foxes in hu immortal blessed land. It is more effective to control similar beast groups and even desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded repeatedly, agreeing. That's right, that is the reason. My Tai Bai blessed land has the most time path Tao marks. Thus it has the most time resources. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. Earth path Tao marks are the least. Thus there are no mountains in the blessed land. The soil is not fertile. Space path Tao marks are ordinary, but when combined together, the land is not huge, but the sky is very high. As he said this, his eyes shined with bright light. He had already understood something. That is why I said that a blessed land's offense and defense can only be judged by one thing. That is the number of Tao marks in the blessed land. Feng Yuan continued. A blessed land is a world of its own. Why can it suppress enemies and imprison gu worms? The reason is that the blessed land has a large number of Tao marks. It is like a pond. The remnant Tao marks of mortal gu are like a drop of water that ignites a fire. When a drop of water enters the pond, it will be melted. When a fire enters the pond, it will be extinguished. Thus, once the Tao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power will be formed. Mortal gu will be useless. Why can immortal gu not be restricted by the blessed land? Because immortal gu are fragments of laws. They have their own bodies, like rocks. When they fall into the pond, even though the water ripples, they cannot stop the rocks from moving forward. But even though they cannot be imprisoned, they can still be suppressed. When immortal gu fight in the blessed land, their power will be amplified and weakened by the blessed land's Tao marks. Let's talk about gu immortals. When gu immortals enter the blessed land, they will also be suppressed by the Tao marks. But gu immortals have immortal bodies. They are fundamentally different from mortals. What is an immortal body? To put it simply, it is nothing more than the Tao marks on the body. When a gu immortal invades the blessed land, the more Tao marks there are, the more the gu immortal will be suppressed. On the contrary, the more Tao marks there are, the less the blessed land's suppression will be. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was a blood path gu immortal. He could not enter many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. Because these fragment worlds had sparse Tao marks, they were much fewer than the Tao marks on his body. When Feng Yuan entered them, he was like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only consequence was that the fragment world would explode. The Tao marks of the fragment world would be destroyed and the winds of assimilation would blow, destroying all the resources in the fragment world. For example, the group of demons and Dongfeng Naganori fought in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Dongfeng Naganori used his terrain advantage to prevent the Gu immortals from using mortal Gu, but he could not stop immortal killer moves. This was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land. Even though there were many Tao marks, they were mixed. Dongfeng Naganori could not use all of his Tao marks. He could only use the portion of the blessed land he controlled, thus his power was limited. He could not even make the flying Gu immortals fall to the ground. It was impossible for all Gu immortals to use immortal killer moves to fly. But Gu immortals also had Tao marks on them. They could resist the suppression of the blessed land's Tao marks. The demonic path Gu immortals' mortal killer moves against Dongfeng Naganori were ineffective, but their mortal amplification was still effective. Penetrating insight, penetrating insight. Tai Bai Yunsheng was enlightened as he sighed. I understand now. Public blessed lands usually have weak defenses. Why is that? Because they are formed by countless Gu immortals cutting out a small portion of their private blessed lands and piecing them together. These blessed lands have many Tao marks. They restrict each other. They cannot be completely unified. It is like a person's 5 fingers. They can only move alone. They cannot be clenched into a fist. A blessed land that has a unified origin also has Tao marks as a whole. If there is a land spirit, it can expend immortal essence and mobilize Tao marks to form the heavenly power of heaven and earth. Immortal Gu are truth fragments. Desolate beasts have Tao marks. Gu immortals are even more so. Immortal Gu houses are the combination of many immortal Gu. Immortal killer moves are the combination of several types of Tao marks. They can form many effects or amplify a certain ability. Thus, be it blessed lands or grotto heavens, the purer the Tao marks, the harder it is to take down. Land spirit and immortal essence are things that can help in unleashing the power of Tao marks. Think about that imperial court blessed land. If not for the land spirit fighting with 88-point Jinyang Tower, it would have been impregnable. How could it have been destroyed? After saying this, Tai Bai Yunxing got up from his seat. He stood up straight and faced Feng Yuan bowing. Listening to Feng Yuan's words today, my vision is truly clear. I have gained a lot. From today onwards, I will not dare to call you junior brother anymore. On the path of cultivation, you are ahead of me. Old Bai, we were just having a casual conversation today. You don't need to be humble. I believe you have some understanding of this principle. It is just that it is not as clear as mine. Feng Yuan waved his hand lightly. Tai Bai Yunxing had a solemn expression. No, this principle seems simple, but it is very important. The word Tao is indeed more profound than the phrase man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. I was ignorant in the past, but now I realize the essence of Gu master cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to comprehend this principle. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Tai Bai Yunxing's words were not exaggerated. In fact, the reason he could understand this principle was because of the advantage of his transmigration. In his previous life, science was prevalent on Earth. The principles of mechanics, trigonometric formulas, acceleration, density, specific heat capacity, and so on, weren't they the principles of heaven and earth? From this point of view, science was also a way of cultivation. Give me a fulcrum, I can move the earth. Such a famous saying, in the world of Gu masters, was nothing more than, give me a Gu worm. I can radiate light and heat. Give me all the Gu worms, I can do anything. Precisely because of the contrast between the two worlds, Feng Yuan had a different angle to observe this world. He could comprehend principles that others could not. And in the world of Gu masters, was there no one who could comprehend this principle? How could that be? There were many people who comprehended this principle. Primordial origin immortal venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, was a more detailed explanation of Tao. primordial origin immortal venerable said this because he did not discriminate in teaching. He merely had a different starting point for inheritances. But those who could comprehend this principle were basically big shots, Gu immortals at the peak. They could comprehend it after looking back on their entire life of cultivation. Ordinary Gu masters lived in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals had to worry about calamities and tribulations. Where would they have the time and energy to think about these useless things? Whether they comprehended this principle or not, it did not affect their survival. In the end, it was the angle of thinking. But this angle of thinking could not be underestimated. Gunpowder was used for pill refinement in ancient times in China. When it spread out, it became guns and cannons. The brilliance of China's civilization was undeniable, but Earth's modern natural science was flourishing because of Western civilization's greatest contribution. Looking at nature and all living beings from different angles of thinking could form two different civilizations. It was hard to judge between civilizations. They could only say that they specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yinsheng, who was in the Gu master civilization, heard Feng Yuan's words and felt deeply moved. From his perspective, he could feel that Feng Yuan's attainment level was far higher than his. Thus, he did not dare to call Feng Yuan junior brother anymore. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. If he called Feng Yuan junior brother again, Tai Bai Yinsheng would feel ashamed. There was a feeling called being ashamed of one's inferiority. It was referring to Tai Bai Yinsheng's current state. The two conversed for a while more before Tai Bai Yinsheng bid farewell to Feng Yuan. Although the two had been communicating with each other before, after the face-to-face exchange, the vague barrier between them had already vanished. Feng Yuan had lived two lives. His enslavement methods were quite impressive. Just a simple Dao debate had left a deep impression on Tai Bai Yinsheng, causing him to concede defeat. Chapter 829. After knowing that Tai Bai Yinsheng had returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fairy Li Shan used her fastest speed to rush to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, old ancestor Shui, who was in charge of Snowy Mountain. Tai Bai Yinsheng was an outsider with a sensitive identity. It was not convenient for him to go there. Thus, the best location was still Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Tai Bai Yinsheng already had the experience of saving Danghun Mountain, the entire process was not dangerous. It passed smoothly. The pale-faced Fairy Li Shan finally let out a sigh of relief. After surviving this calamity, the heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted off the ground. However, the injuries on her body were still not light, and she still needed time to slowly recover. Fairy, wait. Just as Fairy Li Shan was about to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Feng Yuan stopped her. I have a huge transaction. I wonder if Fairy is interested? Feng Yuan spoke of his plan. He did not have the financial resources to refine immortal Gu. But that did not mean that even if Tai Bai Yinsheng, Feng Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan gathered together, they did not have the financial resources to do so. Right now, Fairy Jiangyu's whereabouts are unknown. To snatch Dark Limit Immortal Gu, we do not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods. It is very difficult. I obtained an immortal killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It is called Star Fog Concealment. It can obscure heaven's secrets. It is very suitable for us. Feng Yuan's words immediately moved Fairy Li Shan, as well as He Lulan. But when they heard about Star Fog Concealment, it required 2 immortal Gu as the cores to activate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Refining 1 immortal Gu is already beyond our limits. Refining 2 immortal Gu is impossible. This time, by restoring Minuscule Mountain back to its original state, Fairy Li Shan had saved a lot of expenses. But she was injured. She needed to ask other Gu immortals to heal her. There was also the heavy task that old ancestor Shui Hu had given her. She had been helping He Lulan in her cultivation earlier. Her deep financial resources were almost depleted. She fell into the same predicament as Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had no choice but to change to another financing plan. He suggested, gather the wealth of the 4 of them, by the experience of raising hairy men, and by a large number of hairy man slaves. From there, he could increase the size of the stone nest, and increase the production of airsac Gu. Thus, they increased the trade of guts Gu. After that, the 4 of them would divide the profits among themselves. The expenditure of this plan was naturally far less than refining immortal goo. But he was rejected by Fairy Li Shan. Feng Yuan, have you thought about the reaction of the Crane Gate? Your business of monopolizing guts goo can be said to be very popular. Many people are coveting it. If you increase the scale of the trade, Crane Gate will become even more envious. If the balance in their hearts is broken, they will come to take back your immortal blessed land. What should you do? We already have enough troubles on our hands. It's better to have less trouble than less trouble. Feng Yuan was silent for a while before saying, Fairy is right, let's forget about it. Fairy Li Shan returned to snowy mountain blessed land. He Lulan continued to stay in the stone nest, refining air sac goo for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's 2 suggestions did not succeed. He was not resigned to it. After returning to Danghun Palace, he contacted the land spirit of Langia. The hairy men in Langia blessed land. They were the highest quality hairy men that Feng Yuan had ever seen. Even in a high-end market like Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not as good as the hairy men in Langia blessed land. From this, it could be easily deduced. The land spirit of Langia definitely had the best experience in raising hairy men. Feng Yuan did not have immortal Yuan stone, but he had a wisdom path inheritance. He had many immortal goo recipes and a large number of immortal materials. They were what the land spirit of Langia desired. Could he use these things to transact with the land spirit of Langia? Feng Yuan went with hope, but he ended up with a swollen face. The land spirit of Langia had a firm attitude. It was like an iron wall. There was no room for negotiation. You want to get hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to transact with me, there is only one way, that is to complete the mission. The land spirit of Langia brought up the matter again. He still wanted that rank 6 poisonous flowers petals. Feng Yuan was a little moved this time. He thought about it and asked, If I obtain these goo refinement immortal materials for you, can you sell them to me as hairy man slaves, or a portion of your experience in raising hairy men? The land spirit of Langia waved his sleeves, rejecting him. Impossible. Anything related to hairy men is not for sale. You better give up on this idea. But if you can obtain the immortal materials I want, I can give you the goo recipe of all-out effort goo. In fact, not only do I have the rank 1 to 5 all-out effort mortal goo recipes, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe. Isn't this what you want? The land spirit of Langia threw out this bait. Feng Yuan was indeed moved, but Feng Yuan was a little angry. The land spirit of Langia was using Feng Yuan as a tool, but how could it be so easy to obtain the immortal material flower petals? The risk was too high. Feng Yuan was risking his life for it. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How many times had Feng Yuan taken advantage of the land spirit of Langia? But during the Northern Plains auction, the land spirit had suffered a huge loss. It was so painful that it woke up. Thus, the reason why the land spirit of Langia was so difficult to deal with was because of Feng Yuan. Only with effort would there be gains. Conversely, there was a price to pay for the gains. Feng Yuan obtained so many immortal materials without any effort. The price was that his relationship with the land spirit of Langia fell to a freezing point. But the land spirit was formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. It was very stubborn. Even though it would not lie, it would not change its mind easily once it made up its mind. Thus at this moment, Feng Yuan could not think of anything else. Langia blessed land could not help him much, not to mention getting financing from the land spirit of Langia. The plan failed. Feng Yuan could only sigh deeply. He focused his attention on the blessed land's tribulation. 2 days later, myriad self-giant hand rise. Feng Yuan activated an immortal killer move. 4 of the 8 strength path hands grabbed onto the 4 corners of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up, while the remaining 4 held onto the bottom of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up. Danghun Mountain rose rapidly. Soon it was 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood in the sky. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Inside the stone nest, He Lulan looked from afar, seeing the huge Danghun Mountain floating in the sky. She muttered. In such a short time he became stronger again. This time, Feng Yuan lifted Danghun Mountain much more easily than before. Not only because of the 8 strength path hands, but also because Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo had completely fused into the killer move Myriad Self, becoming the core. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo originally. But after Cleanse Soul was hungry, it could not be used, so Self Strength was used instead. Now Myriad Self was the core of the killer move. There were already two, one was Self Strength, the other was Pulling Mountain. Don't be dazed, receive it. Feng Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly opened his immortal aperture. As the 8 strength path hands lightly placed Dang Hun Mountain into his immortal aperture blessed land. Alright, the land spirit will lead you to collect some resources in the blessed land. Feng Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, and was led by Little Hu Immortal. She disappeared in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan landed on the ground. Without Dang Hun Mountain, the blessed land was empty. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and activating Time Luck Immortal Goo. Next, in his immortal aperture's dead land, countless mortal goo also flew up. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, with Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core. With the mortal goo as support, countless goo worms gathered to form a white gold fog of light. The fog of light flew up. It flew across the gray sky, and after flying for several li, it arrived beside a group of goo master captives. These captives were from Dongfang tribe. They had been imprisoned in the underground prison by Feng Yuan, but now they were taken out and placed in his immortal aperture. As the fog of light shrouded them, these captives shouted in fear. What is this? A bad feeling arose in their hearts. They wanted to dodge, but they were restrained and couldn't move a single step. The white gold fog of light revolved around them, from slow to fast. It rotated until it formed into a white gold whirlpool. The white gold whirlpool brewed for a while, and suddenly, with a loud sound, a white gold pillar of light burst out. Immortal killer move, Time Made Luck. The pillar of light pierced out of Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, moving up along his spine and shooting out of Feng Yuan's head, straight into the sky. After a few breaths of time, the pillar of light vanished. At the same time, the white gold whirlpool in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture also vanished completely. On the rotten ground, the corpses of Dongfang tribe captives were strewn all over. These corpses were all old and withered. Most of them were young, but now, they were old beyond recognition. Time Made Luck had such an effect. By snatching the lifespan of others, the Goo Immortal could temporarily increase their luck. I am not resigned to this. You killed us, murderer. We will turn into malicious ghosts to haunt you. For your own selfishness, you slaughtered innocent living beings. You are a sinner. You are a murderer. Eat him, eat him. Suddenly, countless vicious remnant souls appeared in Feng Yuan's body. They surrounded Feng Yuan's soul and attacked. Feng Yuan sneered. His tall immortal zombie body was unmoving like a mountain. The soul in his body, however, retaliated, clashing fiercely with the remnant souls. These souls were very tattered. They came from mortals and should not be worth mentioning. But at this moment, Feng Yuan's soul was suppressed by these remnant souls. But thankfully, they did not have any intelligence and could not cooperate with each other. Feng Yuan mobilized his soul and concentrated his attacks, paying a huge price before finally exterminating these remnant souls. After the battle, Feng Yuan's soul was only left with 30% of its original size. It was dim and lightless, like a candle in the wind, on its last breath. His injuries were extremely severe. But thankfully he had Guts Goo. Right now he crushed Airsac Goo. The Guts Goo inside also shattered, turning into the best resources in the world to strengthen his soul. A moment later, Feng Yuan's soul completely recovered, returning to its peak state. Compared to before, his soul was more condensed. It was like a piece of metal that had been forged. It was more compact. Chapter 830. The killer move Time Assist Luck did not consume the user's lifespan, and could increase their luck, but it had two flaws. The first flaw was the backlash of the remnant soul. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant soul was very fierce. Soul battles were very dangerous, but the user could not use any soul path methods. They could only rely on their own soul to fight. Thus, even soul path Goo immortals would often suffer heavy injuries to their soul after a soul battle. The second flaw was that the immortal body could only use Time Assist Luck once a month. What was the time of the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different time flows compared to the outside world. For example, one day in the outside world was 15 days in the blessed land. If the Gu immortal was in the outside world, the immortal body would experience 1 day. If the immortal body was in the blessed land, the immortal body would experience 15 days. The lifespan of a Gu immortal, from death to life, was the total amount of time the immortal body had experienced. Feng Yuan kept time luck immortal Gu and the other mortal Gu, before subconsciously raising his head to look at the sky. It is a pity that I do not have luck inspection immortal Gu. I cannot see the changes in my luck. I cannot see the effect of time assist luck. No, I cannot see my own luck, but I can see others. Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a method. He had luck inspection mortal Gu. He could not see an immortal zombie like himself. But don't forget, he had already connected his luck with Yi Fan, Han Li and Hong Yi. Once their luck was connected, the four's luck was like 4 bowls of water. The amount was the same. Feng Yuan's bowl suddenly had more water. He would immediately divide it into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 would flow to the other 3. Feng Yuan could not see himself, but he could see the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals. Southern border. In a dense forest, Yi Fan was like a monkey, moving rapidly on the mountain. He jumped and jumped over huge rocks. At times he climbed and grabbed long vines, flying between tall trees. His movements were extremely fast. It was as if he was possessed by a monkey. In fact, fine monkey hair had grown out of his nose, cheeks, the back of his hands, and other places. Yi Fan's eyes were no longer black and white. Instead, they had turned golden. He stared at the speck of blue light in front of him, and his eyes gradually became anxious. This blue face Gu is really slippery, so hard to catch. No, I have to catch it. It is a transformation path rank 3 Gu. It can change the appearance of a male Gu master. I am currently being hunted down. This Gu worm is extremely important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch attacked the depths of Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan took a quick glance and saw that the back of his hand was covered with thick monkey fur. His heart sank. Oh no. I forcefully activated the killer move monkey transformation. The longer I use it, the more monkey hair there will be. After the time limit, I might turn into a half-man half-monkey monster. But if I dispel this killer move, my speed will fall sharply, and I can only let this wild blue face Gu escape. Just as Yi Fan was in a dilemma, the sky quickly darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Soon, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. After a dozen breaths of time, a torrential downpour formed. The torrential downpour obscured his vision. Yi Fan completely lost the blue light that he was barely tracking. Damn it, after so many days and nights of effort, I still failed in the end. Sigh, without a Gu worm that specializes in capturing wild Gu, it is like being empty-handed. This is so troublesome. Yi Fan was in the torrential downpour and was soon drenched. He was extremely disappointed. Right at this time, with a crackling sound, lightning struck a tree in the middle of the mountain. The tree fell, flames rose and spread rapidly. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish the flames. This tung oil mountain is filled with tung oil trees. The flames easily spread and are hard to extinguish. I have to quickly leave this place, otherwise it will form a huge fire and seal the path. It will be too late to leave by then. Yi Fan quickly left. 15 minutes later, he stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the huge fire that was burning fiercely. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave, when suddenly, a speck of blue light flew towards him. Yi Fan saw it clearly and his eyes opened wide. It was actually that blue face Gu. But this blue face Gu had thick soot on it. It was clearly heavily injured. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed it. Normally, when refining a wild Gu worm, there would be strong resistance from the Gu worm's will, but now that the Gu worm was extremely weak, Yi Fan was able to refine it in a few breaths of time. To think that I actually obtained the blue face Gu like this. Yi Fan sighed, feeling that this was a miracle of fate. This pleasant surprise made him satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened and froze on the spot like a stone statue. It turned out that after the blue face Gu, there were 3 other wild Gu worms that escaped the fire, flying towards him while on their last breaths. Western Desert. On the rock beach, rocks of all sizes were piled up and spread out, forming a natural rock field that was thousands of li in radius. Hanli breathed heavily, his feet were in pain as he stepped on the rocks, but he still ran crazily. Brat, put down those 3 nodding stones. Behind Hanli, a rank 3 Gu master shouted angrily, chasing after him. Hanli heard this and ran even faster. In his field of vision, a huge rock group was getting closer and closer. Hanli couldn't help but show joy on his face. These rocks were huge and thick, and the gaps between the rocks varied in size, making them the best hiding spots. The rank 3 Gu master chasing after Hanli was extremely anxious. Hanli was only a youth, his body was thin and weak. If he entered the gaps, he would quickly leave the Gu master's sight. But the intense battle earlier had exhausted the rank 3 Gu master's primeval essence. He could not even activate his rank 3 movement Gu. Thus he could only chase on foot. Damn it, am I going to let him escape like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 Gu master elder. The other party is only a mortal. If I let him escape and this matter spreads, how can I show my face in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are extremely valuable. They are materials for refining rank 5 Gu. If they are sold. The rank 3 Gu master was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth and finally used his trump card Gu worm. Immediately his heart emptied. His lifespan was reduced by 2 years in exchange for 20% of his rank 3 primeval essence. He used 10% of his primeval essence to activate his movement Gu worm. His speed increased sharply, and in a few breaths of time he was behind Hanli. He then used the other 10% of primeval essence to activate a stone fist, which he shot out. The stone fist would definitely kill Hanli. But the Gu master's eyes flashed and he dispelled this thought. On one hand, he was afraid of breaking the nodding stones on Hanli. On the other hand, the Gu master hated Hanli and wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Thus, this stone fist brushed past Hanli's right leg and flew out, crashing into a group of tall and thick rocks. A series of muffled sounds rang out, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly everywhere. Hanli was heavily injured. His right leg was fractured. But he had a strong heart. He knew his life was hanging by a thread. He screamed and pounced forward with all his strength. His body was small and thin. He just happened to get close to the rock gap. The rank 3 Gu master was shocked. His primeval essence was completely exhausted. He had no other choice. Could he really let this brat escape? But soon, the Gu master calmed down. Although Hanli jumped into the rock gap, his head was bleeding and his right leg was fractured. He was dizzy and couldn't get up. Brat, you really know how to run. Run again. The rank 3 Gu master had a fierce expression. He slowly walked towards Hanli. Hanli felt despair. He subconsciously moved backwards, but his speed was extremely slow. The rank 3 Gu master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Hanli. He laughed sinisterly as he entered the rock gap. Boom. Suddenly, the few tall rocks that formed the crevice collapsed, pressing the rank 3 Gu master under the rocks. The rank 3 Gu master's ribs were crushed. His organs were pierced. After struggling for a while, he died on the spot. Hanli was left standing there in a daze. Central Continent. Universal Life Academy. This Gu refinement competition had already reached its final stage. 16 young Gu masters sat cross-legged in the square, refining Gu at the same time under everyone's gazes. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was getting closer and closer. Although Universal Life Academy was only a small sect, all Central Continent sects had a quota to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. In Universal Life Academy, there were only 3 quotas. They were reserved for disciples, elders and external elders. Right now, 16 Gu master disciples were competing for the sole quota. This competition is reaching its crucial moment. That's right, there is a final hurdle in refining Beauty Gu. It tests the Gu master's control over their mind. They have to unite their palms to prevent the fire from going out of control. Look, Qiaoyu has already reached this hurdle. He is purposely slowing down his refinement speed to give himself enough time to react. The spectating disciples discussed in low voices, analyzing the situation in the field. A moment later, 2 more people reached the final hurdle. As expected, it is Xielon and Luwen. The 2 of them and Qiaoyu are publicly recognized as the 3 most talented disciples of our academy in terms of refinement path. The final winner of this competition should be one of the three of them. Maybe a dark horse will jump out. Hee, that is not possible. Refinement path cultivation requires a lot of practice. It cannot be done in one go. Even if someone practices secretly, they will expend a huge amount of resources. The process of buying goo refinement materials cannot be concealed. On the stage, with the dean at the lead, 6 elders were sitting and observing the competition, preventing any cheating. As time passed, the 4th, 5th and 6th young goo masters reached the final crucial step one by one. It is basically confirmed. The winner will be one of Qiaoyu, Xiaolan, and Luwen. As long as they do not make any mistakes, they will be the top 3. Although the other goo masters have also reached the final hurdle, they have already taken too much time. While the spectators were discussing, the elders were also secretly communicating. Chapter 831. The Refinement Hall elder spent a lot of effort in nurturing them. These 3 standards are above average even in Central Continent. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great disciples. An elder praised. Hee, you flatter me. These 3 children have talent, but more importantly, they have the dean's support, otherwise, they would not have such proficiency. The Refinement Hall elder had a humble attitude. The dean was silent. The Refinement Hall elder changed the topic, talking about Hong Yi. Speaking of which, the dean's son Hong Yi also has such talent. He has entered the finals. Most importantly, he is not a Refinement Hall disciple. He does not practice much. To be able to obtain such results, it is truly impressive. The elders looked at each other. They were secretly disdainful of the Refinement Hall elder's blatant flattery, but they also agreed. That's right, that's right. With the dean's bloodline flowing in his veins, how weak can he be? When he first entered the academy, he was insignificant. But now, Hong Yi is already the leader of a group of disciples. He will definitely become a leader in the future. The dean snorted. Can I see that my son is trying to please the crowd? He was extremely lucky to be able to enter the finals. He dabbles in a wide range of things. He does not know his limits. He is proficient in many things, but he is lacking in many things. After this competition ends, let him go into seclusion for 7 days to reflect on himself. All the elders were silent. The dean had many sons. Hong Yi was the best one, but he was born from a concubine. He did not have a good relationship with his father. He had a rebellious personality. Thus he was often bullied by the dean. This time, Hong Yi was participating in the refinement path competition behind his father's back. At this moment, Hong Yi was sweating profusely. He stared at the lump of flame in his hand. Within the flame, the goo worm was gradually taking shape. Finally, I have reached the final step. It is a pity that I wasted too much time. Hong Yi observed others while he was busy. When he saw that Qiaoyu, Xiaolan, and Lu Wen's flames had shrunk to the size of a wick, Hong Yi knew that he had no hope of winning. As a matter of fact, he did have some talent in the path of refinement, even more so than Qiaoyu and the other 2. However, he rarely practiced. First of all, this was not his main focus. His energy was scattered, and his time was limited. Secondly, he had no financial support. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, his father had not supported him, and had only allowed him to focus on his main Tao. Damn it. Father had already sensed my intentions. I wanted to put Mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Father abided by the rules of the ancestors. How could he agree? He hoped that I would be like my other brothers and sisters, obedient and not offend His Majesty. But the Hong family is really unfair to my mother, unfair. If I don't avenge my mother, then I'm not worthy of being a son. Fine. Now I can only take a risk and take a gamble. This was the final step of refining the red beauty goo. And it could be done in one step by a refinement master. However, the flames were difficult to control, so they deliberately slowed down. Of course, I can't do it in one go, but if I'm faster than them, I still have a chance to win. Hong Yi made up his mind and immediately acted. Whether it was the spectating disciples or the elders on the stage, they quickly noticed Hong Yi's actions. Everyone shook their heads. So naive. Hong Yi wants to take a risk, but how can he turn the situation around? Unless he is a refinement path master. Of course he is not a refinement pathmaster, he is courting death. Quickly look, his flames are out of control. Oh no! Hong Yi shouted in his heart. The flames in his hands were flickering, crackling as they burned, as if they were going to explode at any moment. The explosion was not terrifying. After all, the academy had set a test. They had to consider the safety of the disciples. Failed. Hong Yi's heart sank. The flames in his hands had completely left his control. They even flew out of his hands. At once Hong Yi felt bitter. I still failed in the end. Achoo. He had been practicing Gu refinement at night recently. He had been cramming at the last minute. But now that he was relaxed, he was covered in sweat and sneezed. As he sneezed at the flames in front of him, they were extinguished. A fully refined red beauty Gu fell on the floor of the square with a bang. Refined. Hong Yi was stunned. Everyone was petrified. Puff. An elder who was drinking tea spat out the tea in his mouth. Even the academy's headmaster, Hong Yi's father, subconsciously stood up. He had a strange expression. He was extremely shocked. This sneeze, it was like a refinement pathmaster's technique. It actually passed the final hurdle in one go and refined the red beauty Gu successfully. Hong Yi, this kid, what kind of dog shit luck does he have? Who immortal bless land. Feng Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan and the land spirit, little Hu immortal, stood together in the sky, silently waiting for the arrival of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity will it be this time? Little Hu immortal looked at her master. Feng Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, this tribulation is different from the previous one. We have 3 Gu immortals and moved away Dang Hun Mountain. We have taken away many resources, greatly reducing the Blessed Land's foundation. Furthermore, I have also increased my luck. My chance of passing the tribulation has increased to 80%. The heavenly Tao takes away excess and makes up for deficiency. It is about balance. The deeper the Blessed Land's foundation, the stronger the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. Thus, Feng Yuan moved Dang Hun Mountain, and the rest of the precious resources into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. This way, he reduced his luck and lowered the difficulty of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. In the trip to Imperial Court Blessed Land, he once again experienced the wonders of luck path. He knew that the stronger his master's luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. It could be said that Feng Yuan had already made all the necessary preparations. But even so, there was still a 20% chance that Feng Yuan would fail to resist the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were many types of earthly calamities. Normally no one would know what an earthly calamity was. Earthly calamities came in all kinds of strange forms. When encountering a rare one, or even one that had never been seen before, the difficulty of resisting it would be very high. While waiting silently, the earth chi surged. The earthly calamity had finally begun. Flower buds after flower buds drilled out of the ground of Hu immortal blessed land, growing sharp horns and growing rapidly in a few breaths of time. Bright red flower buds spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. This is. While the immortals were hesitating, the flowers bloomed completely. These flowers were very large, like wash basins. The petals were soft like silk, stacked in layers. One flower had at least 6 layers of petals, a total of over 100 petals. This is blood poison tangerine, Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. He recognized the flower, and his heart was filled with helplessness. To think that this earthly calamity was actually a type of blood calamity. This blood poison tangerine only took 10 breaths of time to grow, bloom and wither. After it withered, its petals and roots would melt into a pool of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood would pollute the blessed land, causing a large number of life forms to die. The losses would usually be huge. To counter this blood poison tangerine, one could only use wood path methods. Other than that, if the blooming blood poison tangerine was destroyed, this flower would immediately turn into a pool of poisonous blood. But in fact, even if Feng Yuan had wood path methods, it would be too late. There were so many blood poison tangerines spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. How could he counter them? Thus, even though Feng Yuan had 3 Gu immortals, they were helpless against the sea of blood poison tangerine flowers. The blood poison tangerine quickly withered. the pool of poisonous blood fusing into a thin water surface. The water surface was not high, only reaching an adult's ankle, but it spread all over Who Immortal Blessed Land. The lakes in the eastern part of the Blessed Land were all contaminated. The fox groups and wolf groups in the western part were continuously poisoned. Countless fox and wolf groups died. Their corpses fell into a pool of blood. The blood flowed down, adding new poisonous blood. The Rockman slaves in the southern part were awakened from their sleep. Many Rockmen had blood-poisoned tangerines growing out of their bodies. After the flowers withered, the poisonous blood flowed. The Rockmen let out cries of agony, but very few died. Tai Bai Yunxing felt a chill in his heart. He could not help but look at the sky, sighing. Heaven really won't let us have an easy time. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. He Lulan comforted. Passing the tribulation is dangerous. It is not bad now. This poisonous blood is everywhere, although it is corroding the earth and the losses are severe. Look, the earth chi has already calmed down. This earthly calamity is over. Little Who Immortal had tears in her eyes. Master, we need to quickly get rid of this poisonous blood. The soil has already been contaminated. We will not be able to grow anything in the next few years. The pink flower rabbits, wolf groups, and fox groups have all suffered heavy losses. Feng Yuan immediately made his move. He activated Pulling Water Immortal Goo, continuously absorbing the poisonous blood into his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was already a dead land. It was filled with death aura. There was no life in it. He was not afraid of being contaminated by the poisonous blood. But the poisonous blood spread all over the blessed land. The range was too large. Even if Feng Yuan used Pulling Water Immortal Goo, the efficiency was low. He could not help but feel some regret. If I had known this, I would not have fused Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo into the killer move Myriad itself. I would have fused Pulling Water Immortal Goo first. This way, my efficiency would be greatly increased. In another aspect, I would be able to reduce immortal essence expenditure. Man proposes but God disposes. This was the current situation. After spending an entire day and night, Feng Yuan finally extracted all the poisonous blood in the blessed land, placing it in his immortal aperture. During this period he did not stop, he did not rest at all. The amount of green grape immortal essence expended was not small. The poisonous blood was spreading. This could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the deeper the corrosion, and the greater the repercussions. Although the poisonous blood was extracted, the layer of soil on the surface of the blessed land was already filled with blood poison. When one pinched it, it was corroded red. If it was not dealt with, this layer of soil would completely rot after a few days, turning into poisonous blood and contaminating the other soil. Feng Yuan immediately decided to get rid of this layer of soil. Tai Bai Yunxing had landscape as before and could restore the soil to its previous state. But Feng Yuan did not use this method. Like this, Feng Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lulan worked together, and after several days, they finally got rid of this layer of soil. Feng Yuan placed all the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. The amount of work was too large. From this point of view, it was actually a good thing that Feng Yuan gave up the northern part of the blessed land. Chapter 832. Who Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity was finally over. Looking back at this earthly calamity, if one were to talk about danger, there really wasn't anything. But this earthly calamity targeted the weakness of Feng Yuan's side. It was truly disgusting. Feng Yuan had 3 Gu immortals on his side, but they could only watch as the earthly calamity happened, and try to make up for it afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lulan continued to stay in Who Immortal Blessed Land. This was the safest place for her now. Under Feng Yuan's arrangements, she continued to use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to help the hairy man slaves in the stone nests refine airsac Gu in large numbers. Right now, airsac Gu were piled up like a mountain in the warehouse. Airsac Gu was a one-time consumable storage Gu. It was paired with Guts Gu and sold. Before the tribulation, Feng Yuan squeezed out He Lulan's value. The 3 stone nests refined Gu crazily, creating large numbers of airsac Gu. Right now there were too many airsac Gu. Guts Gu could not keep up. Fong Yuan changed the refinement plan. He only used one stone nest to refine airsac goo, while the other two refined star-thought mortal goo. This made He Lulan grit her teeth in anger. Because the deal had already been made. Before the tribulation, He Lulan would help the hairy men refine airsac goo. In the future, these airsac goo that contained guts goo would be sold to Fong Yuan alone. Now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had passed the tribulation, He Lulan would get a share of the profits from guts goo. He Lulan also lacked money. More accurately speaking, for newly advanced goo immortals like her. Almost none of them did not lack money. Especially now, Fairy Li Shan's wealth was drying up. She could not support He Lulan's cultivation anymore. He Lulan's desire for immortal Yuan stone became even stronger. But just as she wanted to expand her plans and accumulate her foundation, Fong Yuan reduced the scale of refining airsac goo. He Lulan was helpless. The 3 stone nests all belonged to Fong Yuan. He could refine whatever he wanted. He didn't need to care about the opinions of others. But how could He Lulan give up so easily? She found Fong Yuan. He personally negotiated, hoping that Fong Yuan would at least give up 2 stone nests to refine airsac goo and promote the guts goo trade. Fong Yuan warmly received her and then emotionally told her about his difficulties. Fairy Lulan, it's not that I don't want to expand production. It was really a headache. You saw it earlier. In the process of refining airsac goo, many hairy men died. If I add more hairy men, the costs will increase. But Star-Thought goo's refinement was much gentler. The hairy men suffered lesser losses. I have already lost at least 30% of my hairy men. If the losses continued, he would have to buy hairy man slaves. But as you can see, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land just underwent its tribulation. The losses are huge, so we need to be thrifty in all aspects. He Lulan frowned when she heard this. She felt very uncomfortable. She almost blurted out the words bullshit. Even if He Lulan did not know about Fong Yuan's background, she was clear. Before Fong Yuan underwent tribulation, he transferred all of his precious resources to Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. He did not suffer any huge losses. And in Jade Pool Blessed Land, he snatched so many resources. He also obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could be said to be one of the biggest winners in the Battle of Taichio. The guts goo trade had always been very popular. Most of the profits went into Fong Yuan's pockets. Even if Fong Yuan had no money, he could afford to buy a small group of hairy man slaves. Fong Yuan complained to He Lulan about his poverty, but seeing that He Lulan was unhappy, his smile did not change. He said, "Actually, in my opinion, the plan I suggested earlier is feasible. The 4 of us will raise a huge sum of money to buy the experience of raising hairy men, and then buy a large number of them to nurture ourselves. This is a plan that will last for 100 years. It is the most worth it in the long run." Fong Yuan brought up the matter again. He Lulan sighed internally. Fong Yuan's plan was actually beneficial to all 4 of them. But why did Fairy Li Shan object to it the first time he mentioned it? Because once this plan was completed, Fong Yuan would be the one who benefited the most. It would be a huge help to Fong Yuan. Among the 4, Fong Yuan needed hairy men the most. He had the stone nests. He could make full use of hairy men. In Fong Yuan's cultivation plan, there were large numbers of mortal goo that he needed to refine. But for He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng, they did not need them. If this plan succeeded, He Lulan and the rest would need to invest time and effort in raising hairy man slaves. The biggest use would be to sell hairy man slaves. But their immortal apertures were not suited for raising hairy men. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was better than them in this aspect. Fong Yuan could not only buy hairy man slaves. Raising hairy men was the biggest advantage. He could also use hairy men to refine goo and sell large numbers of mortal goo. Because of this, Fairy Li Shan rejected it. Fong Yuan's development was too fast. Even an experienced goo immortal like Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. Even though they were allies, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. After working with Fong Yuan so many times, how could He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan not know that Fong Yuan was a ruthless and crafty demon? He Lulan sighed internally. She frowned deeply. She did not answer Fong Yuan's words. She stood up and left. Fong Yuan sent her out with a smile. Looking at her departing figure, he shouted, This matter is not urgent, Fairy Lilan, you can think about it. Hey Lulan was flying in the air. She snorted inwardly when she heard this. Think about what? I don't believe you can endure it. You are only using one stone nest to refine airsac goo. The guts goo trade volume will decrease by half. This way, your monthly income, Fang Yuan, will also shrink. You are using money much more than me now. I don't believe you can endure it. No. After a few breaths of time, He Lulan's flying speed slowed down. The number of airsac goo has decreased, but Fang Yuan still has a large amount in stock. He can use this stock to keep the guts goo trade volume unchanged, or even increase it by several times. He Lulan flew slower and slower, the chill in her heart intensified. This Fang Yuan is truly scheming, so he was waiting for me here. His monthly income will not change, it might even increase. What about me? Those airsac goo in the warehouse were all refined by me, but according to the transaction rules, I cannot profit from them. But little Ant is already busy with her own matters. Fang Yuan is grasping this opportunity. He is taking advantage of me. Why would I drag little Ant down at such a crucial time? She has already helped me enough. He Lulan's heart turned cold. She returned to the stone nest and looked at the 3 majestic buildings below her. She suddenly realized. Compared to Fang Yuan, I am still lacking in many aspects, quite lacking. I have the great strength true martial physique. Fang Yuan is only an immortal zombie. But unknowingly, I have been left behind by him by so much. I thought I was shrewd and scheming, but Fang Yuan is simply unfathomable. He is even more scheming. I thought I had outstanding battle strength, but Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have a source of income. Goo immortal cultivation is not about fighting and killing. Management is the foundation. In this aspect, I am far behind Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lulan stretched out her hand and slapped herself several times. It's time to wake up. He Lulan's face was burning in pain, but her gaze was like lightning, her expression was firm as steel. Since young, I was nurtured as the clan leader's successor. When I was a mortal goo master, I did not lack cultivation resources, thus I did not know how to manage myself. I lacked awareness in this aspect. I still need to thank Fang Yuan for slapping me and waking me up. As expected, the best teacher is one's own strong enemy. I've decided, my first goal is to make myself truly strong. He Lulan was indeed a top-tier talent. She could recognize her own shortcomings, but also dared to admit them and make changes. After she woke up, she did not go and negotiate with Fang Yuan anymore. She calmed herself down and decided to find a profitable business that was suitable for her immortal aperture. This way, she felt that it did not matter if she only had one stone nest to refine airsac goo. Because this way, she would have more time to learn and accumulate, to think of a suitable business for herself. Fang Yuan was so busy that he felt dizzy. He first took out Dang Hun Mountain from Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, placing it at the center of Hu immortal blessed land. Next, he started to dig a new home for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained and the corroded soil was removed, the remaining soil still had a light red color. Grabbing a handful of soil and squeezing it, traces of blood would be squeezed out. Fang Yuan decided to rearrange the layout. This was not a small project. First, he had to dig up the original lake and river pond. Next, he started to arrange goo worms in the soil, forming a goo formation. Using the foundation of the goo formation, he bought a large amount of fertile soil and buried it. The new soil was also divided into different types. In the lake where the dragonfish were raised, Fang Yuan used dragon scale soil. This soil was granular and hard. Looking from afar, it looked like layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was formed when dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived in soil that was contaminated with dragon chi. When the dragonfish lived in the lake made of dragon scale soil, they had a strong urge to reproduce. As for the lake where the air bubble fish were raised, Fang Yuan chose jade beard soil. This soil was extremely cold when held in the hand, and when jade beard soil was suppressed to the extreme, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jade beard soil would form chi veins that resembled human blood vessels, or the roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng. This was also the reason why jade beard soil was famous. Air bubble fish were close to this soil. It was very beneficial. It could greatly extend their lifespan and increase their vitality. Because of these two types of soil, the habitats of the dragonfish and air bubble fish were named Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake by Feng Yuan. These two lakes were at the east of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragon Scale Lake was the largest. There were large numbers of dragonfish living in it. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. Above the Jade Beard Lake, there were large numbers of thick clouds. There were large numbers of star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a grassland in the sky. Groups of starlight fireflies ate the star fragment grass. They flew around the grassland, forming a sky full of starlight. Chapter 833. Feng Yuan had also placed the starlight firefly group into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture earlier. A portion of the star fragment grass group had also been moved away. It had completely merged and returned to its original size. The blood poison herb's poisonous blood only contaminated the ground. It did no harm to the star fragment grassland in the sky. Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake faced each other. Between the two lakes as well as around them, there were many small lakes that had been created. These small lakes and ponds did not use any special soil. Dragon Scale soil and Jade Beard soil were Gu refinement materials. Although they did not reach the standard of immortal materials, with such a large amount, Feng Yuan had to pay a huge price to create these two lakes. In these small lakes, there were some remnant water wolves and shark fin wolves. The desolate beast shark fin wolf that Feng Yuan had subdued was also roaming around here, hunting the fish in the small lakes when it was hungry. In the small lakes and ponds, there were a vast number of green jade crucian carps. These green jade crucian carps had tenacious vitality like grass. The poisonous blood could not poison them to death. Instead, a portion of them mutated and turned into blood jade crucian carps. In the market, these blood jade crucian carps were several times more expensive than green jade crucian carps. And at the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan did the same thing, digging soil, setting up a Gu formation, and using charcoal rocks to create a large lake. But this lake did not have a single drop of water. Instead, hot steam rose. Charcoal rocks covered the bottom of the lake. When the wind blew, the ash-black charcoal rocks would shine with a bright red light. This lake was named Charcoal Lake by Feng Yuan. It was the second best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The best method was the Dongfeng tribe's main camp, the Jade Pool Paradise. Feng Yuan had learned of this best method from Dongfeng Naganori's soul. It could be said to be very clear. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan's wealth was not enough to support it. Especially when the initial investment was simply too much. After careful consideration, Feng Yuan could only use the second best charcoal rocks to create the eerie fire dragon python's nest. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons in there and allowed them to develop. Far away, Feng Yuan dug up a small lake every once in a while, but he did not put any soil in it. He set up a simple Gu formation before pouring the poisonous blood that he took out from his immortal aperture into it. This poisonous blood, under the isolation of the Gu formation, only a small portion would seep out every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan dug out hundreds and thousands of small blood lakes. Why did Feng Yuan do this? This was the relationship between heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations and blessed lands. As he had said before, Gu Qing Shan's Gu, Feng Yuan, and Gu Qing Gu. The deeper the heritage of the blessed land, the stronger the fortune, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. For example, in the earthly calamity of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the desolate beast swamp crab carried gruel mud immortal Gu. It was immortal Gu Immortal Blessed Land's most valuable treasure. In the end, Danghun Mountain turned into a pile of mud, and only survived after Feng Yuan's rescue. Gu Shin Gu Master Dao. You have an advantage in one respect. If you provoked the jealousy of the heavens, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would come to weaken you. Of course, there were too many types of calamities. This rule was not absolute. It could only be said that the possibility was very high. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. But after the swamp crab earthly calamity was over, in fact, who immortal blessed land had gained a large number of enslavement path Dao marks, as well as a few earth path Dao marks. With the increase of enslavement path Dao marks, the life forms in the blessed land would be easier to control and reproduce. Stone men, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups, etc., they were all here. This was who immortal blessed land's greatest advantage. After all, the original owner, who immortal, was an enslavement path Gu immortal. Every tribulation, the number of new Dao marks would be the most in the enslavement path. Other than enslavement path, there were also a few earth path Dao marks. These Dao marks could make who immortal blessed land's soil more fertile, make the ground deeper, and absorb more earth energy to support Danghun Mountain. These Dao marks could not be observed by ordinary means. Instead, he fused it with who immortal blessed land, making this small world more comprehensive and more outstanding. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. Central Continent's world targeted Danghun Mountain and activated the swamp crab earthly calamity. But after passing it, who immortal blessed land had gains. The increase in earth path Dao marks caused the relationship between Danghun Mountain and who immortal blessed land to become even closer. And this time, the earthly calamity was the flower sea of blood poison apple. Feng Yuan guessed that Central Continent's world might be targeting his blood path grandmaster attainment. After passing it, who immortal blessed land gained a large number of new Dao marks again. Among them, the number of enslavement path Dao marks was still the highest, magnifying who immortal blessed land's original advantage. At the same time, there were many new blood path Dao marks. The appearance of blood path Dao marks no doubt improved who immortal blessed land. Green jade Christian carps turning into blood jade Christian carps was only one aspect of it. After Feng Yuan expended a lot of effort to get rid of the top layer of who immortal blessed land's soil, a large number of tender grass sprouts and small flower buds were already emerging from the exposed layer of soil. These wild grasses were called blood scythe grass. After they matured, they were curved like sickles, their backs were thick and the outside was as sharp as a blade. And these wild flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like the blades of axes, they were white in color, but they emitted a faint red light. Be it blood scythe grass or red axe flowers, they were both excellent Gu refinement materials. Although they were not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal Gu. The blood scythe grass and red axe flowers that were all over who immortal blessed land, once they matured, they would have an astonishing amount of wealth. And this wealth was actually brought to who immortal blessed land by this earthly calamity. Actually, in who immortal blessed land, there were many flowers and grasses growing there, like the blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, the 6 divine grass with 6 slender leaves and a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. But these flowers and grasses could only be used to refine rank 1 or 2 mortal Gu. Their value was far lower than blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood seeped into the soil, turning a portion of the roots and seeds of these flowers and grasses into blood scythe grass seeds and red axe flowers. Most importantly, the increase in blood path Dao marks transformed who immortal blessed land's environment, giving blood scythe grass and red axe flowers a foundation to grow. Rank 6 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7 Gu immortals. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven, filled with danger but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dao marks would transform this world, giving birth to even more valuable things. These things would provide Gu immortals with cultivation resources. Initially, who immortal blessed land could only plant large amounts of ordinary flowers and grasses. At that time, the soil was shallow, there was no water or wind. Even if they planted blue degree grass or horseshoe grass, they would not survive. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and went extinct. Who immortals suffered heavy losses, but they gained new wood path and earth path Dao marks. And because of the fire, there were fire path Dao marks. After the flood, there were water path Dao marks. With these Dao marks, Who Immortal Blessed Land's environment was improved. Who Immortal was able to transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, six divine grass, and milk tea flowers. Although these fortuitous encounters allowed the blessed land to be greatly improved, there would be losses in every earthly calamity. It depended on the Gu Immortal's ability to manage it. Gu Immortal's strength continued to fall. During the fifth earthly calamity, she finally died from the blue charm lightning shadow. After Feng Yuan inherited the blessed land, he barely survived the sixth desolate beast calamity, swamp crab. Together with this one, Gu Immortal Blessed Land had already survived the seventh earthly calamity. After this earthly calamity, Gu Immortal Blessed Land gained blood path Dao marks. It became the environment for flowers and grasses like blood scythe grass and red axe flowers to grow. Old farmers knew what kind of land and what kind of crops would have the best harvest. When Feng Yuan managed the blessed land, he had to adapt to the local conditions and play to his strengths. He did not allow Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before, and instead dug the poisonous blood lakes himself. It was because of this reason. In fact, not just these flowers and grasses, with these blood path Dao marks, I can raise blood trace foxes. The blood-patterned fox's reproduction rate would be much higher than any other fox pack from before. The annual production will be much higher if I buy some experience in raising blood trace foxes. If I am lucky, I can even enter the market and sell them for some money. But blood trace foxes were in the middle of the food chain. Feng Yuan still needed to bring in some blood trace rabbits as the main food of the fox group. What did the blood trace rabbits eat? They naturally had to eat blood scythe grass. Thus, Feng Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. He wanted to use these poisonous blood as nutrients, under the control of the Gu formation. It would permeate the soil and grow blood scythe grass and red axe flowers. Of course, to ensure the vitality of the blood trace foxes, Feng Yuan also wanted to bring in some poison-beard wolves. The previous Gu Immortal Blessed Land was not suitable for these poison-beard wolves. But now, with the poisonous blood, a small portion of the poison-beard wolves could survive. There was no need for too many poison-beard wolves. Only a small portion was needed to create a catfish effect on the blood trace foxes. Feng Yuan was extremely busy. His feet were about to hit the back of his head. Time always passed quickly when one was busy. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed in Gu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's modification of Gu Immortal Blessed Land had finally come to an end. Gu Immortal Blessed Land was reborn. In the east, Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake complemented each other. There were many small lakes and ponds in the surroundings. In the sky, there was a star fragment grassland. In the lakes, there were dragonfish, bubblefish, black carp, and blood jade carp. Beside the lakes, there were shark fin wolf groups, water wolf groups, and some earthskin pigs. In the west, the number of lakes increased, surpassing the number in the east. In the center of the west, there was a charcoal rock lake. At every set distance, there would be a blood poison lake. Hundreds and thousands of blood lakes were evenly distributed in the west of the blessed land. If one looked at it from a bird's eye view, it would be a spectacular sight. Not long from now, this place would form blood scythe grassland and red axe flower sea. Currently, there were only a few blood trace rabbits, a few poison-beard wolves, and a few blood trace foxes. But the blood trace foxes would continue to be brought in from the outside. Their numbers would increase. Chapter 834. At the southern part of Gu Immortal Blessed Land, a small portion of the rockmen were still hibernating underground. Because a large number of blood poison fruits died in the rockmen's tunnels, the underground homes of these rockmen would produce a bloodstone mine in a few decades. The underground cave that hid Wisdom Gu was restored using landscape as before. The Ji forest was dispirited, but it did not need treatment. It would detoxify on its own. There was even a chance that it would form a blood Ji forest. At the northern part of the blessed land, the area was small. It was used as a breeding base for regretful spiders. At the center of the blessed land was Danghun Mountain. Danghun Palace imprisoned Dongfang Naganori's soul, as well as dozens of eastern captives. The warehouse stored a large number of immortal materials. Over 5,000 kilograms of oil water, the huge dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, and a large number of air sac goo. Near Danghun Mountain, there were 3 Fong Yuan stone nests. Many hairy man slaves lived inside, refining goo continuously. As for the small batch of mirror willow trees, they were destroyed and had lost all life. The beggar moths that ate mirror willow leaves had no value. They were sold by Fong Yuan. This way, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and dragonfish, these 3 resources, were truly constructed. Unlike before where they were stored, if this continued, these 3 resources could be bred and sold for profit. It was already on the right track. But currently, these 3 resources were stockpiling. They could not rush into the market. Danghun Palace's warehouse still had a large number of air sac goo, but Fong Yuan could not sell them to the market and earn a huge sum of money. Crane Gate was still keeping an eye on Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was better not to attract too much attention. He had to sell them slowly to lower the risk and make a long-term investment. Who Immortal Blessed Land's construction was completed. Tai Bai Yunxing bid farewell to Fong Yuan on the 2nd day. During this period, he had put in a lot of effort. Without his help, Fong Yuan would need at least half a month to complete such a huge amount of work. In fact, not only did he put in a lot of effort, he even lent an immortal Yuan stone to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not have a lot of immortal Yuan stone to begin with. In the early stages of construction, there was a huge funding gap. Tai Bai Yunxing took the initiative to give Fong Yuan a sum of immortal Yuan stone to make up for this gap. Speaking of which, among the 4 who had signed the Snow Mountain Oath of Allegiance, Tai Bai Yunxing was the wealthiest. He was developing well in Eastern Sea. A large amount of resources were moved into his immortal aperture, causing his immortal aperture's foundation to be lacking. The earth chi was thin and showed signs of instability. This time, Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Who Immortal Blessed Land not only to help Fong Yuan, but also to return to northern plains and set up a blessed land to absorb earth chi while facing the earthly calamity. However, it was still too early for the earthly calamity to descend, and it would take some time to absorb the earthly chi. When the earthly calamity arrived, Fong Yuan would definitely help Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing left Who Immortal Blessed Land, but He Lulan stayed behind to guard it. Fong Yuan soon left Who Immortal Blessed Land and went to Central Continent. There was no other reason. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was about to begin. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain, Crane Gate. Clouds and mist shrouded this giant mountain. Cranes were flying among the pine trees in the forest. In an underground secret room of Crane Gate, it was dark and damp. The stone walls were covered in moss. Other than a stone bed, there was no other furniture in the room. On the stone bed, a young Gu master was lying on the bed. His face was pale as paper. There were no injuries on his body, but he was unconscious. It was Guyua Fangzheng. A Gu worm was lying on Fangzheng's chest, motionless. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the stone room. A Gu immortal appeared. His sleeves were fluttering, his face was like jade, he had a youthful appearance, but the most eye-catching thing was his eyebrows. His eyebrows were jade green and long. The ends of his eyebrows extended to his waist. Under his eyebrows his gaze was eerie. Lord He Fengyang. The Gu worm lying on Fangzheng's chest immediately flapped its wings, excitedly calling out the identity of the intruder. This Gu worm was the spirit incubating flea that contained Master Tenchuru's soul. Lord, please heal Fangzheng's soul, and let my disciple wake up. Master Tenchuru said. Sky Crane, you still have this answer. He Fengyang sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was more willing to let Master Tenchuru reincarnate. Why? Because Master Tenchuru was originally He Fengyang's subordinate. He had done many things for He Fengyang. He knew his background and was a talent. In contrast, Guyue Fangzheng was too young. He had the experience of being forced to sacrifice himself. If he held a grudge against Crane Gate, that would be even worse. Sky Crane, do you know the possession method that our Crane Gate obtained this time can be said to be perfect? It is extremely outstanding. If you had used possession before, your soul might not be used to it. There might be repercussions. But now with possession, it is as if you were born like this, your soul and body fusing together, getting along harmoniously. There won't be any side effects at all. This is your luck. You can be reborn and regain the glory you once had. Heaven has already given you this opportunity. Why don't you grab it? He Fengyang urged. Lord, the spirit incubating flea rustled, its voice deep. Please forgive my stubbornness. If I had really possessed him, I might not even be able to face myself. Fengyang, he is my disciple just like me in the past. Just like my past self, this is his future. If I had possessed him, I would not be able to face my own heart. Please help me, Lord, on account of my many years of service to you. You. He Fengyang's face showed a trace of anger. He had not been living well recently. To save 9 Palace Crane Little 9, He Fengyang had begged people everywhere, spending a large amount of money, but the results were minimal. Now, even his former subordinates were stubbornly going their own way, not listening to his advice, not letting him have his way. This possession method was powerful, but it had a precondition. It could not be used rashly. It was best to let the soul and the person being possessed interact for a long time before the possession. When Master Tenshuru had planned to possess Fengyang, he had placed the spirit incubating flea in Fengyang's aperture. So much time had passed, the conditions for possession were ripe, but Master Tenshuru had changed his mind. This meant that if Master Tenshuru still wanted to possess someone else, it would not be possible for the time being. He still needed some time to interact with the body. As for Dongfeng Naganori's possession of Dongfeng Yuliang, he had secretly placed a portion of his soul in Dongfeng Yuliang's body. The method was ingenious. Dongfeng Yuliang did not sense anything amiss. He Fengyang had been living unhappily these few days. He was frustrated. He wanted to scold Master Tenshuru, but he could not say the words in his heart, because He Fengyang could not help but think of himself from Master Tenshuru. Wasn't he the same as Master Tenshuru in the past? In order to save Little 9, he was stubborn and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Back then, when he was in desperate straits, it was Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, who had lent a helping hand. That was how He Fengyang was now. Thinking of this, He Fengyang let out a long sigh. Never mind, never mind. Since you insist, I He Fengyang will fulfill your wish. This is my compensation for what you have done for me in the past. If you want to possess someone else in the future and ask me for help again, it will not be for free. After saying this, He Fengyang waved his big sleeves, lightly brushing Guiyue Fengyang's face. After this action, He Fengyang suddenly disappeared on the spot. After a few breaths, Guiyue Fengyang's soul became as solid as before, and he woke up from his coma. You're awake, disciple. The spirit incubating flea fluttered in front of him excitedly. Guiyue Fengyang was confused. Master, where are we? Of course we're at Crane Gate, stupid disciple. Master Tenshuru laughed. Why am I here? Guiyue Fengyang's eyes were still absent-minded. He mumbled to himself, but suddenly he shuddered. Fear appeared on his face. He thought of that blood pool, the terrifying memory of the blood vines growing on his body when he attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Ah! Guiyue Fengyang screamed in fear, retreating subconsciously. But the back of his head hit the hard stone wall. He fell backwards and fainted on the spot. Master Tenshuru. 3 days later, Crane Gate officially announced the news of Guiyue Fengyang's awakening. Guiyue Fengyang, who appeared in front of the disciples again, had rank 5 cultivation level. During the morning class, Crane Gate's leader appointed Guiyue Fengyang as an elder of Crane Gate. At once, the sect was shaken. Former Fengyang's rivals like Sun Yuanhua were dumbstruck. The disciples and elite disciples were in an uproar, and the elders were discussing among themselves. Crane Gate's Gu Immortals had forcefully raised Fengyang's cultivation level to rank 5 in order to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The identity of a disciple was no longer suitable for Fengyang. New position, new identity. Guiyue Fengyang had just gotten used to it. He was at a loss of what to do. When he walked on the road, every disciple he met would greet him. There were many elite disciples who were older than him. Sometimes, when they saw former rivals like Sun Yuanhua, they would be very respectful. Many beautiful female disciples would often surround Fengyang. Some would look at Fengyang with watery eyes. Some would sweetly call Fengyang elder. Compared to other sect elders, Feng Yuan was excessively young. He could be said to be unique. His legendary experiences attracted the attention of many female disciples. Some even had unrequited love for him. Even Fangjing himself would sometimes forget his identity when he saw other elders, and would greet them with the etiquette of a disciple. Every time, the situation would be somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Fangjing had Master Tenchiru to help him. Crane Gate's leader would also summon Fangjing from time to time, asking him if he had any difficulties in life, asking about his well-being, making Guyue Fangjing feel overwhelmed by the favor. What made Guyue Fangjing even happier was that the sect treated elders very well. It was dozens of times better than the disciples. Master Tenchiru saw this and vaguely understood their intentions. Earlier, the sect's higher-ups had purposely sacrificed Fangjing, using his life to increase the possibility of attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now they were trying to win him over, to restore Fangjing's loyalty to the sect. Fangjing was not Fang Yuan, he was too young and inexperienced, he did not sense this intention. In fact, he had never had any complaints towards Crane Gate. This way, after becoming an elder, he had a greater sense of belonging towards Crane Gate. Chapter 835. On this day, Fangjing finished listening to another elder's public lecture, and was on his way back, but was stopped by a disciple called Shihong. Elder Fangjing. Shihong greeted first. Fangjing returned the greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Because this elite disciple, Shihong, was older than Fangjing, and was a senior brother several generations above Fangjing. I would like to ask Elder Fangjing, among the 4 entrance questions of the Refinement Path Convention. One of them is to refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo. And to refine this goo, the third last step is to use upstream grass and Zen Lion Mane, as well as a goo refinement method. But I keep failing at this step. I don't know what the correct goo refinement method is. This. Fangjing was stunned, his tone hesitant. He cultivated enslavement path and controlled flying cranes. His battle strength could be said to be outstanding among mortal goo masters. But he had no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchiru secretly transmitted the answer to him. Fangjing answered. This goo refinement method is called one after another hand. Its goal is to twist every upstream grass and every Zen Lion Mane together. To refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo, you need to weave 100 grass hairs within 30 breaths of time. Once this time is exceeded, the goo refinement flame will burn these grass and hairs. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, the goo refinement will easily fail. Fangjing repeated Master Tenchiru's words, becoming more and more composed as he spoke. After saying this, he continued to talk about how to practice the goo refinement method, one after another hands. Shihong's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat startled as he quickly thanked. Many thanks to Elder Fangjing for your guidance. I have benefited greatly. Is there anything else you don't understand? Fangjing smiled. He had gotten a kick out of being a teacher. No more. That's all. Disciple will take his leave. Shihong bowed and said goodbye. After the two separated, Fangjing walked for a while, but he suddenly slowed down. He frowned. This Shihong doesn't seem like he's here to learn from me. It seems like he's here to make things difficult for me. Hee hee, you can see it now. Not bad, not bad. Master Tenchiru grinned. Shifu, Fangjing cried out inwardly. So you already knew? Nonsense, your background is very easy to find out. Your age is there. Everyone knows that you have never cultivated refinement path. Yet, Shihong purposely came to ask such an obscure question. If you're not deliberately making things difficult for me, then what is it? Master Tenchiru paused and asked Fangjing. Do you know why he made things difficult for you? Why? Fangjing was baffled. Master Tenchiru laughed heartily and explained. It's because Shihong likes the female disciple Yu. Yu was Elder Yentang's daughter. Elder Yentang was alone. He was ostracized in Crane Gate. He did not have a good time. He intends to betroth his daughter to you, to form a faction and form an alliance with the youngest elder in Immortal Crane Sect's history. Otherwise, why would he keep inviting you for drinks? He even purposely arranged it. Let his daughter sit with you? Ah! Fangjing exclaimed as he came to a realization. Yu's beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind as she sat beside him. Sitting beside him, she passionately took food for him. She even repeatedly toasted Fangzheng. After a few sips of wine, her face was flushed. She was beautiful. You remember now, do you remember now? Ah, silly boy. Master Tenshuru was very happy to see Fangzheng stunned on the spot. He had the spirit of gossiping. Regardless of gender, age or life or death. Fangzheng sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said in annoyance, "Scheming and benefits, I really don't like it. From now on, if Elder Yin Tang invites me again, I will reject him. I am an elder anyway, I have the same rank as him. It is not a big deal to reject him. Silly boy, which organization in this world is not maintained by benefits? There is true love, but it is because it is rare that it is precious." Master Tenshuru sighed. "Don't avoid this. I advise you not to reject Elder Yin Tang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, don't ruin your relationship with Elder Yin Tang. Because right now, you are even more isolated than Elder Yin Tang." "Let's not talk about this, Master. I just mentioned the Refinement Path Convention. Recently, be it disciples or elders, they are all discussing it. What is this Refinement Path Convention?" Fangzheng purposely changed the topic. "You better ask me this question. Don't ask anyone else. Otherwise, they will look at you like you are an idiot. I will tell you in detail. This Refinement Path Convention is not ordinary. It is a grand event that happens once every 100 years in Central Continent. That is to say, without any lifespan extension methods, most Gu Masters can only participate once in their lives." Master Tenshuru answered. Fangzheng spoke. "Refinement Path Convention. Is it a grand event for Refinement Path Gu Masters?" "That is not the case. Gu Master cultivation has three aspects: nurturing Gu, using Gu, and refining Gu. The Refinement Path Convention is not a grand event that only Refinement Path Gu Masters can participate in. As long as you have skills in Gu refinement or have experience, you can participate in this grand event." Master Tenshuru continued. "The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is definitely the #1 Refinement Path grand event in the world. Every Refinement Path Convention, hundreds of thousands of Gu Masters will participate. They come from sects of all sizes in Central Continent. Even Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Gu Masters will appear." Southern Border. Fangzheng's thoughts were evoked. He could not help but think of Qing Mao Mountain. He then asked, "Then what are the 4 major entrance exams that Shihong mentioned just now?" Master Tenshuru said everything he knew. The so-called 4 entrance tests are equivalent to the qualifications to enter. Any Gu Master, no matter who, will refine Gu in their cultivation. The Refinement Path Convention has great rewards. It attracts countless Gu Masters to participate. If there were no checkpoints, then there would be too many people trying their luck just to make up the numbers. Thus, there are 4 entrance tests to choose the truly outstanding Gu Masters with Refinement Path attainment. That is to say, to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, one has to complete these 4 entrance tests. Fangzheng realized. Master Tenshuru laughed. Actually, these 4 questions test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu Masters with some experience can usually pass them. Fangzheng was shocked. "Master, I can't pass them." "No problem, under my guidance, you can also succeed. You can also succeed if you crazily train during this period." Lord Sky Crane said. "Is that so? Then wouldn't I be able to broaden my horizons?" Fangzheng was overjoyed. Central Continent. 5 Virtues Mountain. There was a huge crowd that flowed like a river. It surrounded 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent. It was the territory of a mid-sized sect, 5 Virtues sect. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, the 5 Virtues sect could be considered a major power. Especially because of its deep background, the current sect leader of 5 Virtues sect was an elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. Heavenly Lotus sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was a super force. Thus, although 5 Virtues sect had not been established for long, its development was smooth. The surrounding veteran forces did not dare to suppress it. Fang Yuan was disguised as a mortal Gu master. Right now he was mixed in the crowd, slowly walking towards Five Virtues Mountain from the foot of the mountain. He wore a black robe. He was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. He wore a mask on his face and a rain hat on his head. The brim of the hat was very low, casting a shadow under the sunlight, even covering Feng Yuan's shoulders. But this attire was not eye-catching in the crowd. Many people were covering him, even more than him. As the crowd slowly moved forward, Feng Yuan saw the entrance of Five Virtues sect. This tall archway had 16 huge pillars, and was more than 300 feet wide. It was even taller than a 5-story building. The words Five Virtues sect were written on the door plaque, shining with golden light. Below the archway, there were 6 stone lions. It was extraordinarily mighty and imposing. After passing the entrance, there was a large path, with stairs paved with top-quality green jade stones. It was like a green river, leisurely climbing up Five Virtues Mountain. Beside the large path, there were shady trees, verdant and verdant. Mountain winds blew from time to time, bringing a trace of coolness. The crowd rubbed shoulders with each other. People squeezed against each other. There were all kinds of people. Feng Yuan's gaze swept around. On his left, there was a group of long-haired female Gu masters, wearing the same flowery dress. They should be from the same sect. On his right, there was a white-clothed young master, fanning himself with a folding fan and riding a leopard, his eyes constantly glancing at the group of female Gu masters. On his left, there was a master and disciple, wearing shabby clothes, talking to each other. "Master, there are so many people." The disciple sighed. The master chuckled. "There are too many people, don't get separated." "Good disciple, your refinement path talent is very high. This is your chance to soar in the world. It is not difficult for you to pass the 4 entry questions, but you must get a good ranking. Only then will others look at you in a different light, and fight to recruit you." The disciple smiled proudly. "Master, don't worry. This time I will definitely get first place. The reward for getting first place will be a Gu worm to treat your illness." The master was about to speak, but suddenly, a huge force came from behind. The master was pushed to the ground, and the disciple cried out in shock, hurrying to support him. "Move aside! Move aside!" A group of tall and strong men walked over with an arrogant aura. Behind them, an old Gu master with a sinister gaze was leisurely sitting on a recliner, being carried by 4 people. Flying Frost Sect's first elder, Lord and Han, has arrived. Hurry and make way. The man leading the way shouted. "Let's go, Flying Frost Sect's people are here. We can't afford to offend them." Flying Frost Sect's first elder is coming with great momentum. They are trying to regain their face from Five Virtues sect. That's right, last time Five Virtues sect and Flying Frost sect fought for the Spring Eye. In the end, Five Virtues sect barely won, while Flying Frost sect suffered heavy losses. Everyone discussed, not wanting to offend Flying Frost sect. They all moved aside. "Damn it, they are going too far." The disciple helped his master up, gritting his teeth and wanting to argue. "Don't go." The master was an experienced person, quickly stopping his disciple. "What kind of force is Flying Frost sect?" In front of Feng Yuan, a male Gu master asked his companion. After getting the answer, the Gu master sneered in disdain. "Humph, the whole sect only has 3 rank 5 Gu masters. They are only SSO." The companion beside him quickly persuaded. "This is Central Continent, not Eastern Sea. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. It is better to avoid trouble. Forget it, forget it." The male Gu master thought about it, finally snorting coldly, not waiting for Flying Frost sect's people to arrive. He squeezed into the crowd on the right. "What's wrong with you? Are you blind? Move aside, move aside." The strong man arrived behind Feng Yuan and shouted angrily, trying to drive him away. Feng Yuan did not turn around, turning a deaf ear to him. The strong man showed anger on his face, but his expression immediately changed. "Rank 5 cultivation?" Feng Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 Gu master. He intentionally leaked a trace of his aura. The strong men were bewildered, quickly retracting their hands. On the bamboo chair, Flying Frost sect's first elder, and Han, sat up straight, staring at Feng Yuan's back. "Rank 5 aura. It's real. Such a disguise, he is either a lone cultivator or a demonic goo master. And Han squinted, waving his hand as he ordered. Still not moving to the front? The men hurriedly accepted the order and turned around, avoiding Fang Yuan and moving forward. In the mortal world, rank 5 was definitely a peak existence, the leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Crane Gate only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The young disciple and master merged into the crowd again. The young disciple looked at the back of Flying Frost Sect's people, feeling indignant. Next, he turned his curious, probing, and slightly worshipping gaze towards Fang Yuan. The white-clothed young master on the right kept his fan, and got off the leopard. The group of female goo masters in front purposely stopped, and many other goo masters took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan, expressing their goodwill. Rank 5 goo master, such a person, if they could befriend him. On the side of the road, the 5 Virtues sect disciple in charge of maintaining order also sent a message. Quickly report. We discovered a rank 5 goo master. Facing these people, Fang Yuan only said one word, scram. His tone was calm, cold, and filled with ruthlessness. Everyone's expression changed. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to pester him? The young disciple also hurriedly retracted his gaze. Fang Yuan retracted his aura again. The surroundings were empty. There was no one within 3 steps. Floating astronomy. Chapter 836. They followed the main road up the mountain, and arrived at the mountainside. A wide platform had been opened up here, and 3 large words were carved on the mountain wall. Disciple Selection Platform. Presumably, it was the place where the aptitude of the new disciples would be tested every year, and then the elders would choose the new disciples. But now, the place had been roughly remodeled. There was a simple goo formation on the floor, separating the areas. Each piece was labeled with a number. Every once in a while, the people in front would move a little. On both sides of the road, there were disciples of the 5 Virtues sect handing out number plates. Fang Yuan received a number plate with the number 63 on it. He walked up to the disciple selection platform, found the 63rd position, and sat cross-legged on the floor tiles. A moment later, the people in the square sat down. A 5 Virtues sect elder announced loudly. This year's Refinement Path Convention has 4 entry questions. Begin. At the next moment, the hundreds of goo masters on the disciple selection stage made their moves, displaying their abilities. Some of them had a ball of flame in their palms. This was the fire refinement technique. Some of them spat out clouds of smoke from their mouths. This was the smoke refinement technique. Some released several ice snakes. The ice snakes raised their heads and spat out cold air. This was ice refinement. On the other hand, a few tens of specks of starlight fluttered about in Fang Yuan's hand, and they were like a group of azure fireflies that coiled and flew about. According to the order, Fang Yuan put in the goo refinement materials. After a quarter of an hour, he finished all the questions and stood up. So fast. The 5 Virtues sect elder in charge of the scene had already known of Fang Yuan's rank 5 goo master identity, and had been paying attention to him. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, the elder still had a look of surprise on his face. The speed at which Fang Yuan completed the task was simply too fast. He didn't make a single mistake. His technique was extremely proficient. What? Someone's already done it. Fang Yuan's action was shocking. This attracted the attention of many goo masters refining goo. It's that mysterious rank 5 goo master. The old master stood outside and saw Fang Yuan. His pupils constricted slightly, and then he cast a worried gaze towards his disciple, praying in his heart, "My good disciple, you can't be distracted because of this and be disturbed." Thankfully, his young disciple was focused on refining goo and did not notice Fang Yuan's movements. Fang Yuan walked up the platform. On the high platform, the 5 Virtues sect elder immediately left his seat and personally inspected the 4 goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands. There aren't any negative effects. It's like a well-fed goo worm. Its condition is extremely stable. The elder of the 5 Virtues sect was inwardly alarmed. After he finished inspecting, he cupped his hands towards Fang Yuan and warmly said, Darren, please go up the mountain this way. Fang Yuan nodded. He slowly walked away from the disciple selection platform. Impossible, right? Someone actually passed in less than a third of the time. Such powerful refinement path attainments. Outside the stage, the crowd discussed noisily. Even the Gu masters refining Gu inside the stage were stunned. There were also a few who were too shocked that their minds were shaken. This caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan did not need to conceal his identity in this refinement path convention. He was also a Gu immortal. There was no need to hide. He started up the path up the mountain, and presently, after a while, a 5 Virtues sect elder came up to greet him. Sir, please wait for a moment. The elder had just spoken when Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. I know why you are here. I have no such intentions. A mere 5 Virtues sect cannot accommodate me. The elder was stunned, anger flashed on his face. He had come here with the sect leader's orders, to recruit Fang Yuan and invite him to become an external elder of the sect. In fact, 5 Virtues sect was one of the registration points for the Refinement Path Convention. It was to recruit talents. Originally, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was rank 5. Everyone in 5 Virtues sect was paying close attention to him. The refinement path attainment he displayed earlier even shocked the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect. How could he let go of such a talent? Thus, he ordered the elder to come forward and discuss. In the end, before this elder could state his intentions, he was rejected by Fang Yuan. This elder was very embarrassed after being rejected by Fang Yuan. What else do you want? Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple from anger. He snorted coldly. Sir, you are actually looking down on my 5 Virtues sect. Aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel with me? Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger froze. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir. You think highly of yourself. I am sure you will be able to obtain first place in the Refinement Path Convention. My 5 Virtues sect will wait and see. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to move forward. Turning around a cliff, he saw Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the forest. It was emerald green and complemented the surrounding vegetation. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were countless tables and chairs in the hall. There were even elite disciples of 5 Virtues sect waiting for him. Seeing Fang Yuan appear, one of the disciples quickly went to greet him. Senior, may I know your name, which sect, and which Gu master path you cultivate? Fang Yuan said solemnly. My name is Fang Yuan. My sect is a secret. My main path is a secret. Oh, alright, senior. Please pay 100 yuan stone as the registration fee. This fee will be used for. Before this disciple finished speaking, Fang Yuan threw the prepared yuan stone over. The disciple caught it in a fluster, saying politely, Please take a seat. After a while, Fang Yuan obtained a token. Fang Yuan's name was written on the token. Behind the token was a row of small words. Sect is a secret, path is a secret, register at 5 Virtues sect. At the end, there was still the registration time. Senior, please keep this token well. If you lose it, please replace it as soon as possible, otherwise, you will not be able to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue up the mountain. There will be the first Gu refinement competition in Fire Virtue Hall. Only by passing this competition will you be qualified to participate in the second round. This disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left Wood Virtue Hall. At this point, the registration was over. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects on the surface, but it was secretly supported by the Celestial Court. The Refinement Path Convention was of an unprecedented scale. There were hundreds of registration points all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects like 5 Virtues sect. They were quite strong. They were close to the 10 great ancient sects, or were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan wanted to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. He had to refine Gu at any of these registration points. Only by passing the 4 introductory questions would he be qualified to register and obtain the token. Because there were many demonic path Gu masters participating in the Refinement Path Convention, there were even Gu masters from the other 4 regions. The registration was very casual. Their names could be casually mentioned. Their paths and sex could not be mentioned. The main point was the token itself. There was also a group of special Gu masters. These people's sex or individuals had obtained a ranking in the previous refinement path convention. Thus they could directly participate in the refinement path convention. For example, Hong Yi. This was the situation. His Universal Life Academy had obtained a low ranking in the refinement path convention 100 years ago. This time, Universal Life Academy had 3 spots. They could participate in the refinement path convention without taking the test. What was worth mentioning was that only Central Continent Gu Masters and Central Continent Sects had this privilege. After all, this refinement path convention was organized by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Thus it was biased towards Central Continent itself. Of course, Crane Gate had a large number of free spots. But Fang Yuan was only a subordinate of Crane Gate. It was not easy to ask for this spot. Fang Zheng was in a different situation. A portion of the sect's spots were given to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion was given to the elders. Fang Zheng became an elder of Crane Gate. He could not compete with the disciples for the spots. And his own refinement path attainment was very low. He could not compete with the elders. To participate in the refinement path convention, Crane Gate naturally had to give out spots to those Gu masters with deep refinement attainment, who could uphold the reputation of Crane Gate. Thus, be it Fang Yuan or Fang Zheng, they had to register themselves. Fang Yuan held the token. He walked up the mountain and entered Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the Refinement Path Convention's competition. If their results were too bad, they would not be qualified to participate in the second round. Fang Yuan walked in and learned about the Gu refinement content of the first round. You have to refine the rank 1 water light Gu within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. You have to refine at least 100 rank 1 water light Gu to pass and enter the second round of the test. 150 will be rewarded with 5 kilograms of phantom flower petals. 180 will be rewarded with 6 basins of rootless water. 200 will be rewarded with 10 pieces of lightning strike wood. 240 will be third. 260 will be second. While 276 will be first. You will get a rank 4 healing Gu, green shine Gu that is specialized in detoxification. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The difficulty of this first round of Gu refinement was much higher than the previous 4 entry questions. But it should not be difficult for most Gu masters. Because as long as they refined 100 water light Gu, they would pass the round and obtain the qualifications to continue. But these rewards were very tempting to these Gu masters. The first was the rank 4 green shine Gu. Rank 4 Gu. It was a Gu that only the elders and clan elders of large forces, or even the leaders of small forces would have. To Fang Yuan, green shine Gu could be bought in the Jewel Yellow Skies group chat. Fang Yuan's level was too high. These rewards were not attractive to him at all. What made him interested was the challenge brought to him by the questions. The basic materials for Gu refinement have already been determined. They can be used for free. The Gu recipe for water light Gu is also given. You can look at it casually. But even if I use my full strength and use the water refinement method, I can only refine 250 at most. This result can only rank third. But in 5 Virtues sect, third place has already been taken away. This kind of question was about first come first serve. Once the first 3 places were taken away, no matter how good the later participants were, it would be useless. That is to say, for Fang Yuan to get on the board, he had to get second or first place. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. First, I can add other precious materials to increase the production of Gu worms. Water light Gu is only a rank 1 Gu. If I use rank 2 or rank 3 Gu refinement materials, I can definitely increase the production. But I will have to pay for this myself. Secondly, I can modify the Gu recipe. I have a wisdom path inheritance. If I modify this rank 1 Gu recipe slightly, I can do it myself without wisdom Gu. But wouldn't this not be a challenge? The fun would also be gone. Maybe I can challenge the water and fire refinement method. Water light Gu is a water path Gu. It is usually refined with water or ice. But if I do the opposite and use fire refinement, there might be a miraculous effect. Chapter 837. Fong Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a wonderful method. The goo recipe had already been given, but goo masters could use many methods to refine goo. For example, fusing two materials and using fire to melt them was one method. Using water to melt them and mix them together was another method. Both methods were different, but they could achieve the same result. 30 minutes later, Fong Yuan's name was at first place. He had obtained green shine goo. Fong Yuan had not practiced this water and fire refinement method much, but water-like goo was too easy to refine. Even if Fong Yuan was not familiar with it, he managed to refine 177 goo. It was one more than the standard for first place. Fong Yuan's outstanding performance made the sect leader of Five Virtues sect personally come over to greet him, because of that elder's bad attitude. Next, this sect leader faintly showed the intention of recruiting him, but his tone was extremely tactful. Fong Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not angry. His attitude became even more polite, personally sending Fong Yuan out. Passers-by who saw the scene cast surprised gazes. Being able to get first place proved that his refinement path attainment was extraordinary. No matter what cultivation level, he would be passionately recruited by all the large forces. Just by relying on refinement path, Fong Yuan had a foundation in the mortal world. He would be able to eat and drink well almost everywhere he went. Not to mention that Fong Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. Thus, Five Virtues sect's sect leader did not dare to offend Fong Yuan. His attitude was extremely polite. Evidently, this sect leader not only had a deep background, he also had sharp and accurate judgment, and was able to adapt to circumstances. It was no wonder he could single-handedly create a foundation like Five Virtues sect. But he would never have thought that Fong Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the vast number of mortals, there were still too few immortals. Five Virtues sect's sect leader was worrying too much. According to Fong Yuan's personality, no matter how unpleasant that elder's words were, Fong Yuan would remain indifferent. As long as he did not obstruct his path of seeking eternal life. Whether it was insults or praises, they were just words. Fong Yuan would not take it to heart. There was still some time before the second match. After Fong Yuan left Five Virtues sect, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 1 day in Middle Continent was equivalent to 3 days and 2 nights in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you asked for before is here. I've already prepared it for you. As soon as Fong Yuan returned, the land spirit, Little Fox Fairy, appeared and brought him a piece of good news. Her face was filled with a come and praise me expression. Very good. Fong Yuan rubbed Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal was very happy. She smiled until her eyes narrowed. Fong Yuan asked the land spirit to prepare some mortal goo worms. Some were bought from Jewel Yellow Skies. Some were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Holding these mortal goo, Fong Yuan released a small amount of nebula. Nebula flew out of his mind and entered his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Fong Yuan? What will is this? Seeing the arrival of Fong Yuan's nebula, Mo Yao's fake will immediately felt something amiss. Fong Yuan's nebula smiled. Without saying anything, it pounced forward. Mo Yao's fake will could not dodge in time. The two wills collided and tangled together. Mo Yao's fake will screamed in shock. It wanted to escape, but it kept retreating. Where are you going? Fong Yuan sneered in his heart. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move, locking Mo Yao's fake will in place. Fong Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yao's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Fong Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Fong Yuan's nebula. It was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's fake will had the upper hand. Its experience far surpassed Fong Yuan's. But Fong Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-pointed star drill, directly shattering Mo Yao's fake will. Fong Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak anymore. It quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Fang Yuan's third killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared. It helplessly moved along with Fang Yuan's nebula, along with the starlight whirlpool. The two wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Fang Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Fang Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yao's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yao screamed, "Fang Yuan, you are too stupid, too arrogant. At most, we will go our separate ways." Saying so, Mo Yao's fake will rapidly decreased. It actually attempted suicide. It was trying to destroy itself. Fang Yuan chuckled. He had already calculated this move. With a thought, a starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yao's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide. The fake will continued to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continued to be produced. Even Fang Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will. It actually replenished the past. Mo Yao's fake will could not grow. It maintained a certain size. It could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch. I could not do anything. But now, if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yao's fake will was like dead ashes. Fang Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she no longer had any value. She was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Fang Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately. Fang Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live, as long as there was a trace of hope. Even Mo Yao's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. A moment later, inside the immortal aperture, the battle ended. Fang Yuan's nebula returned triumphantly. It was a fruitful journey. The will of Mo Yao that was left behind had collapsed. She could not even form a normal human form. Fang Yuan made arrangements to nurture Mo Yao's fake will again, preparing for the next search. At the same time, the vigilant Fang Yuan left behind many mortal goo worms to restrain Mo Yao's will, to prevent her from committing suicide again. Fang Yuan's nebula that was entangled with Mo Yao completely broke away. It had less than 30% of its original size. A full 70% had been expended just now. Fang Yuan's nebula flew into the sky, leaving the immortal aperture. It flew up and entered Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, inspecting the information that nebula brought. Search of will and soul were different. Soul search directly searched the soul and read all memories. But search of will required one's own will to forcefully communicate with the other party. During this process, all sorts of methods were needed to make the other parties will obediently submit. If one was not proficient in methods to deal with wills, their efforts would be in vain. Against different types of wills, the methods used were different. Fortunately, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very comprehensive. After Fang Yuan grasped it, Mo Yao's will, which was hard to deal with earlier, was like a fish on the chopping board. After each search, the target's will needed to be nurtured for a period of time. Wills were weaker than souls. What was worth mentioning was that wills carried fewer memories than souls, and most of them were memory fragments. But what Fang Yuan wanted the most was clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. This time, Fang Yuan's main objective of searching wills was achieved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, pondering. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was located in the River of Time. Mo Yao did not know what treasures were in the inheritance. She only knew that to inherit this peerless demon venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Not only that, the Gu Immortal had to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time. In the River of Time, they would have to find a stone lotus island. Only by going to the Stone Lotus Island would they be able to see Red Lotus will. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. It is so difficult to obtain it. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. This was a little too difficult. Rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada. Once activated, the Gu Master's self-detonation only had a certain chance of success. To see Red Lotus will, they would have to risk suicide. Even if the Gu Master successfully entered the River of Time, where would that Stone Lotus Island be? Feng Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had some experience, he had never found any Stone Lotus Island. That meant, not only did the Gu Master have to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry the will into the River of Time, they also had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to travel in the river and find a Stone Lotus Island. Feng Yuan could not do this. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada now was like a one-way trip. He could not control the direction or the route. To control Spring-Autumn Cicada to this extent, I need other supplementary methods. Unfortunately, I do not have such methods. These methods were undoubtedly time path methods. But regarding these, Feng Yuan was at a loss. He was almost completely blank. Currently, if Feng Yuan wanted to inherit Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he still had a long way to go. He needed a lot of preparation. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was placed in the River of Time. It was a huge risk to obtain it. Feng Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside for now. For the next period of time he stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, waiting for the second round of the Gu Refinement Competition, while using the Light of Wisdom to deduce the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. The vaguely familiar face he obtained from the Northern Plains auction was 50% complete. The 3 core Immortal Gu were not concealed. The problem was, these 3 core Immortal Gu were not owned by Feng Yuan. They were in the hands of others. Immortal Gu were unique. If Feng Yuan wanted to recreate vaguely familiar face, he would need to change the core Immortal Gu to another Immortal Gu. It would be best if it was an Immortal Gu that he already had. This was very difficult, because it involved Transformation Path and Wisdom Path, and Feng Yuan's attainment level in these two aspects was not high. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 838. Central Continent, East Coast. The waves surged endlessly. Frost energy spread everywhere, forming a white fog that shrouded the surrounding hundreds of years ago. A piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere, landing on the east coast of Central Continent. This profound ice was huge. It was the size of a small island. The frost energy was oppressive. There were many ice path wild Gu gathered on the ice, as well as 3 to 4 types of frost-type shrubs. After the profound ice was discovered, it caused a huge commotion. The Gu masters living on the east coast guessed the origin of this profound ice. There were 2 main theories. The first was that the profound ice floated from the east. It was likely to originate from the icy sea area of Eastern Sea. This sea area was cold all year round. The coldness was bone-chilling. Ice currents were like pythons, winding around the bottom of the sea. Once it got close to the water, it would turn into a huge ice block. The second theory was that it broke during the day and fell from the sky. At first, it should be larger, like a small continent. But in the process of falling, the friction created heat, it melted, and when it fell into the sea, the heat was extinguished, eventually turning into this profound ice island. The edges of this profound ice were smooth without any edges. It was like a melting candle. It was proof of this theory. This profound ice was on the beach, not moving. At first, it attracted many mortal Gu masters who came to plunder. These Gu masters who were in a favorable position had all made a windfall. The wild Gu and frost-type shrubs on the profound ice were all plundered. In the next few years, many Gu masters came to the profound ice island. They stayed and did not leave. So, although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt, the frost energy was everywhere. It was the best place for ice path Gu masters to cultivate. Central Continent's east coast was warm all year round. It was like spring or summer. It was hard for ice path Gu masters to cultivate. Thus, this profound ice island attracted many ice path Gu masters and water path Gu masters. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. As the number of people increased, the ice island's size was limited, more and more outsiders came. To protect their own benefits, the goo masters on the ice island formed an alliance of their own accord. They enclosed the ice island and did not open it to outsiders. From this, they formed a force that was neither big nor small. After hundreds of years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance. This was because a few generations of ambitious leaders had emerged, and they gradually solidified and established sections. Then it gradually developed and expanded, becoming a major force today. Within a radius of several thousand miles, there were few forces that could contend against it. The name of this sect was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the mystic ice island, which was the foundation of the sect, was a historical origin that floated here from the outside world. The second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be held in the Flying Frost Pavilion. With the token in hand, Fang Yuan arrived at the Flying Frost Pavilion. The test this time was to refine a rank 2 ghost fire goo. The rules had also been changed. Unlike the first question, which relied on quantity to win, this time was the standard. The requirement is for a goo master to refine 10 ghost fire goo at the same time. The shorter the time, the higher the result. A set of criteria was listed in the question. The person who took half an incense stick's time or less would get first place. First come, first served. Someone won first place, and then there would be others who won first place. He could only be ranked second. If there was someone in the second place, he could only be ranked third. If there was someone in the top 3, he could only fail and not get any rewards. This time, the reward for first place was 5 rank 3 Ice Path Goo Worm recipes. For Refinement Path Goo Masters, Ice Path Goo Masters, or even any force, it was a huge attraction. When Fang Yuan entered the stage to refine goo, the top 3 spots were still empty. The second round's difficulty is much higher than the first. It is not hard to refine 10 ghost fire goo one by one. I can easily finish it in less than half an incense stick's time. But the difficulty lies in refining 10 ghost fire goo at the same time. Ghost fire goo belongs to Fire Path and Soul Path. The refinement process is very complicated and requires a lot of mental energy. If I refine it for a long time, my soul will become weak. This is one of the characteristics of Soul Path Goo Worm refinement. Fang Yuan thought for a while, and decided to use the combination of Soul Path and Fire Path refinement methods to burn spectral souls and form fake ghost fire to refine true ghost fire. Flying Frost Pavilion was a righteous sect. Fang Yuan had to prepare the spectral souls he burned himself. Flying Frost Pavilion would not provide such goo refinement materials. Unorthodox demonic path. Seeing that Fang Yuan used this method, and Han snorted coldly from outside. On the stage, Flying Frost Pavilion's leader's pupils shrunk as he thought. 5 Virtues sect's leader tried to recruit this person but was rejected. This person is burning spectral souls in public. This is clearly a demonic path act. They are unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Even if Flying Frost Pavilion recruits this person, it will be a huge problem. I should forget about it. Participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Other than not fighting and killing, it did not matter if the Goo Master was righteous or demonic. Demonic Path Goo Masters were not prohibited from participating. As long as they used refinement path methods, they could exchange pointers. Precisely because of this generosity, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention became increasingly prosperous. Those who did not know the inside story would praise the generosity of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only people like Fang Yuan knew that this was related to Infallible's inheritance. The secret of Infallible's inheritance required more Goo Masters to participate, the better. But there was a difference between righteous and demonic. Fang Yuan used souls to refine Goo. It went against the harmony of heaven. It was a cruel demonic method that the righteous path despised. The spectating Goo Masters were mainly from the righteous path. Seeing a demon like Fang Yuan, they felt great disgust and disgust. They could not help but hope that Fang Yuan's refinement would fail. Maybe because they were united, their prayers were effective. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fang Yuan suddenly exploded. 10 ghost fire goo were about to form, but one of them turned into ashes. falling from the fire and becoming a pile of ashes on the ground. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined. Some outspoken righteous path Gu masters even cheered. But when they thought of Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut their mouths, but their joyful expressions could not be concealed. And Han also showed slight joy on his face. Fang Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to Fang Yuan's previous progress, he was already at the final few steps of the refinement. Fang Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. Spectral soul incineration's effect was very obvious. If he skipped a few steps and succeeded, he would need less than 15 minutes. First place would be Fang Yuan's. Of course, Fang Yuan did not care about these rewards and rankings. But Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he failed, he would lose a lot of face in front of his peers. Secondly, obtaining first place in the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely high honor for a Refinement Path Gu Master. The reward for first place also made Han extremely moved. Alright, this way, he will have to refine Gu again. Refining 9 Ghost Fire Gu, even if he is missing one, he will not pass. He can only start again and refine 10 at the same time, only then can he pass. And Han barely restrained his expression, but he was overjoyed inwardly. As expected, those who commit unrighteousness will bring about their own destruction. Even if he uses living souls to refine Gu, he will fail. He is the winner of 5 Virtues sect's first round, so be it. But in our Flying Frost sect, first place will definitely belong to Lord Han. Unorthodox demonic path failing in Gu refinement. This is truly satisfying. The spectators converse secretly. Of course, there was a Gu formation that isolated sound. It would not disturb the Gu master refining the Gu. But just as everyone was rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fang Yuan's hand suddenly split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. The big lump contained 9 ghost fire Gu embryonic forms. There was nothing in the small lump of ghost fire. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply and became serious. The explosion of that ghost fire Gu earlier was not his mistake, but the Gu refinement itself had a chance of failure. Although the failure rate of rank 2 Gu was not high, and Fang Yuan had already perfected it, there was nothing he could do about this probability. Right now he was maintaining the large lump of ghost fire with one hand, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire. A boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together. The small lump of ghost fire suddenly burst into flames, emitting miserable cries. He actually used a human soul. In public he even dared to burn a human soul. This. He. As expected of a demonic path rank 5 existence, he is so arrogant. Flying Frost sect's people had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Fang Yuan was publicly burning human souls to refine Gu here. He was not putting Flying Frost sect in his eyes at all. But this was the Refinement Path Convention. No matter how unhappy Flying Frost sect was, they could not stop Fang Yuan from refining Gu. Unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects and not let their sect continue to exist. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His attention was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to throw in Gu refinement materials, controlling the ghost fire's size, strength, and weakness. At the crucial step, he threw a pill fire Gu and a soul ball Gu into the fire at lightning speed. The 2 Gu worms fused in the fire, fusing into one, forming the incomplete ghost fire Gu. Some knowledgeable Gu masters saw this and gasped in shock. Throwing in 2 Gu worms consecutively, this is a refinement path technique. Repeat cast. Although repeat cast is one of the most basic refinement path techniques, this person is using it very proficiently. It is as natural as breathing. This isn't something that can be achieved with talent alone. It requires countless times of practice and bitter cultivation to reach such a level. Does this person cultivate refinement path primarily? Hard to say. When he signed up, his sect and path were all kept a secret. He is a true demonic cultivator. He should not have a sect. His path should be refinement path. Everyone guessed. Of course, their guesses were not accurate at all. Fang Yuan's main path was strength path. It had nothing to do with refinement path. He also had an official sect identity. He belonged to Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If everyone knew that the ruthless demon in front of them was someone from Crane Gate, who knew what expressions they would have? A moment later, Feng Yuan succeeded. The two ghost fires fused back into one. The final few steps were carried out in an orderly manner. There were no more accidents. Eventually, the ghost fire dissipated, and 10 ghost fire goo flew out. There was a hush outside, no one spoke. Flying Frost Sex Elder's expression was ashen. He announced helplessly. The goo refinement was successful. It took less than 30 minutes. First place goes to Feng Yuan. Lad, do you know what my path is? Are you sure the goo recipe you are giving is suitable for my path? The young goo master was stunned. Senior, aren't you a refinement path cultivator? The meaning behind his words was that the goo recipe he was taking out for the gambling battle was a refinement path goo recipe. Feng Yuan chuckled. My main path is naturally not refinement path. Lad, you are only using a goo recipe to bet a rare rank 4 goo with me. Do you know that if you fail to refine a rank 5 goo, even I will suffer a huge loss? Are you trying to harm me, or do you think I am stupid enough to agree to such a bet? The young goo master wanted to speak, but his Adam's apple moved several times, but he could not speak. He stood on the spot motionlessly. His master quickly came over and bowed to Feng Yuan. Since Sir is rejecting the gambling battle, then we will not gamble anymore. We will not gamble anymore. Why are you not gambling again? Everyone saw that there was no show to watch. They immediately booed. The first place of 5 virtues sex competition, the mysterious demonic path goo cultivator Feng Yuan, and the second place young goo master Zheng Shanchuan. They are actually refusing to watch it because they do not have enough money? Come, let's help them. If we all contribute a little, we can gather enough stones to form a mountain. A busybody suggested. No, my disciple was too rash. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. The old master heard this and shuddered. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed, wanting to disrupt this situation. He had strength path Dao marks on his body. His immortal aperture was independent. If he used luck inspection immortal goo secretly, these mortals would not be able to defend against it. Immediately, Feng Yuan looked at the luck of this master and disciple. Zheng Shanchuan's luck was like a rainbow light. It was dazzling and extraordinary. On the other hand, old man Qishan's luck was like a broken jade basin. Threads of gray luck flowed out of the jade basin. Old man Qishan's luck was terrible, but Zheng Shanchuan was close to him. Their luck was already connected. A portion of the rainbow-like destiny split off and entered old man Qishan's jade basin of destiny, greatly diluting his gray destiny. Feng Yuan felt interested, thinking. To think that I would meet the ancestor of Shanchuan Hall here. If I kill him now, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, there will not be a superforce like Shanchuan Hall left on the East Coast. Feng Yuan's killing intent rose. He saw that the master and disciple's luck was shaking. It was like a strong wind was blowing. The rainbow light dimmed. It was on the verge of death. But what benefits do I get by doing this? Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me. It was not my intention. It is all that Mo Yao's fault. But how can I reason with him? I will leave this Zheng Shanchuan alive. I need to preserve these people as much as possible. That will ensure the advantage of my rebirth. Feng Yuan thought again. Back then in Northern Plains he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear, it was the ambition of a demonic path overlord. In his previous life he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was a step away from rank 7. It was mostly because of fortuitous encounters. He had wasted his time in his early years. Feng Yuan was confident. Even if these people grew up and achieved even greater accomplishments than in his previous life, Feng Yuan had the ability to deal with them and gain benefits from them. He could even trample on these people and carve out a path of blood for himself, towards eternal life. As for whether eternal life existed or not, what did it matter? Even if he died along the way, what regrets would there be? This path was the life that Feng Yuan wanted. It was filled with challenges, fun, and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth, and authority were just tools that could be used. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately, he saw that Zheng Shanchuan and Old Man Qishan's luck recovered to normal. It was even vaguely more prosperous. The wonders of luck path are truly indescribable. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at this sight. Recently, he had gained a new understanding of luck path. Luck path was not omnipotent, it had to match one's own cultivation level. Right now, with just a thought, Fang Yuan could change the luck of this pair of master and disciple. Right now, Fang Yuan actually wanted Zheng Shanchuan to decide on the topic. That was to say, Zheng Shanchuan could use the topic he was most skilled in to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could only accept it, he had no right to change it. Thus, once he said that, the surrounding Gu masters gasped. They thought that Fang Yuan was too arrogant. They all favored the young Gu master, Zheng Shanchuan. Disciple, don't duel, our main matter is the competition. Old Man Qishan continued to urge. Even though Zheng Shanchuan had a huge advantage, this master was still worried. He did not want to see his beloved disciple suffer any misfortune. But Zheng Shanchuan was a youngster after all, he was hot-blooded. Master's heat poison is already very serious. It will be too late if we do not treat it. The other party is so arrogant, he is looking down on the young me. But I am most skilled in careful Gu. This Gu is unique to our sect. It is rank 3. The refinement process is complex and requires many different methods. I have practiced for 3 years and put in a lot of effort before I have an 80% success rate. I will bet with him on this. Thinking of this, Zheng Shanchuan made up his mind. He said to Fang Yuan, I will bet. Chapter 841. Disciple. Old Man Qishan was incomparably anxious. Zheng Shanchuan turned to face Old Man Qishan, on his handsome face a pair of clear eyes. Master, disciple is unfilial. This time I have to go against your will. Master, the other party asked me to set the question. I have such a huge advantage now. There's no reason for me to not take the gamble. If I still don't take the gamble under these conditions, then this matter will surely become a sore point in my heart. How would I have the courage to continue advancing on the path of refinement in the future? When Old Man Qishan heard this, he sank into silence. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. My dear disciple, you are not experienced enough to understand the sinister nature of the human heart. Since the other party was willing to concede to such an extent, he must be extremely confident and have some other trump cards up his sleeves. You've been tricked. It's a pity and hateful that I, your master, am old and weak. The situation has already taken shape. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the strength. I can't stop it. On the surface, Elder Qishan stretched out his old hands and held Zheng Shanchuan's shoulders. Disciple, master knows of your filial piety. Fine, since you have your own opinions and are determined to do so, I will definitely support you with all my strength. We will use careful Gu as the question. We will not bet on the success or failure of the Gu refinement. We will bet on time. Whoever refines the careful Gu earlier will be the winner. Master. Zheng Shanchuan was so touched that his eyes turned red. Careful Gu was Old Man Qishan's unique inheritance. It did not exist in the outside world. In order to support his disciple, Old Man Qishan contributed this precious Gu recipe. He did not hesitate to let his competitor Fang Yuan see it. He even suggested that the Gu refinement time would be the deciding factor. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining careful Gu. He was definitely not familiar with it. Using time to decide the outcome was much more pressurizing than the success or failure of the refinement. It could be seen that the older, the wiser. Fang Yuan letting the other party set the topic was too much of a concession. He had fallen into a very passive situation. Zheng Shanchuan hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's time was the standard. It was a little too much of a bully. Even if he won, it was also somewhat unfair. But then he remembered that this matter was related to his master's safety. Even if it was an unfair victory, he had to win the green shine Gu. Thus, he turned around and told the elder of the Flying Frost Pavilion his question. The Flying Frost sect hurriedly made arrangements. High Priest Han was overjoyed and took the initiative to give up the venue. Feng Yuan and Zhengshan Chuan entered the arena together to fight. The whole place was silent. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, dozens of steps apart. Zhengshan Chuan first handed over Careful Gu's recipe. He handed it over to Feng Yuan. Very soon, the Flying Frost Pavilion announced the start of the battle. There were faint sounds of discussion below the stage. I have never heard of Careful Gu. It is clearly a unique Gu recipe. Feng Yuan had only taken a few glances when the battle began. Isn't this too shameless? It was Feng Yuan's fault for being too careless. He actually allowed the other party to set the question. He's simply retarded. This young Gu master is not simple. He was the second place in the previous round, but actually has the first place result. Many people guessed that he had already reached the realm of Refinement Pathmaster. Someone immediately scoffed at this statement. His Gu Refinement Foundation has been thoroughly tempered. It is simply unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is already closing in on Zhengshan Chuan. Old man Qishan frowned. He was internally shocked. This person's speed is not scary. What is scary is that he is still moving fast without getting flustered. His methods are so calm and steady that it is scary. Amazing, so amazing. This person's refinement path attainment level is probably beyond master level. Little Chuan is under pressure. He cannot get flustered or anxious at this time. Careful Gu refinement is getting harder and harder. Little Chuan, you have an advantage. You need to maintain it. The opponent is strong. If you get flustered, you will definitely lose. Zhengshan Chuan was indeed under a lot of pressure. This was normal. In a running competition, the person in the lead was usually the one with the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many tactics were to be in second or third place, until they overtook the other person. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the fatigue of the body. Especially when Zhengshan Chuan saw the scene of Feng Yuan refining Gu, seeing him getting closer, he could not help but feel flustered. So strong. He has used more than 10 Gu refinement methods, he is still using them. His mental state is too strong. I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Oh no, he is catching up. Zhengshan Chuan was a youngster after all. Feng Yuan's pursuit made his mouth dry and his heart beat faster. His gaze became resolute. Forget it, I will use my trump card and leave you far behind. Zhengshan Chuan made up his mind. His Gu refinement speed slowed down as his consciousness entered his aperture, activating his Gu worms. Is little Chuan trying to? The master and disciple were connected. Old man Qishan saw this and immediately understood Zhengshan Chuan's plan. He became nervous. Zhengshan Chuan's Gu refinement speed has slowed down. Soon people noticed this change. Is the following step very difficult? He needs to accumulate strength? Many people were guessing. They did not know the Gu recipe of Careful Gu. Their guesses were not accurate. At this moment, Zhengshan Chuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with golden light. His body was covered in golden light. He stretched out his right hand slowly, his palm facing down, his fingers spread out as he pressed down steadily. At once, the golden light in his eyes and body started to move, concentrating on his right hand. The golden light moved and turned into a small golden bell. The golden bell rotated slowly, covering the fire lump as it started to spin faster and faster. It burst out with a suction force. The Gu refinement materials that were scattered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell under this suction force. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it dissipated. But what appeared in front of everyone was the embryonic form of Careful Gu. The crowd went into an uproar. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves are much rarer than the killer moves of other paths. Zhengshan Chuan is so young, but he has already grasped a refinement path killer move. What is even more amazing is that he actually succeeded. This lad has incredible talent. His future is limitless. Feng Yuan is in danger. He has the strength, but he was too careless. Zhengshan Chuan has such a huge advantage, but he still used a killer move. He is simply going to do anything to win. I feel that even if Feng Yuan loses this competition, It will be an honorable defeat. Zheng Shanchuan let out a breath of air. He had an excited expression. I will win for sure. I used a killer move and instantly refined 6 sets of goo refinement materials, completing the longest step in the entire goo refinement process. Chapter 842. Time passed. Zheng Shanchuan finally completed the final few steps. The incomplete goo worm in the lump of fire was becoming clearer. To be safe, he looked at Fang Yuan again, only to see that Fang Yuan had just finished that step, refining and fusing the 6 talents into one. At this point, Zheng Shanchuan could not help but admire Fang Yuan's steadiness. It is a pity, this victory is mine. Green Shine Goo is mine. Zheng Shanchuan shone with confidence, but the moment he retracted his gaze, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Zheng Shanchuan, you lost, take my refinement path killer move. What? Zheng Shanchuan's heart shook. He quickly turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, only to see that Fang Yuan took out a goo worm and crushed it in front of him. At once, Zheng Shanchuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He almost jumped up. He shouted at Fang Yuan in shock and anger. You actually crushed green shine goo. The moment he said that, the lump of fire in his hand became unstable. It reached a critical point and exploded. The explosion was not strong, but after the explosion, Zheng Shanchuan's handsome face was painted black. He looked like coal. He was in a sorry state. Zheng Shanchuan was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Such a shocking change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths of time before reacting. They went into an uproar. There was a huge commotion. Such a ruthless demonic path goo master. He actually crushed green shine goo. Zheng Shanchuan lost his composure and failed the goo refinement. All his efforts were in vain. This Fang Yuan is too shrewd. He managed to turn the situation around at once. Zheng Shanchuan failed. He had to refine it again. And Fang Yuan's advantage is too huge. Even if Zheng Shanchuan repeats the goo refinement process earlier, he will not be able to catch up to Fang Yuan. More importantly, he only crushed one goo. There is no way to prove that he maliciously interfered with the other party. Oh no. Oh no. He actually did this. He actually ended up like this. Old man Qishan panicked at this moment. The blow Zheng Shanchuan received was too great and too sudden. It took him a long time to recover. By the time he regained his mental state and started refining goo again, Fang Yuan was already at the final step. There was no more suspense in this battle, and it ended with Fang Yuan's victory. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Everyone commented excitedly, as if it had nothing to do with them. Zheng Shanchuan still suffered because of his youth. He had ruined his entire life. Someone felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also people who were overjoyed, such as An Han. However, as the head consecrator of a prestigious sect, he could only secretly rejoice. On the surface, he sighed and expressed his sympathy for Zheng Shanchuan. The battle was over. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, but Zheng Shanchuan stared blankly at the flame burning quietly in his hand. He had lost. My whole life. His bright future was lost to a mysterious demonic goo master in a bet. How could this be? What should I do? Zheng Shanchuan suddenly felt that his future was bleak, and he was at a loss. Senior, please have mercy. We, master and disciple, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended Senior. Senior, please be magnanimous. Seeing that my disciple is still young, please let him go. I am willing to take his place. I am willing to give all of my savings to exchange for my disciple's freedom. Lord, please have mercy. Please have mercy. Please have mercy. Old man Qishan suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed towards Fang Yuan. The old man's head hit the ground, creating loud noises, and soon his face was covered in blood. Master, master. Zheng Shanchuan woke up. He quickly ran over and helped old man Qishan up. No matter how talented he was in goo refinement, he would not be able to make a name for himself. And to do 3 things. It was just an agreement. The agreement between righteous path and demonic path goo masters was nothing. Zheng Shanchuan's future was still bright. Looking at the master and disciple's grateful expressions, Fang Yuan laughed heartily and ordered, "Both of you, bite your tongues and give me a portion of your tongue blood." Old man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan looked at each other. They bit their tongues anxiously and gave the blood to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers clenching together. He squeezed the 2 portions of blood in his palm. Then he slowly moved his hands. His 5 fingers grinded together, and a cloud of black smoke emerged from the gaps between his fingers. After the suffocating black smoke dispersed, Fang Yuan opened his palm. 2 goo worms appeared. Old man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan's eyes were wide open. These 2 goo worms were a pair of rank 4 goo. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan was so strong. In just a few breaths of time, he refined a pair of rank 4 goo. This is a blood path refinement method. There is actually such a shocking blood path goo refinement method. Flying Frost Sect's higher-ups had ashen expressions. Even the demonic goo masters outside the stage showed expressions of extreme fear. Blood path was infamous. It was worse than soul path burning a human soul. Everyone in the righteous path wanted to kill it. Even the demonic path did not allow it. This pair of rank 4 goo can sense each other. You take one, I will take the other. In the future, if I need your help, I will send someone to bring this blood path goo worm over as a keepsake. 2 blood path goo worms can sense each other. Distinguish the real from the fake. Even if you die in the future, these 3 things will still be fulfilled. It must also be passed on to your descendants, disciples, and other descendants. Are you willing? If you don't want to, then you can be my slave. Fang Yuan said, I'm willing. I am willing. Old man Qishan hurriedly agreed. Fang Yuan's hand shook as he tossed a blood path goo worm to old man Qishan. He threw another goo to Zheng Shanchuan. When Zheng Shanchuan received this goo, he was stunned, stammering, This is green shine goo? Fang Yuan kept the other blood path goo worm calmly, laughing loudly. You don't really think I killed green shine goo, right? Laughing, he left behind a group of stunned goo masters and left. Zheng Shanchuan watched as Fang Yuan left in a daze, while old man Qishan carefully stored his blood path goo worms. He did not dare to violate this agreement, because the witnesses were not only Flying Frost Sect, but also the entire Refinement Path Convention. All of the matches, including this one, would be recorded. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as all the forces participating in the Refinement Path Convention, were witnesses. They could not go back on their words. Master, you need to heal your head quickly. Zheng Shanchuan stood up, helping old man Qishan up worriedly. Go. We cannot stay here for long. Old man Qishan was shocked by Fang Yuan's methods. He was truly terrified. He quickly urged his disciple to leave this place. After this incident, Zheng Shanchuan directly withdrew from the competition. He would not participate in the following matches. But he obtained green shine goo. He had already achieved his original goal. After the matter, old man Qishan used this to teach Zheng Shanchuan a lesson. He told him how ruthless Fang Yuan was. He truly understood human nature. He also pointed out to Zheng Shanchuan how the first elder of Flying Frost Sect, An Han, was jealous of Fang Yuan's talent. He was secretly adding fuel to the fire. After this, Zheng Shanchuan matured a lot. He finally realized his own shallowness and the dangers of the world. For most of his life, he traveled around to heal old man Qishan, while raising his goo refinement attainment, keeping a low profile. At the age of 53, he healed old man Qishan's poison. At the age of 88, he became a refinement path grandmaster without anyone noticing. In his later years, he returned to Central Continent's east coast and created a small sect. He took 2 characters from his name. It was called Shanchuan Hall. He lived for 150 years, but he never participated in the Refinement Path Convention again. As for the 3 agreements, that was a matter for later. Floating astronomy. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He actually used the Strength Path Immortal Goo as the core and successfully modified vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan participated in the 6th round of the competition and won first place again. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a while before using fixed immortal travel to Western Desert. Western Desert, how to cross the hill. Intense winds blew. Yellow sand filled the sky. Xiao tribe's Gu masters formed into battle formations, fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants. Their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny shells. They were proficient in moving on the surface of the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand. Their mouths were ferocious as they pounced at Xiao tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan observed from a bird's eye view. He estimated that there were over 30,000 hidden sand spiders. But Xiao tribe was one of the super forces of Western Desert. Their Gu masters had high battle attainment. They also had the experience of dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, in this battle, the humans had the upper hand. Fang Yuan only took a glance before looking at the area behind the hidden sand spiders. It was a huge sand dune. In the sand dune, there was a tornado, the sky was dark, and countless beast roars could be heard. Chapter 844. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert. The movement of hundreds of thousands of li of sand dunes. It was like a brush from the heavens, brushing over half of the Western Desert, drawing out a curve. On this fixed curve of sand dunes, there were no oases, no fierce beasts, no rocks, only yellow sand. No one could stop it. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were powerless against it. Western Desert's people named these moving sand dunes how to cross dune, showing the helplessness and bewilderment of Western Desert's humans when facing the might of nature. How to cross dune. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, flying towards the sand dune. He concealed his figure and flew across the battlefield on the ground without anyone noticing. Xiao clan's Gu immortals were fighting in how to cross dune. Of course, this was only the periphery. These Gu immortals could not explore the inner area. Their opponents were 3 giant hidden sand spider queens, all desolate beasts. The hidden sand spider queen was like a fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Its enormous, mountainous body continuously produced more hidden sand spiders. But Xiao clan's Gu immortals were also orderly. Xiao Huqi, as the leader, led the charge, shouting and shouting, immersed in the pleasure of battle. Vice leader Xiao Shirang sighed and transmitted. Leader, it is about time. The training effect has been achieved. Let the clan's Gu master army retreat first. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I will leave this matter to you. Ha ha ha, the 3 hidden sand spider queens have lost most of their stamina. It is time to capture them alive. Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was about to attack, when his gaze suddenly focused and he shouted towards the left. Who is it? Boom. A giant hand appeared. It pierced through the sandstorm with an extremely imposing aura. It directly grabbed towards a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi's eyes were about to split open, but this giant hand appeared at the right time. That hidden sand spider queen was coincidentally forced back by the Xiao clan Gu immortals. The giant hand grabbed from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen was walking into a trap. Such guts. You dare to provoke our Xiao clan. Scoundrel, you actually want to seize the fruits of our labor, unforgivable. Attack. Let's capture this person together. I, Xiao Huqi, would like to see exactly who is so audacious. Xiao clan's Gu immortal was about to attack furiously, when 7 other strength path giant hands appeared from the sandstorm. Boom boom boom. Amidst the intense bombardment, the 5 Xiao clan rank 6 Gu immortals collapsed in shock. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang, the 2 rank 7s, were evenly matched against the 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The newcomer is very powerful. The 2 leaders attacked angrily and used their signature killer moves, but they did not succeed. The other party did not use his full strength. This is the first time I have seen this strength path killer move. Who is it? At once, Xiao clan's Gu immortals showed grim expressions. Don't be nervous, everyone. I mean no harm. Fang Yuan slowly flew out. He revealed his true appearance with a smile on his face. Everyone turned their gazes and saw the hidden sand spider queen. He was already gripped tightly by the strength path giant hand, howling in pain, unable to struggle. Captured alive just like that. This immortal killer move is so strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang looked at each other. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. If they had attacked, they would not have been able to do it so easily. Otherwise, Xiao Clan would not have sent so many Gu immortals. They had participated in the capture of the hidden sand spider queen. Feng Yuan could do this because he had grasped the timing. The hidden sand spider queen's stamina had fallen by a lot, and because Myriad Self-Giant Hand had gained the second core immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain, its power had increased, and it could even counter Earth Path desolate beasts like the hidden sand spider queen. Feng Yuan brought the captured hidden sand spider queen to Xiao Clan's Gu immortals. Sir, who are you? What are your intentions? Xiao Huqi asked in a deep voice after sensing Feng Yuan's goodwill. Feng Yuan chuckled. I am just a nameless lone cultivator in Western Desert. I have been living in seclusion and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie not long ago. So I decided to enter the world. This time, I suddenly appeared because I want to do a long-term trade with your clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spiders? Oh, regretful spiders? Xiao Clan's Gu immortals heard this and were overjoyed. Xiao Clan had the immortal Gu house 10,000 li silk corridor. 10,000 li was just a general term. The entire immortal Gu house was more than 10,000 li long. This immortal Gu house had an extremely special function. As long as there were enough spider mortal Gu, it could be spread out and built anywhere. If one looked from a bird's eye view, it would look like a huge spider web covering Western Desert. And in this 10,000 li silk corridor, the ground was smooth like silk. Anything transported in this corridor would have an extremely fast speed increase. Xiao Clan was one of the wealthiest super forces in Western Desert. The most important reason was that Xiao Clan had this 10,000 li silk corridor. Any immortal Gu house could defend, attack, move, heal, investigate, and so on. Be it 88-point Jinyang Tower, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or other immortal Gu houses, they were all like this. They could be called fortresses of war. Xiao Clan had set up 10,000 li silk corridor everywhere, allowing their goods to move freely, making huge profits. But there was a problem. The operation of 10,000 li silk corridor would expend a large number of spider mortal Gu. 10,000 li silk corridor was Xiao Clan's economic lifeline. Thus Xiao Clan had to collect a large number of spider mortal Gu every year to maintain 10,000 li silk corridor. This time, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang led a group to capture hidden sand spiders. It was to bring them to the clan's headquarters and raise them. Every once in a while, they would let out their blood and cut off their flesh, gathering the clan's Gu masters to refine large numbers of spider mortal Gu. Even though Xiao Clan's own business satisfied a portion of the demand, they still needed to purchase large numbers of spider mortal Gu from the market. Moreover, the greater the number of spider mortal Gu and the greater the variety, the easier it would be for 10,000 li silk corridor. Xiao Clan's Gu immortals were naturally interested. Xiao Huqi immediately asked, Sir, how many regretful spiders do you have, and how would you like to trade? Feng Yuan laughed heartily, giving a number. Xiao Huqi's eyes shone with joy for a moment. Feng Yuan continued, I can provide you with this many spider mortal Gu every month. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. As for how to trade, Feng Yuan pondered. Isn't your 10,000 li silk corridor the best method? Give me a nearby node token on the 30th of every month. I will come to the node punctually to put in the goods and collect the payment. Then sir, how much are you selling your goods? Xiao Shirang interrupted. No rush. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Everyone, let's look at the quality of the goods first before discussing the price. Feng Yuan's sample made Xiao Clan's Gu immortals very satisfied. These regretful spiders came from a northern plains superforce, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Xiao Clan's Gu immortals were not satisfied. Feng Yuan immediately quoted a price. After some haggling, both sides set the price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Huqi paid for the goods on behalf of the clan. Feng Yuan got what he wanted, and obtained a node token. After the transaction, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and left. Xiao Huqi's group returned to Xiao Clan's headquarters and immediately reported this matter to Xiao Clan's first Supreme Elder. After learning of this, First Supreme Elder nodded. Little Hu did well this time. We will double the contribution for this mission. Xiao Huqi said solemnly. But Lord, this person appeared too suddenly. He is a rank 6 immortal zombie, but has rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know his origin? First Supreme Elder smiled nonchalantly. Western Desert is huge. There are naturally many secluded Gu immortals. I do not know all of them. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence. It is not strange that they were forced to appear. Since this person is sincere in doing business, let's continue our cooperation. My clan will always have a need for mortal spider Gu. If the cooperation goes well, we can give him the Xiao Clan transaction token. Lord, are we not going to investigate him? First Supreme Elder thought about it and said, I know what you mean. Since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he definitely has other blessed lands. We can investigate him a little. We cannot treat him like an ordinary immortal zombie. The urgent matter now is to compete with Dong Clan and occupy the Northwest Market. We need to set up the 10,000 Li Silk Corridor as soon as possible. I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder. Xiao Huqi saw that First Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed and immediately understood. He bowed respectfully and left silently. A few days later, Central Continent, Floating Flower River, Listening Wave Pavilion. As a large-scale force, Listening Wave Pavilion was a semi-secluded sect, but right now, it was crowded like a marketplace. This was one of the locations of the Refinement Path Convention's 7th round. At this time, another round of competition had just ended. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming. Countless gazes gathered on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan wore a black robe and a mask. He was still in the same appearance as before. He walked down the stage silently. Many people's gazes followed him as he moved. The other group of people stared at the ranking on the wall, with shock in their eyes. Right now, the first place was engraved with Feng Yuan's name. Demonic Path Gu Cultivator Feng Yuan obtained first place for the 7th time in a row. Amazing, too amazing. This is the performance of at least a master-level Gu master. With his strength, he has a high chance of passing the most famous nightmare of the Refinement Path Convention, the 8th round. When can I have such strength? In the crowd, Hong Yi looked at Feng Yuan's departing figure as he felt a sense of yearning. For some reason, others disliked Feng Yuan's demonic cultivation style. But as a Righteous Path disciple of Universal Life Academy, Hong Yi did not dislike Feng Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Although Hong Yi's luck was good and he had huge potential, he was too lacking in ability. He was eliminated in the 2nd round. Do you think Feng Yuan can fight his way into the finals like this? Young man, you are already looking forward to the finals? Hehe, it's too early. Chapter 845. Amidst everyone's discussions, Feng Yuan slowly walked out of Listening Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowd would unconsciously make way for him. Even though Feng Yuan was a demonic path Gu cultivator and was hated by the Righteous Path, Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment was admirable. Especially in this special environment of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. During this special period, even demonic cultivators could openly enter the Righteous Path's territory. Gu masters had a mentality of only using Gu refinement as a hero. At the entrance of Listening Wave Pavilion, several Gu masters from various forces were shouting and selling information. Their business was booming. Extra, extra. The latest information is the most complete result list of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It even has the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the 100 great Gu refinement experts who have the highest chance of becoming the champion? Then come and take a look. 1 image Gu, the lowest price is 50 yuan stone. The price is very low. It will last until it is sold out. A famous Wisdom Path Gu Master's deduction of this Central Continent sect ranking competition, as well as the grudges between the 10 great ancient sects. 1 information for only 10 yuan stone. Cheap and good price. To think that the 7th round's result would be released so quickly. Fang Yuan heard this and was moved. But when he saw the attire of this Gu master selling information, he understood. This Gu master selling the 7th round's result was wearing the attire of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a super force created by a Gu immortal. It naturally could not compare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lightning Information Sect's founder, Milon Guang, was originally a Lightning Path Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. Because he violated the sect rules, his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. To maintain his livelihood, he was forced to cultivate Information Path. Combining his Lightning Path cultivation experience, he created many unique Information Path Gu worms. The results were even better than before. His development was even more prosperous. The Lightning Information Sect he created, after over 100 years of development, had already become a first-rate sect in Central Continent that specialized in Information Path. Even the 10 great ancient sects sometimes bought information from Milon Guang. Fang Yuan walked to this Gu master and threw 10 yuan stone to him. "Give me one." The Lightning Information Sect Gu master hurriedly received the yuan stone and looked at it, recognizing Fang Yuan. "Ah, sir. Are you Sir Fang Yuan? It is this lowly one's good fortune to be able to inquire of this lowly one. How could I dare to accept money from sir? Sir, please take it back. This report will be given to you for free." After that, he presented the 10 pieces of yuan stone to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "Just take it as a reward." That Gu master smiled flatteringly. "Then this lowly one thanks Lord for the reward. Sir, this is the information you wanted. On behalf of the Electric Information Sect, I thank you for purchasing our information. If you can squeeze out some time from your busy schedule to accept my sect's interview. The Lightning Language sect that I belong to will also offer immortal materials." Fang Yuan waved his hand. He received the Information Path Gu worm from the Gu master and walked forward. "Take care, Lord." The Gu master saw Fang Yuan's rejection and did not dare to persuade him anymore. After all, Fang Yuan was a demonic path rank 5 Gu cultivator. He stood on the spot and watched Fang Yuan leave. Only when Fang Yuan disappeared into the crowd did he turn around. He continued to sell information loudly. Fang Yuan walked. Among these people, there are many stars from the 5 regions' chaotic war. Some might not be outstanding now, but they will become immortals in the future. Some will even reach Refinement Path Grandmaster realm in their lifetime. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Fang Yuan was now a Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster. He was only a step away from Grandmaster realm. But don't underestimate this step. It was actually very far away. He needed a qualitative breakthrough. Actually, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path talent was very ordinary. If his talent was lacking, he would use hard work to make up for it. Fang Yuan used his previous life's accumulation to forcefully raise his Refinement Path attainment level, surpassing Master level and reaching Quasi-Grandmaster level. He had cultivated for over 500 years, but he was only at Quasi-Grandmaster level. Wasn't he too useless? Look at Zheng Shanchuan. He was already a Refinement Path Master at such a young age. The importance of talent in this was undeniable. But there was one more point. Zheng Shanchuan was a Refinement Path Gu Master. He put most of his effort into it. As for Fang Yuan, be it in his previous life or this life, he cultivated Refinement Path on the side. In his previous life, he spent over 300 years cultivating Blood Path for the last 200 years, while in this life, he cultivated Strength Path. One was a main path while the other was a secondary path. The amount of effort invested was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan did not cultivate Blood Path and Strength Path, he might not have lived until now. He was not as lucky as Zheng Shanchuan to have a master protecting him. And it was hard to raise attainment level. The higher one went, the harder it was. Before the Dream Realm changed the situation of the 5 regions, to raise attainment level, one could only rely on their own hard work and talent. It could be said that it was not easy for Fang Yuan to reach Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level in Refinement Path. With my strength, it will be difficult to get into the top 10 of this Refinement Path convention. And to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to get at least 6th place. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had grown from a small scale. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to compete for the infallible inheritance. They used refinement path duels to determine the winner and the loser. They would fight for the greatest benefits for themselves and their sections. But later on, because the infallible inheritance had too many benefits, it was helpful to the recovery of Fate Gu. Celestial Court took over. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were the representatives of the Celestial Court's internal organizations. Celestial Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. With the boss taking over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate with him. With the Celestial Court behind the scenes, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started to become famous. Its influence spread to the whole world. Now, every Refinement Path Convention would attract Gu Refinement Path geniuses from the other 4 regions to participate. According to the results of the previous conventions, the top 3 in the finals are all Refinement Path Grandmasters. There are even some quasi-great Grandmasters. The quality of every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was different, but in the top 10, most of them were Refinement Path Grandmasters. Only the 7th place had some Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster Gu Masters. Sometimes there were not many geniuses, there were only 3 or 4 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10. Then Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmasters could enter the top 6. Such a person is actually eagerly requesting to return to Myriad Dragon Dock. The rallying power of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is truly huge. Meanwhile, at Crane Gate's side, Fangzheng and the other elders were also quietly discussing. Fangzheng asked, "I wonder what are the chances of our sect's elder Yen Tang winning this competition?" Fangzheng's Gu refinement ability was not good. He barely passed the 4 questions after going through the training. He successfully registered, but in the end he was eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, this was a large competition. This was the most open competition. Outsiders were not allowed to watch. Fangzheng was also an elder of Crane Gate. His status could be said to be noble. This time, Elder Yen Tang was participating in the competition, and he had eaten so much food and wine from the other party. He had to come and watch and cheer for Elder Yen Tang. When Fangzheng asked this, the Crane Gate elder sitting beside him frowned deeply and sighed. "Elder Fangzheng, you know our Elder Yen Tang mainly cultivates Fire Path, he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. As for the other party, Firesmith Dragon Chief, he mainly cultivates Refinement Path while cultivating Fire Path on the side. This difference is huge." Fangzheng still did not understand. He asked again. Even so, with Elder Yen Tang's Gu refinement attainment, he should be able to get into the top 3. Sigh. The Crane Gate elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Elder Fangzheng, you don't understand. After the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, the competition after that is a cruel single elimination system. Look at this demon-expelling sect competition stage in front of you. Only one Gu Master can win and advance to the next round." "What? It's actually like this." Fangzheng was shocked. After a few breaths of time he reacted. After all, he had experienced many setbacks. His mind had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why doesn't Elder Yen Tang go to another competition venue? This Refinement Path Convention does not prohibit participants from moving around. Elder Fangzheng, you are right to think this way. After all, you can advance. Retreating is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, the other competition locations were also occupied by Gu refinement experts. Moreover, Elder Yen Tang was arranged here. This is also the decision of Crane Gate's higher-ups. At the end, the Crane Gate elder purposely lowered his voice and whispered. Fangzheng was shocked. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the Crane Gate's higher-ups have already abandoned Elder Yen Tang. Their goal is to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief's ability? In a daze, he thought of his master, Master Tenchiru, who had once analyzed this to him. Elder Yen Tang was isolated in Crane Gate, so he invited you to drink, wanting to form a political alliance with you. Because he was isolated, he was chosen to be abandoned. Elder Yen Tang must be filled with unwillingness. What if I am abandoned one day? Thinking of this, Fangjing suddenly recalled the painful scene of him being in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over his body. Whoosh! The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fangjing's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cold air. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked in concern. Nothing. Fangjing wiped his forehead with his hand, and at once, his palm was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think too much, his heart was flustered and hesitant. At this time the elder's voice resounded in his ears. Participants, enter the arena one by one. The competition is about to begin. Fangjing quickly raised his head and looked, only to see over 100 Gu masters slowly entering the arena. Fangjing quickly found Elder Yen Tang in Crane Gate. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with indignation and helplessness. So Firesmith Dragon Chief probed. Crane Gate Fang Yuan. You came here. Are you hoping to reap early failure? Firesmith Dragon Chief really wanted to ask. Why did you come here? Can't you just squat in your territory and advance in peace? You're really stupid. While he was reprimanding, he was also feeling somewhat gloomy inwardly. I have no grudge with you. Why did you come here to disturb me? You still have Feng Kim Huang's duel. Is it because I look easy to bully? Once he said that, the commotion outside the stage became even louder. What, this Fang Yuan is actually someone from Crane Gate. Isn't he a demonic Pathgu cultivator? It should be. Firesmith Dragon Chief personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? This is huge news. I did not expect him to be a disciple of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This is really unexpected. But why did he come here? Did Crane Gate clash with Myriad Dragon Dock in advance? I have never heard of any conflicts. Even the hosting elder's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother. Fangjing gritted his teeth, his face was pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat unknowingly. His breathing was labored and weak, as if he had just exercised intensely, and was about to collapse. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. No one noticed his sorry state. In the aperture, Master Tenchiru consoled him, but there was little effect. The gazes of the other Crane Gate disciples brightened as they excitedly stared at Fang Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Fang Yuan had never officially appeared in Crane Gate headquarters, but his legend had spread far and wide in the whole of Crane Gate. He was mysterious and powerful. There were countless rumors about him. It was said that because his talent was too outstanding, he was taken in as a personal disciple by a Gu immortal the moment he ascended the mountain. This was, of course, just a rumor, pure speculation and completely unreliable. But Crane Gate's higher-ups could not refute the rumor. Once the truth was revealed, would the reputation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects still be preserved? Moreover, the Crane Gate disciples were more willing to believe the evidence in front of them. The greatest evidence was Fangjing. Fangjing had a great aptitude, but now he had rank 5 cultivation, and was a sect elder. From this, it could be inferred how outstanding the elder brother's aptitude was. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land? At this moment, the Crane Gate disciples craned their necks. Their gazes were glued to Fang Yuan. The suspicions and curiosity in their hearts had accumulated to the point of overflowing their chests. I really want to see Lord Fang Yuan's true appearance. He should look similar to Elder Fangjing. Sai, why is he wearing a mask? Chapter 848. As if he could hear Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Fang Yuan continued to ridicule and even increased the intensity. Yes, this is the expression in your eyes, this is the emotion. Be angry, be angry. Only then can you take out your full strength to fight me. Only then would I be a little interested in such an opponent. Remember, you must take it out, otherwise you will be the shame of Myriad Dragon Doc. Ha ha. Seeing Fang Yuan pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief, and speaking in such an arrogant manner, at once, the Gu masters on and off the stage were speechless. Wasn't this too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's group gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fang Yuan was even more arrogant than them. Firesmith Dragon Chief was trembling with anger, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire. Different from what others imagined, Fang Yuan had a bold appearance, but he was actually very vigilant in his heart. Different from the outside world's information, this Firesmith Dragon Chief did not cultivate refinement path, but turned to cultivating fire path. He was a refinement path Gu master when he was in Myriad Dragon Doc. He had indeed been expelled from the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a fire path Gu immortal's inheritance. During this period of time, he luckily became a fire path Gu immortal, and eagerly entered Myriad Dragon Doc's embrace. Myriad Dragon Doc naturally would not let go of a Gu immortal battle strength. They had already secretly taken him in. It was just that it was the refinement path convention, and seeing that he had Grandmaster attainment in Gu refinement, they quickly called him to participate in the convention. They wanted to seize the first few places, and obtain more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's refinement path attainment far exceeds mine. He was the second place in this convention in my previous life. His refinement path Grandmaster attainment cannot be underestimated. Especially in the 10th battle. He suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters who were refining Gu at the same time. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Such an enemy. I have to attack him in advance. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, he would be almost unstoppable. However, although Firesmith Dragon Chief was already a Gu immortal, he did not make it public, and hid his identity from mortals. His Gu immortal cultivation could not be concealed from other Gu immortals, but everyone knew about it, and no one exposed him. Gu immortals maintained a sense of mystery. It was helpful to maintain their rule. There was another reason. If he lost to a mortal in the refinement path convention, it would be too embarrassing. Why would Gu immortals lose to mortals? Mortals defeating Gu immortals was a common occurrence in the past refinement path conventions. Because Gu refinement was not about fighting and killing. It's a technical job. The main reason was that immortal Gu were unique. They were too hard to refine. Without immortal Gu as a benchmark, when Gu immortals compete with mortals, they could only rely on refining mortal Gu. Everyone could refine mortal Gu. To a large extent, the difference between immortals and mortals could not be seen. Thus, normally speaking, Gu immortals who participated in the refinement path convention would not expose their identities. Let's begin. Fang Yuan urged the exorcism sect elder. Hurry up and begin. Firesmith Dragon roared. He could not wait to trample this arrogant Fang Yuan under his feet. The exorcism sect's elder endured the pressure from the two, clenched his teeth, and insisted. According to the rules, it's not time yet. It was not good to start the competition. 3 breaths left. 3, 2, 1. All right. Activate the isolation Gu formation, close the entrance, and reveal the test questions. The first 7 rounds of the refinement path convention. He was a fire path Gu immortal, and was most proficient in refining fire path Gu worms. This sound path Gu worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial Gu refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Fang Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest Gu refinement killer move, Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Fang Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use Crazed Deity's Raging Flames? Burn it for fun? This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his Gu refinement attainment. Even for Gu immortals, There were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the goo. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome, not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Feng Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Feng Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the goo recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The goo master could either reverse refine the goo worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the goo recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 silence goo. Thus, this required the goo master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined goo refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement, and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange. Only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But this Feng Yuan, why did he start refining goo right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool. To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. He should calm down and think carefully. The competing goo masters glanced at Feng Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention, and starting to think deeply. Feng Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other goo masters had not started refining goo. He was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the goo masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Feng Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Feng Yuan's previous life, after he became a Blood Path Goo Immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Why? Because during the Refinement Path Convention, even demonic path members could participate openly, and even wanted criminals could openly register. The righteous path would not hunt them down. At that time, Feng Yuan did not have a single immortal goo. He was trying his best to gather the immortal materials to refine immortal goo. The whole process was extremely difficult. In comparison, although he had an immortal zombie body now, his financial situation was many times better. Chapter 849. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when Feng Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Feng Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day, he would take some time out to practice day and night. During this practice process, Feng Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. It could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Feng Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Feng Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, he also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions. With such a huge advantage, so what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course, this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Feng Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown, a skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Feng Yuan was relying on become his own failure? Because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Feng Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change. Time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense Gu refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Feng Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined Gu, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The Gu masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise. Feng Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this Gu refinement plan. Amazing! His plan not only ensured the speed of the Gu refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course, Feng Yuan's plan was the most outstanding Gu refinement plan that countless refinement path Gu masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Feng Yuan's Gu refinement method. Feng Yuan's Gu refinement method. It stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the silence Gu, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Feng Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were specially trained to refine silence Gu. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. He was no longer under his control. The words he shouted were not what he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It directly controlled Fengjing's mind and created false thoughts, making Fengjing's body accept them and act according to the thoughts. This was similar to enslavement path Gu masters controlling wild beasts. But the difference was that enslavement path Gu masters could only control one type of beast group. The wild beasts had simple thoughts. And controlling humans, the thoughts of humans were complex and changeable. It was very difficult. Feng Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He had to use several killer moves to deal with a rank 5 Gu master like Fengjing. He could only capture him in one move. No. Save me, someone save me. Master, master. Fengjing shouted anxiously in his heart. But the spirit incubating flea did not respond. Feng Yuan had already cut off Fengjing's connection with his aperture. Fengjing stared fixedly at Feng Yuan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never expected Feng Yuan to be so crazy, daring to attack here. This was simply insane. He did not place Crane Gate in his eyes at all. Chapter 851. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th Round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. There There were only two people in the audience. One was dressed in a black robe, he had a muscular body and a mask, he was controlling the fire in front of him. It was Feng Yuan. The other was dressed in a white robe, his hair was white like snow, there was a vertical line on his forehead. It was Feng Huai. This is a contest between two sides. Feng Huai is amazing, he used 3 refinement path killer moves in a row. He actually reduced the gap greatly. Even so, Feng Yuan still has an advantage. Sai, he is too amazing. He is truly the #1 person in this competition in terms of quick thinking. In this Gu refinement, he has been leading from the start. There are still variables. Be it Feng Yuan or Feng Huai, they both have one use of the ability. As long as they use it, they can reduce a portion of their immortal material. Be it the audience or the audience, they were all discussing. At this point in the competition, the other Gu masters had already been eliminated. Only Feng Yuan and Feng Huai were left. Feng Yuan's gaze was calm, he was concentrating on controlling the fire in front of him. Feng Huai. He even had the time to glance at Feng Huai on his right, observing his opponent. Feng Huai was also a Gu immortal, he was 3rd in this competition in his previous life. He was a Wood Path Gu immortal, looking at the entire competition, this was the most disadvantageous to him. Feng Yuan came to challenge him, attempting to eliminate him in advance. But who could have thought that Feng Huai would suddenly use 3 refinement path killer moves in one go? There was even an immortal level consecutive path killer move among them. He immediately closed the gap between him and Feng Yuan. This caused the outcome of this Gu refinement competition to be filled with suspense again. As expected of 3rd in my previous life. So troublesome, ugh. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's expression changed. The fire in front of him. With 2 flaps, half of the blue peacock's head had melted. Suddenly, it turned into ashes and fell onto the floor tiles. Feng Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I encountered the probability of failure. He immediately reacted and grabbed towards his right, where the last blue peacock was. But just as he killed the blue peacock and threw its head into the fire, Feng Huai's voice could be heard. I will use my authority to deprive Feng Yuan of the Gu refinement material, Blue Peacock. The elder in charge of the scene. He immediately responded, approved. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue peacock beside Feng Yuan was extracted and left Feng Yuan's side. The audience was in an uproar. Each person only has 2 blue peacocks. Feng Yuan wanted to use the peacock's head to refine a Gu, but he failed once. There was originally a second blue peacock left, but in the end, this material was taken away. Beautiful, what a beautiful choice. Feng Huai's timing is too good. This time, Feng Yuan is in trouble. That's right. Feng Yuan has clearly reached the last few steps. But without the crucial materials, he could only change the Gu recipe and take a big detour to approach the destination. As for Feng Huai, he was not far from Feng Yuan to begin with. If he can catch up this time, he might be able to eliminate Feng Yuan. Is Feng Yuan going to be eliminated? After realizing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Recently, Feng Yuan had been taking the initiative to attack, eliminating Gu refinement experts time and time again. His strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The outside world's estimation of his strength was rising. Most people thought that Feng Yuan had already reached Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment level. In fact, a small portion of people felt that the strength Feng Yuan displayed had already surpassed Refinement Path Grandmaster level, reaching Quasi-Great Grandmaster attainment level. It was fine if it was Refinement Path Grandmaster, but the evaluation of Refinement Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster was a bit too high. Paths were divided into 4 levels: Ordinary, Master, Grandmaster, and Great Grandmaster. There were only 3 Refinement Path Great Grandmasters in history. They were called the 3 Elders of Refinement Path. They were Long-Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, and Old Immortal Kong Ju. Quasi-Great Grandmaster was second only to the 3 Elders of Refinement Path. Only 4 people in Northern Plains had reached this level. They were Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miaoli. These 4 were known as the current 4 elites of Northern Plains Refinement Path. In terms of Refinement Path attainment, it was impossible for Feng Yuan to be on the same level as Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miaoli. But it was not surprising that people made such guesses. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed was truly too strong. His familiarity with the questions allowed him to leave the second place far behind. How can one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? This time, Fang Yuan attacked to eliminate Fang Huai, but he finally kicked a steel plate. Ha ha ha. Many people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I could not stand him for a long time. Fang Huai did well. This Fang Huai is too despicable. Lord Fang Yuan, you need to do your best. Many Crane Gate disciples cheered for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan captured Fang Zheng and brought him back, Crane Gate did not react. It was as if they had tacitly approved of this matter. Fang Yuan, I will definitely win this round. Fang Huai laughed heartily. He was full of confidence. It was as if he had already obtained the fruits of victory. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered. He grabbed the headless peacock corpse beside him. There were 2 living blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan killed one of them and took its head, but he failed. The second peacock was taken away. The headless peacock corpse in his hands was left behind by the first one. Fang Yuan opened his 5 fingers. A thick blood-colored fog gushed out of his palm. In a few breaths of time, the fog enveloped the headless peacock corpse. The outside world could not see the situation inside. This is the evil blood refinement technique again. Humph, this is not the first time Fang Yuan has used the blood refinement technique. Why is such a person an elder of Crane Gate? One of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate, has also started to fall? Many Gu masters saw this scene and started to shout. Someone even shouted, "Why is such a person not on the Demon Judgment Board?" Fang Yuan openly used the blood refinement technique again and again, causing Crane Gate to suffer a lot of pressure. What do you know? Fang Yuan ignored these voices. He calmly refined the goo worm in his hand and obtained the final victory. I finally won. This way, it will not be a problem for me to enter the top 6. Fang Yuan bathed in everyone's shocked, praising, admiring, and jealous gazes. He was expressionless, but he let out a breath of turbid air in his heart. Thankfully, I have my previous life's memories. I know this trump card of Fang Huai's, otherwise he would have won. He looked glorious on the surface, but he was under huge mental pressure. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it would be very difficult to eliminate these experts. Firesmith Dragon Chief's situation was a special case. Fang Yuan's victory over these people was not like what the outside world thought of him as having a great advantage. Chapter 852. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The sky was clear and bright. The palace group carved from white jade was shining with a sparkling light. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall with the help of a walking stick. At once, the 20 or so Gu Immortal Wills in the hall turned around and looked at him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, we have troubled you for the last 100 years. After completing this part of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu, please go to sleep. Celestial Court needs a doyen like you. There were no unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Gu Immortal Wills broke the silence and spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his turbid eyes, and after slowly looking around, his gaze fixed on a will sitting on a high seat. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Lian Jiusheng, it is time for you to wake up. This Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is about to reach its end. We need to make some preparations to repair fate. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded and slowly stood up. Next he spoke. To repair fate, just me and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord are not enough. We need the strength of 2 rank 8s. I wonder who can help. My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in Falling Heavenly River. I cannot help. Although I have been asleep for a long time, my soul is still researching the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe. It has already reached the crucial point. Let me do it. Maybe after I wake up, I can encounter some eerie winds from the depths of the earth. The wills conversed for a while before two wills decided to wake up. Then let's do this. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded at heaven overseeing Tower Lord and flew into the sky. Following his footsteps, there were also two other wills. These three wills flew into the sky and entered the heavenly gate. Shortly after, they vanished. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord turned around and left. Behind him, the discussion hall's door slowly closed. 3 days later, Central Continent, Hairyfoot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Hairyfoot Mountain. They concealed their rank 8 Gu immortal auras and looked down at the mountain below them. They were 4 Gu immortals from Central Continent's celestial court. Hairyfoot Mountain. The white-haired Lian Jiusheng sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's get started. This time, I don't have much time. I still have many things to do. Bai Chen Tian urged. All right. Then let me make the first move. Bai Tsang Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands and instantly, white mist floated in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Immediately after, Bai Chen Tian opened his eyes wide and 2 pillars of light shot out from his eyes towards Hairyfoot Mountain. This Hairyfoot Mountain looked very ordinary. The mountain was small, and it was lacking in resources. Even the surrounding small and medium-sized forces were too lazy to occupy it. However, at this moment, being shown on by Bai Chen Tian's signature immortal killer move, it showed a mystical effect. The air fluctuated violently, creating countless ripples. The entire Hairyfoot Mountain trembled slightly. Bai Chen Tian's immortal offensive killer move was terrifying to begin with. At this moment, it was completely ineffective. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was the third to act, followed by Lian Jiusheng. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals each made a move, but it was far from enough. The Gu immortals had expected it. Thus, the second and third rounds continued. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Jiusheng gave a light shout. With a crucial attack, the quantity finally caused a qualitative change. It produced results. Renzu was puzzled. I don't know you. Why are you looking for me? The hairy man explained. It is like this, Renzu. I am the leader of the hairy men in the world. My Gu refinement attainment cannot be matched by hairy men. But recently, I encountered difficulties in refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am not sure if it is a success or a failure. Renzu wanted to continue on his way. But he thought to himself, if this hairy man leader really refines success Gu, if I use this success Gu, won't I be able to save my eldest son or my 4th daughter? Thus, Renzu stopped and communicated with the hairy man. Then why are you looking for me? The hairy man carefully took out a Gu. This Gu was like an ordinary rock, covered in thick fur. The hairy man said, I don't dare to touch it. If it is success Gu, then so be it. If it is failure Gu, I will lose myself the moment I touch it. But Renzu, you are different. You can walk on your own path of life. That proves that you have self-Gu. Once you have self-Gu, even if you encounter failure Gu, you will not lose yourself. Thus, I want you to appraise it for me. Renzu was overjoyed. So that's it. I can help you, but if it is success Gu, please give it to me. I need it urgently. The hairy man said. Sure. No problem. Renzu stretched out his hand and touched the Gu worm. He made a wish to this Gu worm. Please bring my 4th daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the Gu worm shattered. Failure. The hairy man had a dejected expression. It seems that I refined failure Gu. Courage Gu flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu, you are a failure. I want to leave you. Saying so, Courage Gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man became excited at this moment. But no matter, I can still modify the Gu recipe. Oh Renzu, wait for a while, I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase Courage Gu and make it return. But Renzu wanted success Gu even more to save his children. He thought about it. He decided to wait for the hairy man leader and watch him refine the Gu. The hairy man refined the second Gu. He handed it to Renzu to inspect. Renzu touched it and made a wish. The Gu worm shattered again. This is still failure goo. The hairy man shouted, feeling very dejected. Faith goo flew out of Renzu's body. Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worth my time. Saying so, the faith goo left Renzu and flew away. Renzu stomped his feet and wanted to chase, but the hairy man pulled him back. Don't be anxious, I have thought it through, I will definitely refine success goo this time. Renzu saw that the faith goo had flown far away and he could not chase it. He sighed and said, Oh hairy man, quickly refine it, I will trust you one last time. The hairy man's third goo worm was still failure goo. Strength goo flew out. Oh Renzu, you are a failure, you are not worthy of having me. Saying so, it left. Renzu had a bitter expression. He knew it was useless to chase, he could only watch as strength goo flew away. But at this time, the self goo in his heart flew out and bit the strength goo. Strength goo screamed as a piece of it was bitten off. It ran even faster. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Renzu and the hairy man were dumbstruck. Self goo flew back slowly and said to Renzu proudly, Any failure has value. Oh Renzu, I have experienced repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I bit strength goo. From now on, you have your own strength. I can actually become even stronger. I can devour any goo worm and obtain their full power. Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh and shouted, I know how to refine success goo, it is through failure. The more failures I have, the closer I am to success. I understand. He cheered as he flew away, leaving Renzu. According to the research of the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the Hairy Man leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the Hairy Man leader's former residence. After this Hairy Man leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others, and refine them into failure mortal goo. After accumulating enough mortal goo, one could condense success Dao marks. After the Celestial Court found out, they took down most of the inheritance and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal goo. They then used the extracted success Dao marks to repair fate immortal goo. Although his clansmen were killed by Feng Yuan, he had no choice but to do so for survival. If Master Tenchiru had not come to snatch the Blood Dao true inheritance, the 3 strongholds of Qingmao Mountain would not have been destroyed. Of course, the cause of this matter. Master Tenchiru did not hide the truth from Fengzheng, but it was necessary to beautify the process. It was not that Fengzheng had not thought about this problem before, but every time his thoughts touched on this topic he would subconsciously choose to avoid it. But now, Feng Yuan had searched Master Tenchiru's soul. He directly played the image of his memory in Fengzheng's mind. This was simply bringing the bloody and cruel reality to Fengzheng's eyes. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he could not. Ha ha! Feng Yuan's cold laughter echoed in the air. My good little brother, have you never thought that your master, Master Tenchiru, has an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of Qingmao Mountain? You still let him be your master. You are acknowledging a thief as your father. Feng Yuan's words, without a doubt, cut to the heart. They directly pierced into the deepest part of Fengzheng's heart. You shut up! Fengzheng suddenly roared. He had never been so angry before. You shut up, don't say any more. You demon, it was clearly you who killed the entire clan. It was you who killed uncle and aunt. It was you, you murderer. Without master's help, I would have died long ago. You are not allowed to slander my master. Oh, Feng Yuan's mouth curved into a mocking arc. He laughed lightly. Master Tenchiru saved you because he wanted to use you. Search me out? Ha ha ha, not long ago, Crane Gate even used you to attack my who immortal blessed land. You almost died in that battle, right? My foolish little brother. They used you like this. Are you willing to do so? Don't say any more. Shut up, shut up. Fengzheng covered his ears. He closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with anger and fear. Feng Yuan's expression turned cold, his voice icy. My cowardly little brother, You don't even dare to face the truth. Even if you have the strength of a rank 5 Gu master, you are still a child deep in your heart. But you and I are related by blood. As your elder brother, I will give you one more chance. Come to my side, I will train you. I will make you truly strong and mature. No. Fang Zheng opened his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Fang Yuan with hatred and anger. You murderer! You want me to sell my life for you? You can give up on that idea. Even if Crane Gate used me, I do not hate them. Because they also nurtured me. And you killed uncle and aunt, you killed all of our clansmen. I hate you, I will never forgive you in this life. If you give me one more chance, I will definitely kill you personally and take revenge. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at Fang Zheng silently. He laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha. It seems that you learned a lot at Crane Gate. You want to kill me so badly, I am looking forward to it. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked out of the prison cell. These last days, Fang Yuan had been spending most of his energy on the Refinement Path Convention. But he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to make deductions. Deducing the killer move vaguely familiar face had already expended all of Fang Yuan's potential. Fang Yuan began to deduce the killer move Myriad Self. He had already successfully fused pulling water Immortal Gu into it. This way, the killer move Myriad Self would have 3 strength path cores. Next, Fang Yuan modified the Airsac Gu's Gu recipe, increasing the number of steps in the assembly line Gu refinement, and reducing the danger by 30%. When modifying Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, he met with a bottleneck. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path cultivation had just started. His Wisdom Path attainment level was too low. It greatly hindered Fang Yuan's progress in deducing these Gu recipes. These last days, Fang Yuan had placed his attention on the Immortal Gu recipe, Blood Deity. He gradually repaired Blood Deity and discovered some of its mysteries. Even if Blood Deity Immortal Gu was refined, to activate it, one would need a blood relative. Killing a relative would allow one to obtain a Blood Deity under the power of Blood Deity Immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and was willing to contribute, the Blood Deity that was created would be able to get close to the Gu Immortal and command it. Conversely, if the hatred and anger of the relative were incurred, the Blood Deity could devour its owner. This was the reason why Fang Yuan recruited Fang Zheng. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple. Just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head. His expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone. Song Zixing, are you really not going to let me go? Let you go? Eee. This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. I, Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then you plotted against me. I killed you directly and did not torture you. That was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I am here right now. His tone was mocking, like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself. The explosion earlier had injured him quite badly. He was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu immortal of my myriad dragon dock. According to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise, I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Ha ha ha, your immortal killer move lightning deity is indeed mystical. Its self-detonation has great power. It can break my blood too soon. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it. Can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts. He was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted. No! With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now? Vicious Lightning Fiend's acting skills were inferior to demonic path Gu Immortal Dan Xiao. In Song Zixing's eyes he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding. His blood was surging. It was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, sudden inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, it could mimic wisdom path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning lock. Lava chain. Right at this time, Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly. The blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood wave stopped the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move Blood Tu Su. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the blood path Immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move. He directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him. His expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly. The sense of danger was getting stronger. This was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move Blood Tu Su. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu Immortals appeared. Their grand aura burst out. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu Immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark. His blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor. He looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Illusion Garden. Such a huge move. They even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there. He was not overly arrogant. Recently he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a wisdom path Gu immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You have been coveting this immortal Gu recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. You are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Gu Immortals from my ancient soul sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Gu Immortals were all rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today, ah. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds, he had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Gu immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong, everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in Truyang mountain range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this demonic path Gu immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with vicious lightning fiend. 8 rank 6 Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Gu immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects. They all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years. He had targeted small sects. He did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate. Killing him would be a great help in repairing fate immortal Gu. Once the Celestial Court gave the order. Even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, they had to stop fighting and send Gu immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right. He was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate. He could only choose to escape. Stellar Form Land Spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish-blue doo-doo. His small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root. He was very cute. Ever since he recognized Feng Yuan as his master, Stellar Form Land Spirit had been looking up at him. His clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Stellar Form Land Spirit quickly nodded. "Master, please follow me." His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Feng Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Feng Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. Even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped. The scenery in front of him had changed greatly. "Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the Blessed Land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the Blessed Land." Stellar Form Land Spirit introduced. Feng Yuan looked over. Seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Feng Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Feng Yuan nodded inwardly. This kind of ecological construction could not be any better. If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dart goo? Feng Yuan asked. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately replied. Star dart goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from Starlight Firefly goo. Starlight Firefly goo was formed from a portion of Starlight Firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for Star Dart goo, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into Star Dart goo. Star Dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise Star Dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I am making a lot of money every day. I am really making a lot of money every day. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Star Lord Wan Xiang had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Feng Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star Lord Wan Xiang's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dart goo and Starfire goo were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of goo immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The goo immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Feng Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Xiao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way, he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Guts goo, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not. They could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Feng Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. Feng Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wan Xiang. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Feng Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Hu Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Starshoot Mortal Goo. Starshoot Mortal Goo were only sold by Star Lord Wan Xiang. Feng Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord Wan Xiang's control and researched the refinement recipe of Starshoot Mortal Goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, Feng Yuan's star path attainment level was only ordinary. He could not achieve his goal. Now that Feng Yuan had Starshoot Immortal Goo, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to immortal level. Using Starshoot Immortal Goo as the core, it would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon, Feng Yuan learned from Starform Land Spirit. Star Lord Wan Xiang had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star Lord Wan Xiang sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Starshoot Goo that Star Lord Wan Xiang sold was refined from Starshoot Immortal Goo. It was no wonder Feng Yuan could not reverse engineer the goo recipe from the mortal Starshoot Goo, because Star Lord Wan Xiang's goo refinement method was from top to bottom. Starmark, Starlight, Starshoot, these 3 immortal goo were all the immortal goo left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord Wan Xiang had a total of 4 immortal goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal goo was destroyed in the battle with Song Zixing. Feng Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Feng Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 goo immortals in the 5 regions had immortal goo. Most of them used mortal goo and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 goo immortals had rank 6 immortal goo. For example, The rank 6 Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star Lord Wanxiang who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Northern Plains immortal Gu were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal Gu usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most Gu immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal Gu that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal Gu. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention, there was also the rank 9 immortal Gu wisdom here. Thus, Feng Kim Hong made this request. For Fang Yuan, selling Guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more Immortal Yuan Stone. Who would complain about having more Immortal Yuan Stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Fang Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Fang Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier, because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong had explored dream realms many times, he had sensed the value of Guts Gu. Thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Fang Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Gu refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Hong made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin. The final victor of this duel will be me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered. That might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Hong suggested refining River Wave Trace Gu as the topic. River Wave Trace Gu was a rank 5 Water Path Gu worm. It was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Gu, rank 4 Wave Trace Gu, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using Water Path Gu worms. This could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Gu House. If he refined River Wave Trace Gu, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Fang Yuan suggested refining Bloodwalk Gu. This was a rank 3 Blood Path Gu used for movement. Feng Kim Hong also rejected it. What a joke! Who did not know that Fang Yuan specialized in Blood Path Gu refinement techniques? Feng Kim Hong had no confidence in refining Blood Path Gu worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 Fire Path Gu worm. 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the Gu according to the Gu recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel, because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack? What a pity. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. One of the 2 flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Fang Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him, and the Gu refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty. We actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted. Her tone was filled with disgust towards Feng Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Feng Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened. She suddenly understood. So first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves. It was actually a trap to lure Feng Yuan to attack her. Once Feng Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this? Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn. I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Feng Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully. This duel is going to be extremely exciting. The two sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of Gu immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, the most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hong. But in the contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details. Even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Feng Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hong was defeated by Feng Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hong trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question. Who was the most outstanding young Gu master of this generation? What they did not know was, Feng Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu. He had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot. He understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Feng Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Feng Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little wishful hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Feng Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the two was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Feng Yuan maintained his own rhythm, and did not use any killer moves. He only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Feng Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques. Up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Feng Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence, and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Feng Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques. His mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. It's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move, and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Hee junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating. There are many things you have yet to come into contact with. You will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Fang Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started. Both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to Feng Kim Huang's ability, she should still be full of mental energy. She should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage. She had outstanding talent and had Gu immortal parents. She had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Huang's pressure mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong. Even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Fang Yuan. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the Gu refinement results. Qin Wan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Fang Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was he was not anxious at all. He did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan was still using his Gu refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal Gu one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the 3rd refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Fang Yuan. And while Fang Yuan was defending, she activated the 4th refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of Gu refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Huang's Gu refinement speed had already surpassed Fang Yuan's, and not long after, she started refining 3 orifice firehouse Gu. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace Gu. Looking at Feng Kim Huang's triumphant progress, leaving Fang Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Fang Yuan doing? Sun Yao giggled. First senior sister will win for sure. Qin Wan was also a refinement path genius. She was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yao's words. At this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel. I need to conserve my strength to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2. While Fang Yuan is only defending, he has not attacked yet. Don't tell me. My conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hong could not understand Fang Yuan's performance. She could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng Kim Huang's refinement of 3 orifice firehouse Gu was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Huang's advantage was extremely clear. She was far ahead of Fang Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp. He sensed that the time was ripe. He took out a Gu worm from his immortal aperture. I am going to attack. He suddenly said softly. Feng Kim Huang's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright eyes stared at Fang Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the goo. You are finally starting to attack? But why did you take the initiative to tell me? What is the meaning of this? Feng Kim Hong was naturally extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan chuckled, continuing. Feng Kim Hong, you need to be careful. This goo worm of mine is a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes. She quickly thought. It is definitely a rank 1 goo worm. According to the rules, this is Fang Yuan's first attack. He can only use rank 1 methods. But ghost fire goo might not be the same. He showed me the appearance of the goo worm. Is he trying to mislead me? After all, goo worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the goo worm in his hand. Once this goo was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim Hong. It really is ghost fire goo? Feng Kim Hong was slightly stunned. Right at this time, ghost fire goo suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim Hong. It's coming. It is merely a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong's eyes shone with a sharp light. She was extremely confident. She was already prepared. Defending against the rank 1 ghost fire goo was a piece of cake. When the ghost fire goo rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fang Yuan's continuous attacks. However, the moment the ghost fire goo got close to Feng Kim Hong, it suddenly stopped. Then the ghost fire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim Hong, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim Hong was secretly shocked. What is Fang Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the goo master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the ghost fire goo did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim Hong, Feng Kim Hong would not be able to defend against it. The process of the ghost fire floating could only be considered as the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim Hong was extremely intelligent. She quickly understood Fang Yuan's intention. So sinister. Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Sun Yao was filled with indignation. Demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine goo peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of them? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly. This rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic. It is not shameless. Damn it. Feng Kim Hong's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. The ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind. If I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the goo refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim Hong. That was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it, because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire goo, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention. He wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fang Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves. He only used goo refinement techniques. He could be said to be full of mental energy. It was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh. You don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. Fang Yuan laughed. Then, how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out the second ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong looked carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire goo. Fang Yuan said plainly. Different from Feng Kim Hong's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Hong's style. Feng Kim Hong's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fang Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fang Yuan could only be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire goo. It was twice the size of the first one. At the same time, he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hong was prepared. She blocked the rank 5 attack, but exposed goo detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of ink transformation killer move? Under Feng Kim Hong's incredulous expression, ink transformation killer move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed. The intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Hong's internal organs to twitch. A large amount of blood was flowing out of her body. The intense pain caused her body and mind to shake. She was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire goo refinement failed. Another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hong raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the goo formation. Do not disturb the order. Violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Feng Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had already fainted. Even if she woke up and tried to refine goo again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Feng Yuan was in an invincible position. As long as he refined 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, he would obtain victory. But just as Feng Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete goo worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Feng Yuan was stunned. This? Ever since Feng Yuan had the plan to refine change form immortal goo, he had been gathering goo refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Feng Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of goo refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Feng Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal goo could be seen at a glance. Feng Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials. His accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Goo trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Feng Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating astronomy. Chapter 866. Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rolling hills. On one of the steep peaks, a hairy man was climbing with all his might. Master, master, wait for me. The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Different from other hairy men, this hairy man's gaze was filled with intelligence. He spoke like an ordinary human. He chased after Yu Mu Chun's figure in the mountains. Ever since the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this hairy man had been paying attention to Yu Mu Chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yu Mu Chun got first place. The hairy man chased after him. This hairy man was at the prime of his life, but he could not catch up to Yu Mu Chun. After the convention ended, Yumu-chun entered Truyong mountain range. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting as he chased. Along the way he suffered a lot. He was covered in dust and injuries. "Master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed the mountain, but his eyes were wide open. How can this be? Master was still on the peak earlier. How did he reach the foot of the mountain in such a short time? What goo worm is he using? The distance that he had closed with much difficulty grew even further. The hairy man became anxious and hurried down the mountain. In the end, he stepped on empty air and lost his footing, falling down the mountain stream. Thankfully, there were many branches that helped him resist the force of his fall. Even so, when he cried out as he tumbled down the mountain, his head was bleeding and his body was broken in many places. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find Master again. The hairy man's face was covered in tears. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head and moaned in despair. "Master, please have pity on me, please wait." Sob, sob, sob. His voice was extremely weak. After the moaning, he started to cry. But when he cried, his body shook. He found that unknowingly, a pair of feet had appeared in front of him. He followed the feet and looked up. He was surprised to find that Yumu-chan had returned at some point. He was standing in front of him, looking down at him. The hairy man quickly knelt on the ground. "Master, master, you are finally willing to see me." Yumu-chan sighed. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Handui. A few years ago, I just casually gave you some pointers. We are not fated to be master and disciple." Hearing this, the hairy man Ben Duo started to cry. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly jumped and hugged Yumu-chan's leg. "Master, master, even if you don't want to admit that you're my master, I was able to escape from ignorance thanks to your guidance." After breaking through the shackles, his gu refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Although you only said a few words, the grace of teaching is as heavy as a mountain, deeper than the sea. My fate has changed because of this, so in my heart, you will forever be my teacher. Yumu-chan stretched out his hand and rubbed the hairy man Ben Duo-yi's head. "Hehehe. I taught you back then, because I saw that you were more quick-witted than normal hairy men." His mind was clear. "However, I don't want to acknowledge you as my disciple. It's for your own good. I am the one who escapes my fate. If you get involved with me, there's no benefit to it. From now on, you must not tell anyone about what I've taught you. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a tragic death. Remember this, remember this." Disciple will remember. The hairy man Ben Duo-i nodded rapidly. Yumu-chan snorted lightly. Ben Duo-i quickly corrected himself. I will remember, I will remember. Master Yumu-chan, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple. Please let me be your follower, your servant. I am very hardworking and smart. You even praised me earlier." "Here, master." At the next moment, Starform Land Spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fong Yuan. To refine change form immortal goo, Starform Land Spirit had become Fong Yuan's free labor. Should he say that Yumu-chan had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duo-i could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger. Soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other. They did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yumu-chan was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yumu-chan laughed heartily. His body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yumu-chan's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duo-i, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duo-i. Hairy men were variant humans. They were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yu Muchun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duoyi's worries, Yu Muchun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot! Why do we hairy men have the talent for gu refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of gu refinement history, we hairy men have a long history. Our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful. They exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now the gu refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men. There are many mistakes in this." Yu Muchun continued. For example, when humans refine gu, they emphasize on silence, they seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the gu refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing gu is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the gu worm. Why does this gu worm need to be fed with such food? Between the gu worm and the food, there are countless gu recipes. As for using gu, it is to experience the Dao marks on the gu worm. Gu refinement is even more crucial. It is the handling of the Dao marks. When refining gu, one should be in nature. Because this world was the place with the most Dao marks. It is like a mother to a baby. Heaven and earth is the best place to refine gu. If we can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine gu. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine gu. Ben Duoi stared with wide eyes. He was tongue-tied. Yu Muchun's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duoi had heard of this theory. It was extremely enlightening. Yu Muchun laughed heartily. His eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duoi, you are learning human gu refinement techniques. Even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades. They quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duoi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining gu worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yu Muchun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest. His method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude. He did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish. He would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duoi would scoff at it. But Yu Muchun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature, and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duoi was petrified. His eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise-shell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged. His bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil. They only had stubbornness and loyalty. Star-form land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rockmen, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, "More, more." Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. "Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost." Fang Yuan was unmoved. He only paid attention to the gu refinement progress. An old gu master was thrown to his side. He struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky. It was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state. It was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Feng Yuan's ankles. Feng Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a goo from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal goo success. Central continent, Truyang mountain range. Ben Duo Yi sat on the ground muttering. I finally passed the tribulation. More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yu Mu-chun kept the refined immortal goo in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path goo worm to Ben Duo Yi. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance, it is for you. You can learn the natural goo refinement method, but if you are not a goo immortal, you cannot use it to refine goo, because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Yu Mu-chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duo Yi's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down. Chapter 869. Central Continent, Who Immortal Bless Land. Immortal Goo Starlight. Feng Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Feng Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal Goo. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Feng Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone. It was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many goo formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their goo worms to absorb the incoming starlight before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, star thought goo were refined one by one. These star thought goo flowed along the pipes into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Feng Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine goo for days without rest. After using starlight immortal goo, there was a huge amount of starlight. Feng Yuan no longer needed to purchase starlight goo and use it as the main material to refine star thought goo. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using starlight immortal goo required immortal essence, but if he purchased a huge amount of starlight goo, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved star thought goo recipe was also safer. Goo refinement was a risky matter. It was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining goo. After Feng Yuan sent the starlight goo, he did not leave, he observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current star thought goo recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the goo refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of star thought goo was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit. Unless my star path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better star thought goo recipe. Feng Yuan knew that he did not cultivate star path. His star path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, he could explore dream realms and raise his star path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of star thought goo can more than double. Feng Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form immortal goo, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal yuan stone. As a result, the current Feng Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, The problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them, before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine goo for him. Feng Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other goo immortals. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now, Feng Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad Self and 3 Star Path Goo Worms, he had obtained several Star Path immortal killer moves from Star Lord Wanxiang. Without enough immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand. He did not panic. For goo immortals, the so-called food, the most important thing was immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone. Thus, Feng Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Feng Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal goo strength to provide goo refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of airsac goo were refined, they were loaded with guts goo and sold to Central Continent's forces, to jewel yellow skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining airsac goo was much higher than refining star thought goo. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Feng Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Feng Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts goo. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts goo increased. Feng Yuan had to increase the production of airsac goo. In a stone nest, Feng Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from goo immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent goo immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Feng Yuan was silent for a while before saying, He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains goo immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty. He is skilled at escaping. Our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Feng Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. Song Zixing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal goo? After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural goo refinement method, the goo refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yumuchun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yumuchun's sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years. To think that I would have to activate it now. These years, we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since Fate Immortal Gu was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yumuchun said. Even Feng Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Yumuchun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. Oh right. Yumuchun said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Gu Master world. It was like ancient China. People used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them. Even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point: to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth. It was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yumuchun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Bloodsi and Dongfang Naganori. Yumuchun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green. Winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen. Others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City. Cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige. They had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They were Gu immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. Yu Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City. WW plus WW. Son. I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname. A tall and muscular featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using goo worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak. He was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the featherman prince's attacks. Danyu! Danyu! The spectators were shouting the featherman prince's name. The voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Danyu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yu Fei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yu Fei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse, trying to escape. Danyu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yu Fei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King. Suddenly, Yu Fei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Danyu. What? You actually still have strength left. Danyu hurriedly retreated. Yu Fei jumped into the air, and was about to get close to Danyu. However, after Danyu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. Yu Fei, I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Danyu looked at Yu Fei who was falling down and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation. The next moment, Yu Fei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach. His entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yu Fei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yu Fei suddenly turned into a balloon. It was truly comical. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. 1 featherman Gu immortal died and 2 were injured. They could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge immortal Gu house. Because of the power of the immortal Gu house, they could barely resist the attacks of White Sea Shatua's group. because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom. Feng Yuan's expression darkened. His heart filled with alertness. At that time, he had not entered the demonic path, thus he cursed. You lunatic! Ha ha! The Featherman assassin laughed loudly. Thank you for the compliment. After that he said, actually you and I are the same type of people. Who the hell is the same type of people as you? Feng Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression. He roared and charged forward fiercely. Chapter 877. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was walking on his own path of life. After parting with the leader of the hairy men, he met the Feathermen in Green Heaven. Renzu saw these Feathermen and was very happy. Because the Feathermen had wings on their backs, they could understand Renzu's words and could communicate with him. Renzu requested the Feathermen, "Oh Feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in the ordinary abyss, she cannot come out. Please fly down and bring my daughter out, let us father and daughter reunite." The Feathermen laughed loudly. "Oh human, how can you order us around? We Feathermen are the most free life forms in this world. No one can order us around or restrain us. You want us to listen to your request and do as you wish. That is impossible." No matter how Renzu persuaded or begged them, the Feathermen only cared about flying and enjoyed their freedom. Renzu's mouth was dry from talking, but the Feathermen only treated him as a clown. They laughed at Renzu and laughed at him. Look, this is such a pitiful person. Even if he is the most intelligent life form in the world, so what? WWW star. He has no wings, he can only walk, it is so sad. Thankfully, I am not a human, I am a Featherman. Look, I am flying so nimbly. In Renzu's lonely heart, Self-Gu heard these words and got angrier. Finally, it could not hold it in and jumped out. All of you come down. Self-Gu showed its might. In an instant, all the Feathermen were captured alive from the sky. Renzu saw this scene. He could not help but be shocked. Self-Gu, how did you become so powerful? Self-Gu said proudly. That is natural. I took a bite of strength Gu. I have my own strength now. I am very powerful. Moreover, using this strength does not require any price. Oh human, you need to know. Only your own strength is the most reliable. Freedom without power is all fake. The Feathermen were captured alive and could no longer fly. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The Feathermen were so angry that they started scolding Renzu and Self-Gu. Renzu sighed. Feathermen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I just want you to save my daughter. When we are reunited, I will definitely reward you. This is impossible. We Feathermen have the most freedom. Even if we lose our freedom physically, our minds are still free. Not bad, not bad. Cruel person, you can't force your will on any Featherman. The Feathermen were all shouting and shouting. They had no intention of compromising at all. Renzu persuaded him for 3 days and 3 nights to no avail. Helpless, he could only release these Feathermen once again. Self-Gu said indignantly, Human, why did you let them go so easily? Don't you want to save your 4th daughter? Renzu replied confidently, I can already see that we cannot use force against these Feathermen. After interacting with the Feathermen for the past few days, I have already discovered that although these Feathermen are free, they do not have a nest to shelter from the wind and rain. They do not have enough food to fill their stomachs. If we want them to help, we have to get them to do it voluntarily. Thus, Renzu stayed near the Feathermen. He built a house and relied on Self-Gu every day. He gathered a lot of wild fruits and killed a lot of beast meat. The Feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially in the stormy weather, the Feathermen could only hide in the bushes, shiver in the cold, and endure the hunger. But Renzu stayed in the house, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the sumptuous food. On a cold snowy night, some Feathermen quietly ran under the roof of Renzu's house. While hiding from the wind and snow, they greedily absorbed the warmth that leaked out from the cracks of the door. After he became an immortal in this life, the reason why he could develop so quickly was because of the help from the land spirit of Langya. Especially during the early and middle stages, it was a difficult time to start. Unfortunately, after the Northern Plains auction, Feng Yuan's greed and excessive demands caused the land spirit to be disgusted with him, causing the relationship between both sides to worsen and fall to the freezing point. Feng Yuan had requested to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but the land spirit always responded with a firm stance, requesting Feng Yuan to search for a poison flower petal immortal material for it. If I can help the land spirit this time, it will definitely ease the relationship between both sides. Moreover, I have fixed immortal travel. I only need 3 breaths of time to return to Hu immortal blessed land. No matter how strong the enemy is, 3 breaths of time should be enough for me, right? Feng Yuan speculated. Although the land spirit of Langya urgently asked for help, the situation should not be that bad. He had always felt that Langya blessed land's foundation was quite deep. In his previous life, it was able to resist 7 waves of attacks. Even a powerful expert like Feng Jioga had perished in it. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan decided to help the land spirit of Langya. He was not a hot-blooded kid like Yu Fei. He would not stand up for his friends when they were attacked, regardless of personal gains or losses. He was Feng Yuan, a demonic path Gu immortal. He cared about benefits. He coldly calculated gains and losses. Allies were meant to be used. What was the point of friendship? In Feng Yuan's heart, it was only a special bargaining chip to obtain benefits. Coincidentally, at this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng also sent a letter asking for help. The land spirit of Langya also sent him a letter asking for help. In fact, Tai Bai Yunsheng had once repaired Langya blessed land for the land spirit. In terms of friendship, the relationship between Tai Bai Yunsheng and the land spirit of Langya was much better than that of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan told Tai Bai Yunsheng. His decision was acknowledged and praised by Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Yuan immediately set off. Using a stargate, he hurried to Langya blessed land. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng had passed the earthly calamity, he still needed some time to recycle his immortal aperture. He could only rush over later. You're here, Feng Yuan. The land spirit of Langya suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw that he was not fatigued and had no injuries. He was even more certain of his guess. He laughed. This is your attitude towards your benefactor? You think I don't know? You brat, you won't wake up without benefits. If not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have asked for your help. The land spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. Even though he said that, the attitude of the land spirit of Langya was much more relaxed than before. After repelling the enemies, I will give you the rank 6 all-out effort immortal Gu recipe as your reward. The land spirit of Langya continued. Feng Yuan chuckled, but shook his head. Let's talk about the reward later. Let's repel the invading Gu immortals first. Feng Yuan did not talk about the reward. He was worried about the invading enemies. He did not take the chance to threaten him. This made the land spirit of Langya feel much more comfortable. He felt that Feng Yuan was becoming more pleasing to the eye. Follow me. The land spirit of Langya grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and teleported, arriving at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen that Langya blessed land had a large number of space path Dao marks. Otherwise, places like Star Form blessed land that did not have many space path Dao marks could only fly. Star Form land spirit could not teleport. His appearance was clearly reflected in the mirror. It was Qin Baisheng. Feng Yuan's gaze was solemn as he watched Qin Baisheng get closer. Undeniably, among all these Gu immortal enemies, Feng Yuan did not want to meet the most. It was Qin Baisheng. Feng Yuan did not know that Qin Baisheng had regained his original battle strength after fighting Feng Jioga. But just based on Qin Baisheng's performance, he was at the level of Central Continent's Shirley. Such an opponent was too strong. If he really found this cloud building, Fang Yuan would immediately make a decision. He would only deal with the situation for a while before retreating. Even though he was supporting the land spirit of Langia, this type of support depended on the situation. Fang Yuan had never planned to risk his life for the land spirit of Langia. And the land spirit of Langia clearly had trump cards. It was not his turn to risk his life. Qin Baisheng was getting closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move. He was moving forward in a straight line. The cloud building that Fang Yuan controlled was right beside his route, about 300 steps away in a straight line. The range of the Immortal Killer Move's investigative Immortal Killer Move was suppressed by this 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. But it was definitely more than 300 steps. Once Qin Baisheng got to a certain distance, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baisheng would naturally charge towards the cloud building, and Fang Yuan's first battle would end in failure. But this failure was not scary. Fang Yuan did not have any psychological burden. For someone like Fang Yuan, failure would not affect his morale. It would not damage his fighting spirit, and it would be difficult to change his plans. His state of mind would not be disturbed. But soon, things changed again. Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He directly changed his direction and flew towards the northeast. Their information path method is not only at a mortal level, it is also very effective against goo formations. They can actually transmit information in the goo formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard. The land spirit of Langia's voice was filled with surprise. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, replying, "Since the other party is attacking here, they should have come prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this method earlier?" The land spirit was silent for a while. Then it replied, "No. The cloud buildings before were all guarded by desolate beasts. They fought alone and killed desolate beasts, breaking into the cloud buildings. But this time, Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are guarding the cloud buildings together. The other party should have discovered a goo immortal for the first time. Thus they changed their strategy of fighting alone and rushed over to help." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the city lord of Inkman City. It is already good that he came to help, but he might have to conceal his appearance during the battle. Once the connection between Inkman City and Langya Blessed Land is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City will face a calamity. Mo Tan Sang is restrained in battle, while the other party is strong and many of them are working together. He might not be able to defend the cloud buildings. The land spirit immediately replied, "This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Langya Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divide the enemy and make them fall into a predicament of fighting alone. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 immortal information path killer moves, preventing the enemy from communicating with each other. Even if they set up whole earth goo, it is useless." For close combat experts like He Lang Zi, once he entered the star cloud grindstone, his body would be restricted and he would be crushed by it. All in all, this was a very strong offensive-defensive killer move. Howl! He Lang Zi's body burst out with an explosive light. The light was so bright that even Fang Yuan had to close his eyes. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't very big. In fact, it was even slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf. But the dangerous aura it exuded made Fang Yuan's eyelids twitch. It had no fur on its body. It was like a wooden statue covered in brown paint, giving off a sinister aura. On the wolf's head, there were naturally mushroom-like bones. It looked like it was wearing a pitch-black triangular hat. Under the brim of the hat, in the empty eye sockets, there were not sparkling eyeballs, but two glossy green flames quietly burning. Rank 7 desolate beasts fed on soul beasts. Fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. After He Langzi transformed into the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf, his speed increased by 3 times. He was like a shadow that flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Such speed. Even my investigative killer move cannot capture it. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. In any Gu immortal battle, speed was an extremely important factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be done with a single thought. The slower side wanted to attack but could not hit the other side. If they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the other side. He Langzi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. When he was in human form, his battle strength was only rank 6 peak stage. But once he transformed into beast form, his battle strength rose sharply. It proved that he had great battle strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he did not panic. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he did not show any signs of using it now. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, it could burst out with the speed of an immortal killer move. Thus, it was called an incomplete immortal killer move. But this movement killer move was too unstable. And even if Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, Fang Yuan's speed could not match the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight against rank 7 Gu immortals. It was known for its speed and agility. Moreover, if Fang Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his strength path Gu immortal identity. A wise man would not take it. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to become a star path Gu immortal this time. He was also using these 2 strong enemies to test his star path methods. He was testing the results of his research in Hu immortal blessed land. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf let out a sharp howl. It was so fast that even Fang Yuan couldn't catch it. It was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He did something that He Langzi did not expect. He took the initiative to jump into the nebula grindstone that had just been activated. He Langzi had originally planned to bypass the nebula grindstone and kill Fang Yuan. Therefore, be it his mind or body, he deliberately avoided the nebula grindstone. Fang Yuan jumping in was out of He Langzi's expectations. Chi. With a soft sound, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's claws scratched Fang Yuan's back. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was really too fast. Even if Fang Yuan took the initiative to dodge and jump into the nebula grindstone, he would not be able to escape. He Langzi still managed to grab him from the back. But this grab was a hasty move. It did not cause much damage to Fang Yuan. Immortal zombies had pretty good defenses. A large hole was torn on Fang Yuan's blue robe, but the injury on his back was only superficial. His spine was not injured. When blood sprayed out, the flesh moved, the wound quickly closed. It was completely healed in a few breaths of time. But this blood, it was sprinkled in the air. It gradually changed color and revealed its true form. A few drops of immortal zombie blood. This is a weakness of vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan saw these drops of immortal zombie blood and had a thought. He remembered it. At the next moment, he waved his sleeves and collected the immortal zombie blood into his sleeves. Standing at the center of the nebula grindstone, he looked at the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf outside. He invited with a long laugh. Sir He Langzi, you are very skilled. Do you dare to enter? Why was this nebula grindstone a defensive killer move? It was not an offensive killer move. That was the reason. As Fang Yuan fought inside, the nebula grindstone would grind down the enemy, but it could not harm or obstruct Fang Yuan. The fragrant sorcerer Ean's statue wolf stared at the star-cloud grindstone in front of it. In its empty eye sockets, a pair of eerie green flames burned fiercely. Feng Yuan could feel He Langzi's surging battle intent. He Langzi was about to pounce. Feng Yuan was fully focused. But at the next moment, the fragrant sorcerer Ean's statue wolf suddenly changed directions. It gave up on the enemy in front of it and charged towards the cloud buildings. Why should I fight you to the death? My goal is to destroy as many cloud buildings as possible. To destroy this damn 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. At this moment, He Langzi laughed coldly in his mind. He Langzi's action was aimed at Feng Yuan's weakness. Feng Yuan fell into a dilemma. The reason why Feng Yuan appeared here was to defend the cloud buildings and stall for time. But now, He Langzi attacked the cloud buildings and gave up on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was in a dilemma. If Feng Yuan stood still, He Langzi would destroy the cloud buildings and achieve his goal. He would obtain victory. If Feng Yuan chased after him, he might not be able to protect himself. But his speed was not as fast as He Langzi's fragrant sorcerer Ean's statue wolf. Passive. Feng Yuan was in a very passive situation. Goo immortals were Goo immortals after all. When they fought, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could not compare to them. He Langzi attacked twice. The first time, he went around the nebula grindstone and attacked Feng Yuan. This time, he gave up on Feng Yuan and attacked the cloud buildings. It was truly the essence of besieging way to rescue the besieging. Besieging way to rescue the besieging was a story from Feng Yuan's previous life on Earth. But this Goo Master World civilization was not simple. They had similar wisdom. Battles between Goo immortals were filled with such wisdom. After the replacement, the original phantom star body would vanish. Other than Feng Yuan's true body, there were only 4 phantom star bodies left. But soon, Feng Yuan willed and produced another illusory star body, standing beside him. The number of illusory star bodies in the field once again reached the maximum. At once, He Langzi's lightning flash giant wolf's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Hui Fengzi's gaze was also dazed for a breath of time. Position star transposition and 6 illusion star bodies. These 2 immortal killer moves were closely matched. They seemed to be somewhat shameless. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi were speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could dispel one of these 2 star path killer moves, the current Feng Yuan was quite difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, be it Hui Fengzi or He Langzi, they did not have a method to counter it. And to dispel an unknown immortal killer move, they needed a deep wisdom path foundation. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, just as Feng Yuan and He Langzi were in a deadlock, Hui Fengzi finally made up his mind and attacked. Immortal killer move. Wind escape. His body turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared at the cloud building, opening his mouth. Immortal killer move. Death wind flying blade. The wind blade that Hui Fengzi spat out landed on the roof of the cloud building. The cloud pavilion only lasted for a breath's time before it was sliced into 2 by the sharp wind blade from top to bottom. Wind escape? The number 1 movement killer move in northern plains. In an instant, Feng Yuan recognized Hui Fengzi. He called out to the land spirit of Langia. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.